Just want to give you a heads up that this episode will contain spoilers from up through Chapter 8, the first Gold Saucer chapter of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but not beyond that, as well as the equivalent scenes from the original Final Fantasy VII, a spoiler from Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, V for Vendetta, the really old movie Old Yeller, and small spoilers from Final Fantasy XVI and Ever Crisis. If you'd like, you can check the episode description for spoiler timestamps.
It's almost like an old Western.
It does feel like a Western.
I think that's what they're going for, which is actually really cool.
I agree.
And then all of a sudden, it goes Magneto from the X-Men.
Exactly.
And I'm like, whoa, what happened here?
Welcome to the Final Fantasy Files, where we discuss all things Final Fantasy, from Director Palmer to Red Buggies to Gus. My name is Jolie Hales.
And I'm Ernest DeLeon.
And I'm Spencer Price.
And today, the price is right.
Wow, dad joke right out of the box. Because we've never heard that one before in the Price family.
You just inherit these jokes when you become a dad, I swear. They just pop into your head.
And then we share them with all of our listeners, whether they like it or not.
There you go.
Thank you, Ernest. Yes, but for today's discussion, we're going to be continuing the conversation that we started with our last episode. So this is the second half of our deep dive into Chapter 8, which is the Gold Saucer Corel Prison chapter. I mean, we honestly tried to cover it all in one episode, but like 5.5 hours in, we're like, we should probably go get the kids and feed our children.
It's impossible. I mean, you had Dio and Solemn Gus in the same episode. There's no way you could cover those two massive characters in one episode.
Yeah.
And this is when the story gets real with Dyne and Barret. So
yeah.
We didn't want to just like rush through it and be like, oh, and a bunch of Dyne stuff happened and then just end it. So we're back
That's kind of how it felt like when we were getting to the end.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we were like,
I was like,
and then Dyne,
this guy.
Anyway, we're going to the next chapter.
Some guy with a gun arm just like Barret. Weird.
So that's why we're here again for the second half of Chapter 8. And I do have to mention too, like if you catch me snacking here and there throughout the conversation, please forgive me for that. My disclaimer is that I'm 7 months pregnant. You might also catch me pricking my finger with I am officially gestational diabetes.
Oh, man.
Like I am with every pregnancy. The last trimester, I always get gestational diabetes. So if I'm like poking myself in the finger, you kind of understand why. But
the funny thing is, Jolie's like this petite, tiny little girl, and she always has giant babies. I don't know if it's my fault or if it's just her genetics that are predisposed to gestational diabetes, but
I think it's probably my genetics because my sister also gets gestational diabetes and she's even smaller than me, like barely 100 pounds usually.
I didn't know she got it.
Yeah, she had it with her twins.
I think it's actually pretty common now. My wife is also, she's like, about 5'1" and a little over 100 pounds.
Did she have gestational diabetes with both babies?
She did not have it with both babies, but she had the...
she had preeclampsia.
Right. And they were testing her for the gestational diabetes more frequently too because
she had preeclampsia.
Yeah. And so, I think this is becoming more common maybe than it used to be.
I'm sure it is because who knows what's in our food and what we're eating and like the things that we're doing to ourselves, in this modern era. But yeah, gestational diabetes, good times. And Spencer wasn't lying. My first baby, I was not diagnosed with gestational diabetes, but I should have been because I had it, they found out. Mm-hmm. And our baby ended up being 10 pounds, 8 ounces. So.
That's my boy. Let's go. Yeah.
So we're trying to avoid that. That was not pleasant for me.
Not a good thing.
He was set to be a chocobo.
He was what?
Set to be a chocobo.
Like a fat chocobo?
Yeah, that's 10 pounds is a big baby.
Okay, but I'm sorry. I just thought of like chocobo, like Pico, like the regular racing chocobo bird.
Oh, no. That's a different chocobo.
I was like, what, did he have feathers? Like, what is... Okay, I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. It's just taking me a minute, right?
Yeah.
But also, as a reminder, as of this discussion, Spencer and I have beat the game. While Ernest is lost somewhere in chapter 12, I assume still. Is that?
Yeah. Yes, chapter 12.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter too much for our discussion because while we will be spoiling Rebirth up through chapter 8, we'll only be doing so through that chapter. We're not actually going to talk about it beyond that, just in case PC players, right, Or latecomers have started listening as they play, or
Switch 2 players.
Or if you're on the Nintendo Switch 2, which will be announced when this episode releases.
Or Xbox. Well, there's definitely rumors that have come out, nothing official as of this recording.
Right.
But maybe by the time this recording actually airs. But it sounds like Rebirth will be available to them in 2026. So that gives us a little bit more time to finish all of these chapter deep dives, which I'm happy about.
I don't know if we can make it. That's like a very tight timeline.
No.
A year?
Yeah.
No.
PC players are going to get it soon, but I heard that Xbox, this is just rumors, but Xbox and Nintendo Switch, I think Remake is coming out in 2025, and then Rebirth would be in 2026.
That's what the rumors say.
Yeah.
So that means we have like a full year, Ernest. We better dang well get it done by then.
I mean, it's some of these chapters are taking 2 episodes, so
I know.
It's going to be a while.
And there's other ones that I'm sure will too. Chapter 12 will be like 10 episodes, I'm sure. Okay, maybe not that many.
I would feel like from the console side, if they're already fans of the game, they already have it and they have it on PlayStation. But I'm sure there are some who are just like, well, I only have a Switch, and so I have to wait until it comes to that platform.
Well, yeah, I think there's millions of Nintendo Switch players that have no idea. The last Final Fantasy game, if you're a hardcore Nintendo fan that you ever played, was Crystal Chronicles on the GameCube.
Yeah.
So there's going to be...
It's an entire new fan base, but also like, I don't know if it's like this with kids anymore, but when I was growing up, like we had a console and our parents picked out what it was or Santa Claus picked out what it was and that's what we got. And then we had all the games that went for that console, right? So I don't know.
Well, even here where I have all of them, my kids would only be allowed to use the
Switch.
The Nintendo, because of how Nintendo does things. But I feel like I played the chibi version of 15 on the Switch.
Yeah.
You did, yeah. It was released on the Switch.
I'm talking about actual mainline games that are released. I think the chibi version, yes, technically it's 15, but it's not the official 15 release or whatever.
It's cute and fun.
It was awesome. I liked it. I mean,
yes,
it wasn't as good as like real 15 on the PS5, but it was still good.
It came out on PS4, not PS5, but yeah.
I just love the brotherhood in 15. 15 has so many issues, you guys. Like, I could talk about those issues forever. But like, my favorite character came out of 15. So I have this like love-hate for 15, you know?
I think the game's so weird, but so fun.
And I think Kingsglaive was probably the best animated thing they made, right?
Oh, yeah.
Out of like all of their, what do we have?
The Spirits Within. Remember that one?
Spirits Within, right? Final Fantasy.
Everyone remembers that.
And then we have Advent Children.
Advent Children. Yeah.
I'm sorry to all of you Advent Children fans. I'm glad you like it. It's not a good movie. I'm sorry. It's not a good movie. It's just not.
It's not, guys. It's not good.
You know,
it's got some really cool set pieces and awesome fights, but the story is
The story is hot trash.
It's bad.
So bad.
It's so incoherent.
Dilly-dally, shilly-shally.
And Ernest is one of them who likes that movie. So we're ripping on you, Ernest. I'm sorry. You're not alone. You've got a person here on this panel who's in favor of Advent Children, too.
I watched all of them. And yeah, some are better than others. I liked them all.
Kingsglaive is the best out of the 3 by far.
By far.
And it actually has pretty good acting performances in it too, which I was really happy about.
You disobeyed a direct order to retreat.
For hearth and home, right, sir? As long as I got strength in my body, I obey that order.
Don't fool yourself, Nix Ulrich.
Isn't Aaron Paul the lead actor, the guy from Breaking Bad?
It might be. I remember it being like a well-known actor.
Is he King Regis?
No, King Regis isn't the lead. It's,
King Regis is in it for a little bit, but it's like Nyx. He's a Kingsglaive guard or something who helps save Lunafreya.
You can get figurines of Nyx, I think.
Yeah.
Like they even made I don't know if they're play arts or what, but.
That's true. That's a deep cut.
Yeah, interesting. Anyway, so during our last discussion, let's talk about where we left off, right? So the last discussion, we covered the first half of Chapter 8. So that means that we arrived at the Gold Saucer. We participated in the random opening dance number and the 3D brawler fight with Dio. We checked into the haunted hotel, which is a favorite of mine, and we possibly went on a date with one of the girls, or you went with no one. It depended on how your relationship points, which are obscure and nobody really knew at the first playthrough. Whatever. It depends how many of those you had with who, whether or not you went on a date with somebody. And then we witnessed the aftermath of a shooting at the saucer committed by a man with a gun for an arm. And then we're sent to Corel prison to investigate, where we meet the flamboyant crime lord Gus. And then we go on a number of missions around Corel prison with the goal of earning greens for accomplishing all of these things.
The most valuable resource in the undercity
because
of
vegetables are
the gold saucer.
rare. Yeah. So, but our goal is to earn greens so that we can feed them to Pico, the Chocobo that we're going to enter into the Chocobo races to hopefully set our party free. Once Pico gets enough greens to gain his strength, we race the Chocobo, win the race, and bring the prize money back to Gus, who rewards us by setting our party free and then directing us where we need to go to find a man with a gun for an arm that Gus has apparently tied up in a scrapyard. So that's where today's discussion begins.
I'm excited.
So soon, our party stumbles on some big sand tornadoes that are coming our way, and Cloud yells at everyone to run, and then he actually uses his body to protect Aerith, which I think is really sweet.
Yes.
He's covering her, And then Barret appears and flags down the group to take shelter near him, next to a broken down van. And aren't there giant pipes there? They should go with the giant pipes. They should go next to whatever. It's fine.
No, get under the VW bus. Good quality German engineering.
Quality, yeah. So camera fades to white. Then time has passed. Once the tornadoes have disappeared, our party unburies themselves from sand.
I'll be chewing on sand for weeks.
Thank God we found you. We were worried.
And then it's Yuffie who doesn't stray from the question on everyone's mind.
You on the land, big guy?
The hell I am! What are you guys doing all the way out here anyway?
Looking for whoever decided to shoot up the Coliseum lobby.
And Cloud and Tifa tell him about how some guy with a gun for an arm shot up a bunch of innocent people at the Gold Saucer.
They did, huh?
Tell me it wasn't you.
Frankly, it might as well have been.
Then he starts to tell more of the story of the past, and we see it in a series of flashbacks. So in the first flashback scene, we learned that once the reactor had exploded, Dyne and Barret had gone to investigate what had happened, which is why they weren't in town when Shinra took care of business there, as they say, right? Mm-hmm. So they were looking to see the reasons for the explosion. That's why they were out of town. And while they were at the reactor, they were confused when Shinra was not at the reactor cleaning things up. They're like, where's Shinra,
None of this makes any sense. That explosion could have brought down the whole mountain. So where the hell's Shinra?
That's a damn good question.
And then the two of them start running back toward the town, only to be stopped in their tracks by the sight of the town up in flames. So this is where we see that the town was just burning, right? And we saw some of these flashbacks in the original game already at this point. But then the mayor, who is not Dr. Sheeran, by the way, even though he looks like him.
I know, I thought it was him.
Yeah, the mayor comes stumbling out of the flames as they get there, right? And he confirms the truth.
It's Shinra. They just showed up and started shooting. I think they're trying to cover up what happened at the reactor, to pin the blame on...
And then before he can finish his sentence, a bullet shoots through his chest and he drops into Dyne's arms. Ugh. Barret and Dyne then see troopers start to shoot at them from a distance, so the troopers have seen them. So Barret and Dyne seek shelter behind a boulder. They're in complete disbelief that this is happening, right? Dyne's thoughts understandably turn toward his family, and it's actually Dyne who motivates Barret to leap into the fray of bullets in hoping to reach their families before it's too late.
This ain't happening.
God damn it. The village. Marlene and Eleanor might still be there. You ready?
For what?
Still so quick to throw in the towel, ain't you? Come on.
Damn it.
Dyne's the one who's like, we gotta go save our families.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Barret was kind of gonna maybe stay there, or he doesn't know what to do. So as they run, bullets are flying all around them. Barret is shot in his massive elephant thigh. and then Dyne, who was ahead of Barret, turns around to help him. And as he does so, it looks like either he's shot or the ground is shot and gives away. It's hard to tell what happened. Something is shot and knocks Dyne, like the impact knocks Dyne off the ledge of a cliff, right? But Barret manages to catch him with his arm. So we have this moment where Dyne is hanging completely off the cliff over this like deep gorge, while Barret holds onto his arm with all his strength. And the bullets seem to slow down. And we actually see that the troopers who had been shooting, they kind of start to reload, but reluctantly. It's like they almost don't want to shoot.
Right.
And then we hear Scarlett's voice say,
"Honestly, do I have to do everything?"
And then she appears, she grabs a trooper gun, and she's looking at Barret holding Dyne, and she says,
"Shinra has a reputation for safety to uphold, which makes you liabilities."
Then she starts shooting at Barret and Dyne, targeting their grip where they're holding on to each other's hands. Barret screams. He's hit multiple times in the arm. And we can even see like blood spurting out, which in a T-rated game, like this really means business, right? Because they have to be very selective of how often and when they show blood splatter. And even when Barret is shot, like as he's being shot, he refuses to let go, which triggers Scarlett to even say like really condescendingly,
"Oh, how very brave."
And then she laughs like gleefully. And she continues to shoot while Barret continues to scream as he's just like riddled with bullets. And finally, I mean, we know what happens. He can hold on no longer, and Barret loses Dyne's grip with some final like blood splatter. And then Dyne begins to fall a very long fall into the rocky gorge while he whispers the names of his wife and daughter on his way down.
Eleanor. Marlene.
And then the screen fades to black. So really intense flashback cutscenes.
Yeah, this is a lot of backstory.
Yeah, and there's lots from here on out for like the rest of the chapter.
Talk to us.
So I would say there are a few takeaways to these flashback scenes. First, Scarlett is just like Annabella from Final Fantasy XVI. They are both women psychopaths.
Yeah.
They have no conscience. They have no empathy for anyone whatsoever. And while Scarlett is like clearly a trope of a character, right? She's walking around in her Jessica Rabbit skanky red dress, but she's the head of this like weapons division. You know, beyond the tropey side of her, psychopathic people like her actually exist, which is kind of crazy to think about. Like they just typically blend in better because they're not often heads of major divisions of major companies that we know of, right? Or often they are and we just don't know. They just hide it better. And I know in our chapter 7 discussion, and maybe this is something you were going to say, Spencer, we spoke about how it was a bit unclear why Shinra burned down the entire town of Corel, right? How they said they blamed it on the insurgents, but that still seemed a little murky. Why killing all those innocent people would be justified, or if it was even an effective idea. I think here it becomes more clear that Shinra's intent was to kill every person in the town and to not leave any witnesses, I think.
But yeah.
Scarlett even calls Barret and Dyne liabilities when she starts shooting them.
Shinra has a reputation for safety to uphold, which makes you liabilities.
You know, that said, there's still a lot of people alive in North Corel who said they lost family in the accident.
The doc was here when everything went down in Corel. Unfortunately, his family wasn't. Terrible shame.
And a lot of people living there know Barret, and they clearly don't like Barret.
There. A hero's welcome.
So there's still some questions that remain on how that's possible. Like if Shinra actually achieved their goal.
Well, that's my problem, because clearly they didn't accomplish all their goal, because a lot of people that were there are still alive.
Yeah, maybe so.
So you would think that if Shinra was like massacring an entire town.
But I think that's like what they're trying to say was the reason, but I just don't know if it works.
Yeah, which is fine. But that's why I was having a hard time with what we were talking about last time, because I just said,
yeah,
they didn't kill everyone. And obviously, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe only the ones that remain weren't there, I guess, or.
There could be a theory of like, North Corel could be the adjacent town to Corel. Corel was burned down.
Maybe.
North Corel was not burned down, so people knew each other in both.
No, because they have town hall meetings and they blame Barret and all those people that survived.
Oh, yeah.
So no, it's not that. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is fine. It's like, it just was like, okay, this is a little bit inconsistent because there's hundreds of people in North Corel that hate Barret, but they survive. So
yeah,
it was more than likely that there was a lot of people that just weren't there in the town at that time. They were somewhere else. The town burned down. They killed whoever was there. And then therefore they had the narrative. right? They could say whatever they wanted.
That's a lot of people, though. There were tons of people left over.
Well, I mean, yeah, but false flag operations are not a...
Yeah.
The Soviet Union, modern day Russia are notorious for this stuff, right? So
basically, like, if everyone that was in the town was killed except for Dyne and Barret were the ones, because we know the mayor dies, right, in that scene.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they think but Barret gets away. They just think Dyne dies, but then Barret never comes back. So maybe he's holding all that guilt. But then everyone else in the town wasn't there. They just think that Barret was this awful person.
Yeah, there's still...
Not a huge deal, but
there's still questions for sure.
Yeah.
And then I also want to say it's interesting to look at these two characters' personalities. So it's Dyne who decides to rush out in front of the bullets to get to his family, right? He's the first one. It's Dyne who turns back and risks his own life when his friend is shot. Barret isn't without heroic acts either, right? Like he catches Dyne and he hangs on as long as physical life will allow him. But it's here that we see that Dyne's possessing a lot of heroic traits himself. We see that for the first time here, right? Which means a lot because it shows just how far his fall from grace really is in later scenes. Because other than this scene, the only other time we see Dyne from the past is during the town meeting where he's a bit of a coal hugger.
We can't just abandon the mines. Not after our fathers and grandfathers risked their lives to maintain them.
Yeah.
Which could seem heroic to some, but to me it was more like passionate with a touch of irrational. So it was good to see Dyne in this scene like be that kind of heroic personality. And
I thought that was really effective, especially what comes later. So it's like it sets us up to be like, Dyne's actually this cool, good person.
It's a setup we absolutely need in order to appreciate the tragedy.
Which is usually rare for Final Fantasy games. So
Okay.
Good job for doing this.
Yeah, so good job. Now, to be honest, if I would have had my way, I would have liked to see one more flashback scene of Barret and Dyne just being friends and doing what friends do.
And like with their families, yeah.
Yeah, with their families. Like, with no calamities, no tragedies happening, like whether that's the two families getting together for like a dinner or a cookout.
Yeah.
Or even if it's just Dyne and Barret like playing on the mine carts or something. Like I just wanted to see Dyne in one more scene as a regular human in regular circumstances, because I think that would have made him even a touch more relatable to us, right? But that said, if they're restricted on resources, this series of flashbacks works fine.
Yeah.
It does what it needs to do.
It was good.
Yeah. All right, here we go. So once the flashbacks are done, we see Barret continuing to finish telling the story to our party, where Tifa makes the connection for the first time who Marlene's biological father is.
So Marlene's...
I managed to get away, but I was bleeding out. Figured that was it. Until Doc Sheeran came along and saved me. Put me back together. Most of me, anyway.
Dr. Sharon's only in Rebirth, by the way, so he's a new character for all of this. There's like a doctor-ish, sort of, in the last one, but he's only mentioned.
There was no saving my arm, so I made a call. Instead of the normal prosthetic, I chose a means to an end.
And then Cloud concludes that Dyne must have had the same idea, which if you step back is kind of funny that there's two men who are like, I don't have an arm, I want a gun.
They're best friends. Hey, they're like-minded boys. We're like, we gotta put a gun on this. Which I think is funny though, because like when Barret is holding on to Dyne, it's Dyne's left arm and it's Barret's right arm.
Right, so they get opposite arms.
But this is something the security camera could have shown, because if they've seen Barret and they've seen Dyne, this is like, one has a left arm gun, one has a right arm gun. Not a big deal.
This is true. Forensics, come on.
They could have been like, it's not him.
Can you believe this shit?
So Barret also says that he originally thought that Dyne died.
I'd resigned myself to the fact that he was dead, but if I'd known he'd survived too,
So that's why Dyne shot all those people? To get back at Shinra?
I don't know. I saw him at the saucer, saw the bodies and the bullet holes, but that's not who Dyne is. Whatever his faults, he's not a monster.
And if they can find Dyne, they should be able to find answers, is their hope, right? So the party gets moving, heading to the scrapyard where Gus supposedly has his other gun arm man tied up, I guess.
Yeah.
So at this point, our party arrives at the scrapyard. Barret takes a deep breath and he does something we've learned by now is significant to his emotional condition.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I need to do this alone.
He takes off his sunglasses. Yes. Now it's time for him to be vulnerable and connect with his old friend, and he insists on going alone. That's why he removes the sunglasses.
Big mistake.
Big mistake. You're letting him on.
No, I'm just saying, big mistake that he went alone.
Yeah.
Because I'll talk about that later.
But it's so intentional. Like, he constantly tells his party not to join him. So Tifa even here starts to protest, but then Cloud stops her.
Go.
You know, Cloud's like the bro who's like, no, my bro's got to do this on his own.
Let him, he needs to sort this out.
Yeah. So then after a quick rest on the nearby bench and save, hopefully, Barret proceeds through a hole in the chain link fence into the scrapyard prison cell, as they call it. He kicks some debris around and then he steps into an old shed. And that's when the background music stops, which is awesome, by the way. Great filmmakers and game developers, they know not only when to use music to enhance a scene, you know, when to play it, but they know when to not use music to enhance a scene. And this is one of those moments where no music is more powerful than music.
It's cool because when he goes underneath the chain link fence and he's walking towards Dyne or the scrapyard, you can't run anymore if you hold down the trigger to run.
Oh, yeah.
He like walks slow, and it's this somber, beautiful music with strings playing, and it's on point.
That's awesome.
It just sets the tone. Music is so good in this game, whether it's Gus jumping out with his funk. Then we have this really heavy backstory. We're learning about what happened. Really nice.
Yeah, they're so good at that. I love it.
Yep.
So then Barret sees Dyne tied up in an old chair.
Dyne, that you? Hey, I know you. Dyne, hang on. I'll get you out of here.
Barret goes to work trying to untie him because he's tied up to this chair. And Dyne doesn't seem to be like angry to see Barret. He sees that Barret's helping him. But as Barret continues, Dyne like looks up to nowhere and he says,
"Bless your heart, dropping by for Eleanor's birthday."
Yeah.
To which Barret stops and looks at him like the rest of us are doing. We're like, what? Then Dyne continues to speak as though he's at his wife's birthday party.
Hell, Marlene, set a place for Barret. Yeah, he's looking fit as a fiddle. Good question. She ain't with him. Where's Myrna? She ought to be here.
Dyne, what happened to you?
Though come to think of it, I don't see a gift neither. But you ain't the kind to come empty-handed.
Showing that Barret's always been kind of a generous guy. And that's when Barret starts to realize what's really going on here. That Dyne's basically gone crazy. And then Barret finishes untying Dyne and helps him stand and like supports him as he walks him out of the shed where Tifa and Cloud watch from behind the fence. And it's when Dyne sees Cloud that his demeanor goes completely sinister because he recognizes Cloud's soldier uniform.
Hey, hell's his kind doing here? You son of a bitch. Still living on Shinra's Gill.
No, man. It ain't like that.
Dyne is already like starting to shoot sporadically in the air and then at Cloud. And it forces Barret to point his own gun at Dyne and tell him to stop.
Yeah.
So Dyne stops, seeming kind of barely phased, right? Because he's not in his right mind. He raises his hands in the air.
Go on then. Do it.
But Barret's not going to shoot Dyne. He lowers his weapon and instead he pleads with Dyne.
I'm here to help you.
Dyne then laughs a really good laugh. Like, props to the VA. Like, it's a good laugh.
You here to help me? He's here for you. To take the load off your shoulders, right? Same old shit.
He points his gun at Barret at close range, and he actually opens fire, and Barret rolls out of the way of this, like, close range fire in time to find, like, shelter behind some debris that are nicely placed in groups in this, like, scrapyard, right?
I mean, it's everywhere in the scrapyard, so.
That debris is going to be your best friend.
And Cloud, who's still watching, looks like he's going to jump in and help at this point, but Barret yells for him to stay back.
Stay back!
So, like, Barret's managing this Dyne situation, but he's also managing his friends. I mean, like, no, this is my thing.
He's attempting to manage.
Attempting.
He's not managing anything.
Do you think he's just worried that his friends will hurt Dyne? Like, I think he's trying to protect his friends, but also Dyne.
He's trying to protect friends and he's trying to protect Dyne.
Because he wants to kind of figure out what's happening first.
And I think there's an honor thing here with Barret. I think Barret knows this is his story, his fight, and he's the only one who should be a part of, like, ending it, right? Or
I agree.
Bring it to its conclusion or something. So Dyne stops shooting, and the two old friends, then they point their gun arms at each other, with Dyne ready to settle this, like, long festering score, right? And that's when the Dyne versus Barret boss fight begins. Now, I'm not going to lie, and I know, Spencer, you have tons of opinions on this.
Yep.
Understandably so. So I thought that this fight was pretty dang challenging. And honestly, it was challenging because I've never really thought of Barret as a solo fighter. I'm not used to fighting with him as a solo fighter. He's really slow to move. His dodge is like slow motion rolling, right? He's not known for magic. He's not good at healing. And he's always just been this supporting range fighter. So to be solo with him in a boss fight was really tough.
It was so hard.
Yeah, it was so hard. And, like, I should have known going into this that this is going to turn into this solo boss fight. But because I didn't think much about it, I guess I was too involved in the story or something. I didn't have Barret even equipped with assess materia. So defeating him was kind of trial by error for me. And I assume he was probably weak to fire, as most humans are in the Final Fantasy universe. But I also didn't have any fire materia equipped on Barret. So I couldn't even really take advantage of the weakness that I thought he had, which it turns out that is a weakness that he has, is he is weak to fire. So whoop-de-doo, that didn't help. So it was just a slow, like, chip away fight where I just kept shooting at him. And I honestly felt like I got hit by just about every single thing he threw at me, in addition to having, like, my own attacks interrupted constantly, being paralyzed. I mean, it was hard. It wasn't an easy fight. It maybe have been easy for some people out there, right? But not for me.
Now, the question I have is he weak to fire because he's a human and that's kind of a common weakness? Or is it because his town burned down and it's psychological damage at the same time?
Probably because he's a human. I mean, psychological damage. Yeah, you could probably read into that. But I just thought, this is because he's a human being.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I giving too much credit to the writers? I just want to make sure I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You are.
You are absolutely.
The traumatic experiences of our past don't make us weak. I mean, like, yes.
It's a fun thought.
But as far as a game mechanic.
I'm not going to give them that credit.
No. I doubt that's what they were thinking or going for.
Because if they did, that's pretty deep. I mean, I'm going to give them credit for that.
Yeah, it is pretty deep, which means they didn't do it. No, I'm just kidding. Actually,
that's savage.
They're pretty deep in a lot of ways, but they get, this.
One time there was a thunderstorm and now Dyne is weak to lightning.
Just kidding.
I'm kidding. That's awesome. That sounds about right.
No, I get it. Like the fire burning down. Yeah.
This fight for me was just unlike, I think I mentioned it. It was, to me, it was the most boring one I've been to thus far. Now, granted, remember, I play in story mode.
You play in story mode. I'm playing normal mode, and Spencer's playing in hard mode.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk through all of this.
You know what it did remind me of, though, was the Titan fight in 16.
How?
Well, because it started off, like you said, it was like very, Barret's very sluggish.
Oh.
And it's a one-on-one fight.
Like the progression gets a little insane. Okay, yes.
Yeah, when it goes off the rails.
It goes off the rails like Titan did. Next thing you know, you've got like Black Sabbath and Ozzy level stuff going on. And I'm like, what is going on here?
Right.
And tentacles coming out of Titan and Dyne for some reason.
Yeah, the evolution of the fight was hilarious.
It was too much.
It makes no sense.
Like it starts out with Dyne shooting at us, and then eventually it phases into Dyne, to your point, Ernest, like somehow turning his gun into like a giant magnet and then attracting all kinds of debris to form this like giant debris arm and then debris tentacles. But then it doesn't just stop like with the magnet and like debris. It suddenly these tentacles can like shoot lasers.
Yeah, it goes way off the hook.
They're like Doc Ock's like sentient arms.
Yes,
exactly.
And you're like, how does he have these powers?
Yes.
But I guess we're in a fantasy world and we have magic, so you take the leap.
Even Barret's like, Dyne, what have you done to yourself?
What have you done to yourself, man?
And I'm like, exactly. What did Dyne do here? How did this happen? Like, there's no explanation.
Yes, Ernest, you are so right. This is so bizarre because at first it's like, we know how Barret lost his arm.
Right.
But Dyne was with Barret, and they kind of both chose gun arms, which is something that is funny.
Is also hilarious.
But the way the game portrays Dyne in this fight after the first boss phase, when he goes crazy in the magnetic tentacle arm and the laser shooting whatever, that implies that some crazy experiment happened to him.
Like Hojo got to him or something.
As if like Hojo got to him or something happened.
Right. That's how it feels.
But nothing is ever explained.
But I don't think that's actually a story case.
No,
yeah.
and this is a problem I have in a lot of video games. Many times, I don't know, in like all the games that I've played, they just want to ramp up the difficulty, the spectacle. They want to make it huge. And like Ernest was saying, Final Fantasy XVI's Titan Lost fight was
insane,
awful for this reason. I don't know, like some people love it and they're like, what a crazy spectacle. But just because you can have this spectacle doesn't mean it's good.
Right.
So when Dyne's going off and being crazy with this is just ridiculous and it's never explained. The problem is it's such an intimate moment with Dyne. You got the backstory and you have this intimate moment where he's kind of insane. He's talking about people that aren't there.
Right.
And it's this cool, standoff fight where, both of them have their gun arms aimed on each other. It's a weird fight because we've never fought with Barret like this before.
Yes.
Yeah. I agree with Jolie with all the weird takes of why would the developers put two ranged fighters versus each other and Barret is so slow.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, the way they set it up, like you're in the middle of this desert in this like shanty place and you got two guys with gun arms. It's almost like an old Western.
It does feel like a Western.
I think that's what they're going for, which is actually really cool.
I agree.
And then all of a sudden it goes Magneto from the X-Men.
Exactly.
Right. And I'm like, whoa, what happened here?
Yes.
And I mean, like Spencer's describing, the moments before this fight are so human because everything that happens around Dyne that makes him interesting are his human qualities, the very intimate, personal qualities. And so when he sprouts Doc Ock tentacles and starts shooting lasers at you, you're a little taken out of it.
Well, I wouldn't have a problem with this if that kind of was what led to his insanity, right?
Like if there was a story reason.
Because we don't really know what happened to him. Yeah, I mean, but they don't have time to talk about this.
Yeah.
We're already in the weeds so far. I like this part in the story. I feel like this is when Final Fantasy Rebirth really starts to
get its footing.
Yeah, get its footing. It's like, this is the time when I'm starting to get very invested in Barret's backstory, obviously, because that's what they're talking about. But up until this point, we've kind of just gone on adventures. We're in Calm. We're in the grasslands, right? Things are happening in Chapter 3, going through the Mithril Mines. Okay, Junon a little bit, but we're not focusing on a single character, We're still...
It's more of a series of events than an in-depth character story until we kind of get here. I mean, well...
We get glimpses of other characters. Like, we get a little bit of Yuffie's backstory when she's introduced to the party.
Or North Corel. There's pieces of it,
Or we get a little bit of what's happening with Cloud or whatever. But this is really diving deep into Barret's character. And I remember playing this for the first time. I was invested.
Me too.
The most invested I had ever been up until this point in the game.
Totally agree.
It's very cool. So, yeah, I like these intimate moments. And so when Dyne is kind of a psychopath, you're like, whoa, this is pretty intense because he's important to Barret, but it's getting really kind of iffy when he starts naming people that aren't there. And then he has these tentacle arms, he has this Magneto moment, and you're thinking, wow, maybe something crazy went down, right?
I just thought it was Japan. I was like, this has probably nothing to do with the story. But the thing is that all of us on this panel or in this discussion had a conscious thought that took us out of the game when those tentacles came out, right? So we're pulled out of the moment to think about the fact that we're playing a game, right? And that's not something you want to do whenever you can avoid it as a storyteller of any medium.
Right.
And that rarely happens to me because I usually take things at face value and enjoy them.
Right, you do. And it even happened to you.
This was one of those like, what just happened here? It was just like the Titan fight. Like, what is going on here? Like, this is crazy.
When spectacle trumps story or character building, don't do it.
Right.
I know the temptation is there because it's like, you got to have a boss phase. So this is an interesting boss. So let's talk about the fight. So you start out, there's all this debris that's conveniently placed throughout the little arena that you fight in that Jolie described. And the reason why the debris is there is because Barret is so slow and his roll is awful. So a guy with a gun arm that's just going to unload on you is going to hit you no matter what. So you have to hide behind the debris.
Right.
Which I think is kind of unfair because you think that they would be equally matched. But Dyne is got the HP of a freaking mountain. Like, you cannot kill him.
He has Titan-based HP.
Yeah, so it's just ridiculous. But you have to hide behind this debris. He throws different attacks at you, like paralyzing shot. It goes out in a shockwave, kind of like in a cone. And you have to dodge the little lightning bolts that go across the floor.
Well, and Barret is huge, so it's really hard to not get hit by the paralyzing lines because he takes up so much space.
Yeah, it's like him trying to like hide behind a pencil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like that.
And it's like, this is not going to work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
And I think the paralyzing lines go through the debris. Like, I don't even think it matters.
They do, but they have these little telegraphed lines that shoot out that tell you where they're going to go.
Yeah, you see the lines ahead of time.
I still can't avoid them half the time.
Well, because he's slow.
Yes. And he's big.
Yeah.
What you ended up having to do is not roll, because his roll slows him down, which is counterintuitive, because all the other characters you can roll and it moves you quicker. But you just run, and Barret runs decently fast if you don't dodge. But you have to stay away from Dyne, because Dyne has abilities. He's got the paralyzing shot. He's got his firebomb ability. When he throws out his firebomb, if it hits you, then it lowers your armor.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So then you take more damage to his bullets as well.
Yeah.
This is the first phase. And if you're not behind armor, if there's a line of sight, if Dyne can see Barret, what he'll do is what's called point blank. And he'll run and charge Barret and like literally just shove his gun arm into his chest and just do this massive amount of damage to Barret.
Yes.
So you always have to be placing yourself behind debris. That's the first phase. The second phase, he has a little cutscene where he goes crazy. He's like, and he shoots out. They're like mines. It's smart because the mechanics of the game are telling the player stay away from him. But then it makes it harder because he puts these mines on the outskirts.
Where you would be hiding from him.
Where you would be hiding. So then you kind of have to dodge these mines and avoid these attacks, which are tricky. And then he has something, I forget what it's called, but he does like this big death ray and it blows up the debris.
So you can't even hide behind something.
You can't hide anymore. And that behavior, those mines, and that is exactly what one of Hojo's little electric devices would do.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it does feel like he has all this tech.
So I'm sitting here like, how is Hojo involved in this?
It feels like Hojo got a hold of him. I don't think he did. I just think this is Japan, but I agree. Like, it feels that way. And it feels, I was just getting hammered. I was getting hit by everything. But because I'm playing on normal mode, I'm actually able to heal, right?
Because you can use potions.
Because I can use potions. And to be honest with you, maybe up until this point, middle of chapter 8, I had probably used 1 mega potion, maybe 2 of the whole entire game up until this point. And then I fight Dyne, and I used 15 to 20 mega potions on that fight alone, and which is insane. And I remember thinking as I was playing Dyne, I'm like, oh man, Spencer's going to do this on hard mode soon. How in the world is he going to do this? And do you remember when I said Spencer? Because, okay,
I remember this.
We have to talk about this. So Spencer was reviewing this chapter and he was going to replay it, but in hard mode. And it was just a couple days before he started filming the chapter 8 conversation. And I said, man, I don't know how you're going to do the Dyne fight. And Spencer was very confident. I got this.
I was a little smug.
Yeah, he was a little smug. And I'm like, okay, I guess we'll see. And when it was time to fight Dyne, I was in the room and got to watch a lot of it. How many times did it take?
Oh, I don't know, over 20.
No way, he hit me! I'm far enough away! Whoa.
But it's understandable that it took that many times because it's super cheap when you're on hard mode because you can't heal.
Yeah.
But it was insanely difficult.
Yeah.
And hilarious. And Spencer was swearing and I was laughing and kind of trying to sleep.
And I happen to look back and I see Jolie filming me from her bed.
She's going to put the clip in here.
Sitting back, kind of like,
of course I was filming him.
Let's get this on camera.
Gonna block it. Sweet. And we're just gonna die. Shit damn hell.
No!
And the thing is, on top of the fact that it was all that, it was a slow,
chip away.
Yeah.
Chip away fight. So I likened it to that one year that it was the Spurs versus the Pistons in the NBA championship. It was the most boring NBA championship you've ever seen, lowest scores ever. right? It was horrible.
Yeah, you weren't doing big damage to him.
And you did that 20 times. That's dedication.
Oh, yeah.
It was so long.
And you can't skip the cutscenes. You can skip the first one, but then the intermittent cutscenes, you can hold R2, which fast forwards it.
Well, I think that was a patch too.
Yeah.
So I think now that it's patched, you can fast forward, but you have to watch it just in fast motion, which is really awkward looking, by the way, to watch those cutscenes in fast motion because Dyne's like wigging out these. Anyway, I thought it was hilarious.
But this is what's cool because you have to fight it a certain way on hard mode to beat it. And this is what the developers want. The developers want you to learn the mechanics of the fight.
Yep.
So you can't fight the same way that you always do.
No.
When I have my main party, I'm fighting a certain way.
Which I like that aspect.
I do. But this is such a 180 pivot from what we've been doing the entire remake series and Rebirth series. I think anyone who plays this, I don't know, maybe you disagree with me, but anyone who's played this, I think they all remember the Dyne fight for being obtuse and weird and very, very challenging.
Even in story mode, by the way.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
That's crazy.
So on the perimeter, he sets the mines. Then he shoots this big death ray that he shoots it twice and he'll blow up 2 things of debris. And it's very, 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 very hard to dodge.
Yes.
So you usually have to stay behind the debris, but then the debris is gone. So the mechanics are, hey, you need to not just run and hide anymore. You need to pressure this guy. You need to fight him and advance to the next stage. Because if you take too long of a time to get him down, then all the debris is going to be gone in the arena and he's just going to kill you. Anyway, so once you get past that really challenging part, you think, oh, I'm done. And then phase 3 comes, and this is when Magneto, Doc Ock tentacle moment comes, and you're just like, what the heck, Japan? Like, what is happening? It was very strange, and I was very confused. But yes, in hard mode, I was just desperation, just trying to kill him as fast as I could. There's mechanics, like you can, when he's doing his big 8 tentacle things, it tells you in the assess, it says if you like destroy his appendages, then it will pressure him.
Pressures him.
Which is good to do, but it's
so hard.
You're just running for your life most of the time because all the debris is gone at this point.
And what's weird is how they shift between the different fights because like I remember earlier on in the game, I was absolutely focusing a lot on like pressuring and staggering. And then for a while, I just kind of forgot about it. And then all of a sudden in this fight, like you said, it becomes critical again. So I can't figure out
it's vital
what the discrepancy between all those different fights are.
If you could pressure him quicker, so I used fire materia, and fire does help pressure him quicker. Offensive damage pressures him as well. And in those moments, it's super tricky. Like at the 3rd phase, you're kind of running for your life and hoping that you can survive his big attacks. Because there's multiple attacks. There's ones where he has all his magnetic, debris tentacle arms that shoot lasers. But if you try and dodge them, it's like kind of bad, and some of them will paralyze you. So what I found out is if you run close to him, then he'll put down his tentacle arms, and then he does this big attack where he smashes the ground, and it's like an AoE attack.
Yes.
But that cancels his attack, so you can kind of bait him out. You run closer, and then he stops doing the tentacle arms, and you run back before he does the big AoE thing. Anyway, long story short, it was very hard on hard mode. This is the most difficult fight I've had in the game up to this point. And I don't know, I know that there's some notorious fights at the very end on the Gilgamesh Island that we haven't got to, where you have to fight 2 summon bosses at the same time.
Yeah.
And I imagine those will be very difficult on hard mode, but I don't even know if there'll be a more difficult fight than this.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, even on normal mode, it was hard. And I managed to beat him in the first try, but it was a 13-minute fight. Like, it took a long time being such a slog.
Yeah.
And when you're on hard mode and you don't have mega potions and everything is more difficult, like, oh man, it's going to be a challenge. And that's, I mean, the developers want you to learn exactly what you just talked about, right? Which is exactly what the small little pattern moments are and then how to overcome the boss that way. But learning those patterns literally can take hours to figure out. And when you're getting your butt handed to you for hours, it's really an angering experience.
Mm-hmm. And this is the last thing I'll say, but I sound like a broken record. The thing I don't like about Rebirth's combat, I think it's amazing and I appreciate all these intricate mechanics. The problem is I hate when a game forces you to die over and over and over again in order to learn these phases. And I know that's true for most video games.
That's mostly just hard mode though.
But no.
If we wanted that, we would have bought a Souls game.
But that's the thing. I was going to say, I've played Dark Souls and it doesn't even feel like Dark Souls. Dark Souls, when you lose, you feel like it's your fault. When you lose in Rebirth, it feels like, oh, I had to die.
It's the game's fault.
Like the game is forcing me to die multiple times until I can not just learn the patterns like you do in Dark Souls or the telegraphed attacks. It's got a similar feeling, but when you go in and it tells you like what you should do to assess, you can't assess an enemy in Dark Souls. You can't be like, let's pause the combat and see what this boss is weak to. The whole point of Dark Souls is to rinse and repeat, and kind of learn. This doesn't feel like that only in certain cases. And then when it does, it just feels like it halts your progress immediately.
Yeah.
And I just don't like that feeling.
Do you think it feels that way on normal mode too?
Well, I remember I did the exact same thing as you. I used X potion or mega potions galore. I used
Like
almost my
crazy.
entire inventory the first time I fought Dyne. And I didn't die either. I was just like you, but it took me a very long time. And I remember feeling unsatisfied. I just thought, that was a terrible fight.
That's exactly how I felt.
And I had to use all my consumables, which is, I guess, is a good thing because I'm hoarding consumables and I never use them in games.
Yeah, it's like, when do you ever use them, really? But
so it made me use them.
But it does make you feel like, wow, at least I won, but the victory is not celebrated.
right.
It's kind of like, that sucked.
And it was a very anti-intuitive fight. Like, you had two range fighters, right? So you're trying to hide behind debris, but in order for you to hit him, you have to expose yourself, right?
Yeah.
Which then
Right.
you get hit in the counter. So it's, at least in story mode for me, right? I was like, what am I supposed to do here other than just chip away from him slowly over the course of, it's like the thing in Star Wars that digests you over 10,000 years.
Yeah, it felt like that.
It was that kind of a fight.
I'm looking forward to the people in the comments who just have mastered this fight.
And good for you.
And they say, oh,
that is not us.
You need to use slow materia or stop him and then blow him up with fire.
But he's immune to everything. Like,
he's not immune to stop. I actually stopped him.
Oh, he's not?
Yeah. See, I always feel like there's some weird strategy that someone online has mastered.
That we just don't catch on until.
And they'll say, like, this is how you beat Dyne, right? And I'm sure that they know all the mechanics and they can dodge every attack. So, anyway, if you're out there in the comments, please tell us what we did wrong on the Dyne fight. Because for us, it was a slog and we hated it.
But don't be the actually person. Actually.
Yeah, don't be that way.
If you would have just done this easy thing, just.
Yeah, I need to get my glasses. Actually.
Yeah, don't be that person because those people are annoying, whether they're right or not.
Anyway, those are my thoughts on the fight. So.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard. I will say, though, that the ideas and the themes about Barret and Dyne, to me, in the fight are really interesting. And I know, Spencer, you were fast forwarding through them because you were super irritated and like didn't want to watch them over and over again, which I totally understand. But the first time through,
the first time I played it, I didn't fast forward it. Yeah,
they're interesting. Like, Barret is basically fighting in self-defense, but he also doesn't want to kill his opponent. So it's a unique dynamic that's not the same as other boss fights, right? Because he wants to win by surviving, but he doesn't want to actually kill the thing he's fighting, right? Or the person he's fighting.
Maybe that's why it took so long. The developers were like, we're not going to let your damage do as much because Barrett's holding back. He's not trying to kill
Maybe.
Dyne.
I don't know.
I don't think that's true. But
like, Barret was saying things like,
forgive me.
And come on.
You can do this. You can still save him.
He's talking to himself, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah.
And then Dyne kind of bounces between not having a sound mind.
The best of friends together again. Ain't it beautiful?
And saying things like,
Eleanor, Marlene, I can't remember.
And then like bouncing into full rage mode, where he's like maniacally saying he's gonna kill Barret.
I'm gonna kill you, burn you backstabbing son of a bitch! Why won't you die?
Like, it's just very interesting dialogue between the two. And then there was another interesting line from Barret when he asks Dyne. He says,
what have you done to yourself, man?
That's the one where I was like, exactly, what happened here? How did we even get to
We all want to know.
I don't think he's talking. I mean, maybe he's referring to his physical condition, but to me, it was like more of an emotional, mental condition. Could probably be a combination of all of it. But to me, this line of dialogue really shines a spotlight on how one pivotal moment in somebody's life can affect two people completely differently, right? Depending on circumstances of both of them. So like, think about it, right? Outside of the fight, before all of this, both of these men lost their families to the same tragedy. Both of them even lost their arms and decided to get guns instead of arms.
You got a gun arm too? Me too. Check it
out. Yeah, they're both from Texas, so that's.
Oh, are they Texas people?
Yeah.
I thought it was Corel, but okay.
As a matter of fact, Barrett's name for me actually is kind of cool because The Barret 50 cal rifle is one of my favorite rifles of all time. And he just happens to have an arm that's sort of that.
And that honestly could have influenced the naming of Barret, because Japan and Square tend to name things very literally after different objects. I was having this thought too. Aerith with a TH, this is kind of a tangent. Aerith with a TH. Apparently, she was named Aerith instead of Eris or Ares or whatever from the original game. They changed it slightly because it's supposed to sound like Earth.
Earth. Yeah, she's connected to the planet.
And then if you think about that, who is protecting her?
Cloud.
Cloud. So you got Sky and you've got Earth together. And you know they're trying to do something with that. Anyway.
And then there's Tifa.
And then there's Tifa, who I don't know.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know what a Tifa is. I don't know. So yeah, so to your point, Barret is a weapon, right? But think back on these two characters. Like both of them lost their arms. Both of them thought the other person was dead. But where Barret found meaning and a reason to move on through this little baby, Marlene, Dyne was alone to basically seethe in these events of the past without a purpose. He did not find that purpose because he thought Marlene, who was his own, was dead. And then the result was bitterness, rage, and the loss of sanity, right? So we've got two men who are both good men, one pivotal moment with two completely different outcomes.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Which I think is really interesting. And that really plays out throughout all these scenes with Dyne from the moment we untie him, even throughout the fight, which was really interesting.
Yeah,
it does. As a matter of fact, now that I think back on it, that you mentioned that, the Lovecraftian horror, right? The theming around that is loss of sanity. So the fact that he ended up with a tentacle Magneto arm sort of plays into that whole H.P. Lovecraft way of approaching this kind of stuff. Now, I know you're going to accuse me of reading that into it, and the writers did not intend that, but...
Well, no,
I agree with that.
There is something there, like, to say about the tone of what's happening. Like, it may not make logical sense in the actual events happening in the plot, but the tone...
But it's like a visceral reaction that happens. Right. Like, when you see that happen, you're like, he is really messed up.
Yeah, it just takes you out of the story because it's so blatant, right? But to your point, I think they're trying to play the tone there, and the tone actually works.
And there was something I put in my notes because I wanted to ask you about it, because, you know, you always comment on, like, the authenticity of the acting and all this kind of stuff. And I'm not going to complain about Dyne's performance, but to me, there was a mismatch there, and I can't put my finger on it. I feel like maybe the animation wasn't in sync with the actor, the voice actor or whatever, but I could understand what they were trying to convey. The anger, the resentment, the, you know, loss of life, the loss of sanity, like it all was there and it was very raw, but it felt disconnected.
Interesting.
From the character in the game, and I can't put my finger on it. It just came off as like inauthentic to me, the entire thing, and I can't figure out why.
That's interesting. And I actually do have opinions about the Dyne voice actor, because at first I wasn't super bought into it either, and it was because of the authenticity. Okay, so before all these scenes, I wasn't completely in love with the voice actor. Like during the flashback scenes, I thought he was good, but there was this raspy gruffness I felt that was inauthentic.
Are we gonna let some city slickers tell us our coal is worthless?
And that was, you know, like...
We can't just abandon the mines.
That's the thing, is like...
I sound just like him.
We can't just abandon the mines. Not after our fathers and grandfathers risked their lives to maintain them.
Just say it like a normal person. Like, we can't just abandon the mines. Like, why do you have to have this, like, we can't just abandon the mines? Like, that part felt like it was very forced caricature almost to me. But honestly, that voice actor was probably instructed to sound like that, maybe by producers or something like that. Maybe it was a personal preference or a choice that the actor made. I don't think that worked. I think it made him seem less authentic. But when it came to this whole scene, I ended up like forgiving it, and other scenes as well.
Yeah, I came around. I was a little skeptical at first.
I came around.
But like I said, this was the most invested I had been into this point, and I didn't think about the acting.
Which is good. You don't want to.
At the culmination. Right. But before...
Yeah, if you're thinking about the acting, that usually means the acting isn't great. Right? But with this whole scene, I think he did a pretty good job, and with other scenes as well, like after we defeat him, especially too, because there's so many acting beats in these scenes that he plays. So I would say props to the actor. Now, let me tell you a little bit about what these acting beats are, right? So acting beats are moments when a character's motivation changes, okay? So character's motivation and emotion changes. And he, in these scenes, is emotionally all over the place, right? He's got to play an unstable mind. So his motivations are constantly changing. Those are all acting beats. Like, at first, he's so defeated that he's calmly hallucinating.
Bless your heart, dropping by for Eleanor's birthday.
He's almost happy, but then he snaps into this rage when he sees Cloud's Shinra outfit.
Hey. Hell's his kind doing here? You son of a bitch. Still living on Shinra's gill.
And that's what makes him go crazy, and you have to fight him. And then he goes giddy with anger and exasperation, and he like openly laughs.
You here to help me? He's here for you, to take the load off your shoulders, right? Same old shit.
And then he's like threatening, only to refuse to take Barrett's life later.
What? No wise words? Coward. When the going gets tough, he's gone.
I mean, he's all over the place.
Yeah.
All over the place. And those acting beats are hard to play for an actor. So even though I wasn't bought into like the raspiness and there was something kind of missing there with the authenticity, the fact that he could play those beats all back to back kind of won me over, and I was invested in the scene. So in the end, like Spencer said, I came around. I looked at the actor too, because I was curious about him. So I'm glad you asked. His name is Dave Benjamin Mitchell.
David.
Yeah, Dave. And when I looked him up, he's best known, it looks like, for playing Knuckles in a lot of the Sonic the Hedgehog video games and animated TV shows over the last 5 years. So,
which Sonic shows?
I don't remember him.
The only reason I ask is because our son is really into Sonic right now. So I may have been listening to Dave.
I don't think it was the Netflix ones.
Okay.
But he is the voice of Knuckles in a lot of the video games that have come out recently, and some other like animated stuff as well.
That's awesome.
I was investigating some strange ruins when I was transported here, then got trapped.
Literally for Halloween, our 5-year-old dictated that he was going to be Sonic, our 2-year-old was going to be Tails, I was going to be Amy, and Spencer was Dr. Robotnik.
I'm Eggman.
I'm like, he can't be Knuckles? No, he's Dr. Robotnik.
And they still call me Eggman to this day.
Yeah, they do. They're like, look, it's you, Dad.
When they start playing their little Sonic make-believe, they just start hitting me. Oh, what's the matter? Oh, I'm just being Sonic and you're Eggman.
Awesome.
So we've probably heard this guy's voice in our house as Knuckles. And he's also had roles in some other recognizable titles. Apparently, and I don't know these characters. I don't know if they're huge. I don't think they are. Klaus in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Abyssian in World of Warcraft. Ares in Fortnite Chapter 5.
Okay.
I think Yuffie's voice actor is also in Fortnite Chapter 5. Somebody was, so they can be friends. Victor in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Sector in Mortal Kombat 1. Bebop in the 2023 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, right? I remember Bebop and Rocksteady from my day, right? And so on. So he's been working pretty consistently over the last 15 years. Most of his roles have been supporting roles, aside from Knuckles, which is kind of a main role. And I would say, given his ability to play all of these different acting beats, he did win me over as Dyne, although I would have loved to hear him maybe without that forced, I'll use the word forced, gruffness, raspiness, which, again, might not have been his fault. He might have been told he needed to do that.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Gladio from Final Fantasy 15.
That's just a scratch. The other guy got off a lot worse.
Gladio,
yeah.
If you know his voice actor, and sorry to go on a tangent, but Gladio's voice actor, he did Junkrat in Overwatch, and Junkrat is this crazy, high-pitched, mousy character.
Really?
Yeah.
Right! The gold! No point in blowing it up.
And then you have Gladio's voice.
I went up against the High Commander and got my ass handed to me. I didn't stand a chance. And I never will unless I get more power.
And it just feels like
okay.
They're like, lower your register and talk like...
They're caricaturing him.
Noct, I can't believe that you would do this. You know, and the whole game just sounds like Gladio's just... Yeah, I didn't love it.
Yeah, who do you think it is?
He's a talented voice actor, but yeah.
Yeah, but usually when you make an actor change their timbre, like the way that they sound away, like too far away from their normal sounding voice, it usually will come across as less authentic the further away you get from that voice, right?
Right.
And so I'm a big authenticity fan, so I would rather cast somebody who has the raspy voice than cast somebody who doesn't have a raspy voice and try to make them sound raspy.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's hard to do. So I'm glad you brought that up, Ernest. Thank you for giving me a moment to talk about one of my favorite subjects.
Yeah, it was weird. And it could have just been the fact that like that fight was so odd and off that like I started noticing other things that were odd and off.
Yeah.
But this was the first time where I was like, this doesn't seem right. Like to me, it was more like the animation of the character did not match what the voice actor was doing.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
With the character.
That never pulled me out in that way.
I don't know if that just adds to his kind of insane nature, because there's times when the animation is really cooking.
He's like throwing his head back.
And he's like,
yeah.
And he's got twitchy eyes. And he's, Can we talk about the time when he's just mowing down Shinra soldiers?
We're going to talk through that because there's more story stuff to happen.
Yeah.
But because when Barret finally defeats Dyne, it then triggers this elaborate series of more cutscenes, right? So you beat the boss, more cutscenes come, and Dyne is then, he's like breathing heavily. Now think about the acting beats too as I talk through this, like how many changes even here, right? Dyne, he's breathing heavily, and Barret at this point, because you've won, Barret is pointing his gun arm at Dyne. And then again, Dyne encourages Barret to just shoot him.
Get on with it.
But Barret refuses because he doesn't want to kill his friend, and he lowers his gun.
No, Dyne. It's over.
And that puts Dyne into another rage.
Over? You think this is over? This ain't even close to over!
And that's an acting beat. That's another change in motivation. And he ends up holding his gun up to Barret and saying it's not over. And this time it's Barret who looks really deflated. He's not.
Like he's not going to fight back this time. He's kind of done.
Exactly. And Barret says,
then end it. Kill me. I can't live like this anymore.
And I feel like he's being completely honest. Like, go ahead and kill me. If that's what's meant to happen, that'll be my destiny or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, I want to pause here because there's something I want to ask, right? So I saw this moment and I saw where that happened. And I understand, like, from the context of where we are in the story and exactly what's going on right here, Barrett's obviously in that headspace. But what I'm wondering is what happened to his entire, like, man about the mission and saving the planet and going after Sephiroth, this big thing, right? That is much bigger than him, bigger than Dyne, bigger than this entire dynamic. It's almost like that entire thing got shoved aside in this moment.
You know, and what I would say to that, because that is a good point. Well, first of all, the original game, actually the party starts arguing with Barret when he starts to talk like this, like it's hopeless and I deserve to die or whatever. And they say, like, you still have this big mission. What about your mission, right? So in the original game, they address that more head on. In this game, I took it like this relationship with Dyne is so important and so critical that it trumps everything else, right? This is the father of the daughter he is raising. Right? This is his old best friend. This is somebody who witnessed horrendous things along with Barret. So I think, like, while the mission is important, this is personal and important. And that's what makes it more important here.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we fully break his hard exterior shell.
Yeah.
This is when we see Barret as most vulnerable. And we talk about him removing the sunglasses.
Does he have his sunglasses off?
Yeah, they're off.
They're off, yeah, the whole time. But it's when we really see Barret in his most vulnerable and raw state.
Totally.
So I don't have a problem with that. I get what you're saying, your critique or the question you have, Ernest. But I think that, like, man on a mission really is core to who Barret is, but I think his true self is coming out now because I think a lot of it is an act. Even all through Remake when he's like, give me the cameras, like, put them on me, like we're going to take you down.
We need to talk victory poses. Something coordinated for the live on camera finish. Could blow up big, start a new trend.
I think he believes what he's saying when he's fighting Shinra, right? Because of Shinra took everything from him. But this is a glimpse back into the past when Barret wasn't this person. You know, you get to see Barret
before the mission,
before the tragedy.
This is core Barret.
This is who he was for the majority of his life. And he's being brought back to that person when he's with Dyne, when he remembers not just Dyne, but Marlene and his wife and Dyne's family.
What's even crazier to me, though, is like when that other reactor blew up near their hometown, which is what triggered this entire series of events and where we are right now.
Yeah.
You would think that a reactor blowing up to Barret would be like the worst thing ever because it ruined his entire life. Yet you start Final Fantasy VII blowing up a reactor.
That's true.
And it's like, how do we get to this point, right? It's an interesting like juxtaposition in that context.
I get what you're saying, but the reactor blowing up, it was a tragic thing and happened to be near him, right? So it's like, yeah, I get what you're saying. It could be a thing where he could be causing that tragedy to happen to many other people.
To other
right?
people. And that's exactly what happened, right?
Kind of.
Right.
But the intention was that the bomb would be smaller in the time that he blew it up so that it would only affect Shinra's operations. It would not affect more than that.
Think you might have overdone it?
I followed the instructions to the letter. Maybe it triggered a reaction with the Mako?
But because that whole like scorpion boss came down and then they had their own weapons shoot up the rest of the reactor, that's what caused...
Yeah, they make it more devastating.
Yeah, that's what ended up causing the fires and the explosions above ground that they could then blame on Avalanche, so...
But I think the whole point is like there's a shift that happens in Barret. So I don't think he's thinking like I'm going to cause tragedies and despair to happen to other people and they're going to turn into people like me.
No, that's my point. He's not thinking that, right? But it's interesting that in that thought process wasn't like, if I blow up this reactor, we know how Shinra reacts to blown up reactors. They try to dispose of evidence.
Which is exactly what they ended up doing.
Unidentified intruders have detonated a bomb inside Mako Reactor 1. Multiple explosions have been confirmed, as well as ongoing fire.
Exactly. That's my point. It was like, wow, okay.
So you're right. It's like, did he not foresee that it wasn't going to work the way they wanted?
Yeah, it is an interesting thought that he would just go and do the thing that kind of uprooted his entire life.
To somebody else, and then multiple times over. It's like, well, okay.
But I think he's like, the greater good is to just get rid of all this stuff, sucking up Mako. I trusted in Mako once and it ruined my whole life. Let's get rid of all this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, he feels deflated at this point because I think it's beyond even his most vulnerable. I think this is the point where he realizes that he's not going to be able to save Dyne. So it's either him or Dyne.
Sure.
And he would rather it be him.
Yeah, he's not going to pull the trigger. He's not going to, which is funny because we've been shooting him for the past 20 minutes.
Yeah. I think he still thinks he can save Dyne, but maybe he's willing to give up his own life to do it. So he's being really selfless in this moment, right? Like,
which would be a messianic scene.
While he's also kind of depressed about the blame that he's carrying.
I don't agree. I think he's defeated in this moment. I don't think he's willing to give up his life. I think he sees Dyne and he's like, man, come on. Because he's sad. I mean, he's never going to, kill him.
Well, he tells Dyne, you can go ahead and kill me.
Kill me. I can't live like this anymore.
I understand that he's
right. And so I think it's a sacrifice. I think Barrett's like, go ahead and kill me. If that's what it takes for you to find peace, go ahead and kill me. And he even like detaches his gun and he drops it on the ground and he's like, I can't live like this anymore.
But I think that's him saying, I can't live like this anymore because it's like all these memories are coming back, all this stuff, right?
Everything's too harsh.
Yeah, I don't think that he thinks just like if Dyne kills him, that Dyne's going to suddenly become this upstanding guy.
No, I don't think he thinks that, but maybe if there's that slight chance of healing, that could be just weighing in as part of this, right? The other part is just like he's destitute. It could be a lot of emotions playing at the same time. I think it's possible.
It's all interesting. This is what's cool about this part is that it's
right. It's emotional.
It's emotional, and whatever the story takes with them, I'm totally invested.
Me too. And at this point, so Tifa, who's still behind the fence, she sees what's happening because she sees that Barret is at gunpoint and not fighting back anymore. And so she calls out to Barret in concern. And then Barret still, again, yells for her to stay away because it's more important to Barret that he do this alone and that this resolves alone than it is that he stay alive even. It's more important than his life.
I can't live like this anymore.
Barret!
Stay away!
It's almost like an honor thing in that way, or taking responsibility, I would say. This is his responsibility.
Yeah, but he also has to realize what the ultimate outcome is, right? So let's play the devil's advocate here. Let's assume that Dyne kills Barret, right, in a rage. Dyne is the next one that's going to get killed by the rest of the party. So
maybe
if that happens, there is no salvation moment. Everybody gets wiped out.
But I don't think that they would kill Dyne. I think out of respect for Barret, they would try to resolve things peacefully, honestly, even if he killed Barret.
I think Cloud would just wipe him out and move on. But
maybe.
I could be mistaken.
I feel like they wouldn't, but...
So here's the real question. This one's for Spencer.
Yeah.
If it went down that way, if Dyne took Barret out, who would be the one most likely to kill Dyne in retribution? Would it be Tifa or Aerith?
Stop. You just want to bring up Aerith and Tifa.
I'm giving you the softball.
I don't think either of them would kill Dyne.
Neither of them would kill Dyne. If anyone was going to kill him, it'd probably be Cloud.
Yeah.
That was my thought. That Cloud would come and in one swoop of the sword would cut him in half and then would literally just turn around and be like, anyway, we have a mission.
Nice.
But I don't even think Cloud would kill him.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I mean, yeah.
I don't.
I think Tifa's really in tune. So in that moment, she's concerned for Barret, and she's the one that's spent the most time with him.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very close friend of hers, and she's watching what could ultimately become an execution.
She's a very close friend of Barret, but she only knows Barret. She knows a little bit of Barret's backstory because of Marlene. And so she gets to see when Barret is the vulnerable, loving father.
Yeah.
But she's still...
But she hasn't even known the backstory behind Marlene.
She doesn't know his past.
She just knows that Marlene exists and that he takes care of her.
So like Marlene is there, he takes care of her, and she sees all that loving, doting father. But he also is the leader of Avalanche in this Splinter Cell.
There's so much story that just spilled out of a bucket here.
Yeah.
In this scene.
It's a lot.
I'm drinking it up, man. I'm like through a smoothie-sized straw. I'm like, I love it all.
It was just like, wow, okay.
It's some of the greatest cutscene character story moments in the game to this point. It probably is the best up to this point.
Yeah.
This was a good series of scenes.
I think some of the ones with Sephiroth earlier and Hojo's lab were pretty good, but this one was right up there. Yeah.
Well, those are in remake, though.
I don't care about Sephiroth as much as I care about Barret.
Right.
So this is why I'm most invested, because it's like, this is my leader. This is my bro. Like, I'd do anything for Barret. He's got this heart of gold, but it's this rough exterior.
Yes.
So when we see Barret in this vulnerable state, it's hard for me to watch, but it's so fascinating.
So Barret tells Tifa to stay back. And then Dyne laughs about having Barret in his crosshairs. Again, another acting beat.
Mm-hmm.
Barret!
Stay away! You'd like that, wouldn't you? A way out. But where's that leave me? Huh?
And then Dyne smacks Barret across the face with his gun, and he knocks Barret to his knees. And then Dyne, starts violently kicking what I thought was Barret. Because it's off camera what he's kicking, and it looks like he just knocked Barret over, and he's just kicking. And I think the developers wanted us to assume that he was kicking Barret, but then the camera pulls back, and it shows he's just kicking Barret's gun. But even the sound effects, if you're kicking a gun, you'd hear a lot more metal sound effects.
I thought you wanted to help your own buddy.
I think they toned down the metal and just made it more generic thumps on purpose because they want you to be like, oh my gosh, is he kicking Barret, and have that emotional response? Oh no, he's not.
That would have been crazy. I mean, even the kicking of Barret's gun is like, okay.
Yeah, it's still pretty.
He's just losing it.
He's going crazy again, right?
It's effective.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
And then Dyne grabs Barret's head and points the gun at him point blank. And he says,
"What? No wise words?"
Finally, Dyne throws Barret down, chooses not to shoot him, which is interesting, turns away, and then he looks back at Barret and he calls him a coward.
Coward. When the going gets tough, he's gone.
There's so many moments where he changes motivations here, you guys.
Yeah.
And Barret doesn't protest still. I mean, rather he just quietly affirms that Dyne is right. And that's when this intense, soft music kicks in to help paint the emotion of the scene. And you can tell that it's going to start coming to a conclusion between the two of them at some point now.
When the going gets tough, he's gone.
Yeah, you're right. About everything. I should have never believed him.
Because remember, I'm a huge advocate for amazing music, and I think the Final Fantasy composers are incredibly talented. They are some of my favorites ever. But one of the arts to creating any kind of narrative like this, whether it be a video game or a film, is to not only know when to play what kind of music to complement the scene without drawing too much attention to itself, but it's also when not to play music. And these scenes, they left music out for a lot of these cut scenes because they wanted them to be raw and emotional. And I think that was the right choice.
Yeah, it worked really well.
Yeah. So once that music kicks in, Barret then takes the opportunity to explain to Dyne where he's coming from. He actually tries to reason with him. He says he was wrong to believe in Shinra. He thought that the money they offered would change their lives.
And it did.
Yeah, he thought it was going to change them for a little bit better.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was right, just not the way he wanted.
Just the wrong kind of change, right?
Yeah.
I should have never believed him. But that money... thought it'd change our lives.
Well, it changed them all right. You know, I can hear her now. Eleanor. As clear as day. Begging me to stop. Give you the benefit of the doubt. Saying you ain't done nothing wrong. But then who's gonna answer for what happened? Oh, I know. Shinra! Always Shinra!
And in that moment, he goes through multiple different emotions, and the always Shinra, he just goes crazy. And he starts firing into the distance. And this is the moment you were talking about, Spencer, because there's Shinra troopers who apparently have appeared standing on top of the debris circling kind of this area, the debris on the barricade. And Dyne hits a few, and some of them start to return fire, and then Cloud and our party help take out the rest of these Shinra troopers. And while Dyne is shooting, he's smiling, because at this point, he knows he has nothing to lose. I think he can see the end at this point of his suffering, and he knows this is all going to be over really soon. And there also might be a touch of mania still there. It's just very interesting how they play so many different emotional levels.
This scene right here is what I termed simultaneously his Kefka Palazzo moment, but also the Old Yeller moment.
See, two completely different emotional states all in one.
Right. So like everything leading up to this, it's almost like an animal with rabies, right? So you think of Old Yeller, right?
Here's the heartwarming story of a mischievous, fun-loving Old Yeller dog and his amazing adventure.
Me, as the viewer, get to the point where it's like, okay, I realize where this is going. We're going to have to take Dyne behind the barn and put him out of his misery because this is not going to fix itself. He's basically rabid.
And for those who are younger than us, which is probably a lot of people.
Yeah.
I'm even a little too young for Old Yeller.
Old Yeller was a really sad movie from like the 80s, I think. Maybe it was the 90s.
It was the 80s.
About a dog who was amazing and I think saved humans' lives and then ended up getting rabies and they had to put it down. And it's famous for being incredibly sad.
It's incredibly brutal and real, right? So like as someone who grew up in Texas, this is the reality. At least when I was a kid. Now, obviously nowadays things are handled much differently, but if you were out in the country and you had an animal that got bit and got rabies, this was what happened to them, right? Anyway, that was kind of where we were with Dyne at this point. He was rabid. There was no way to save him. And someone, whoever it was going to have to put him out of his misery.
But Barret wasn't willing to do it.
Barret wasn't willing to do it, right? And so,
I don't think he was ever going to do it, no matter what.
I agree.
That was actually one of the lessons of Old Yeller is like the little boy didn't want the dog to die, obviously, right? But unfortunately, you reach these moments where like there is only one correct answer. It's incredibly difficult, but it needs to be done.
But I think like the difference with Old Yeller, though, is that if Barret had been the owner of that dog, he would not have killed the dog. He would have rather been killed by the dog that had rabies.
Exactly.
Barret is not going to put this dog down, right?
Yeah. And so in Old Yeller, the father had to take the responsibility, right? And do what needed to be done because obviously the son couldn't or wouldn't do it.
Which shows his love for Dyne.
Which makes perfect sense.
They're best friends and it does work, but doesn't Dyne even know that he's just like lost? Doesn't he comment? He's like, I know what I need to do.
But I just can't do it. Yeah, okay.
I just can't do it.
That's next. Okay.
Okay.
So,
I don't know if he says something like that, but he knows that he's gone, that he's lost.
And then so the second half is the Kefka Palazzo moment, right? Where it's at this point, his rage has fully taken over and he sees his moment where he can achieve two things at once, which is I can take out Shinra, which is what he's been trying to do since the incident.
Yeah, he's like giddy to shoot those soldiers.
Yeah.
But he also knows that this is his exit at the same time, right? So it's like that self-realization moment where he's gone full Kefka. And I think for him, where he was at this point in his life, in his mental state, this was what he was looking for all along, and he finally got it.
Cool.
That's probably part of the reason why he's smiling through all of this. And it's interesting, though, because Barret actually tackles Dyne. to the ground and covers him as the troopers shoot at them, which is a pretty selfless act on Barret's part because Barret's like, okay, he's trying to do suicide by cop at this point or something to that equivalent, right?
Sure.
And so he tries to cover him, but lucky for both of them, by the way. The Shinra troopers might as well be stormtroopers at this point because none of them can land a hit.
This is what I can never get, like, in any of this.
But, like, Barret's huge, and he's, like, not that far away from the barricade, and they can't hit him at all at this point. And then Cloud takes them all out anyway, so the bullets eventually do stop. And then Dyne has this, like, moment of recognition that you talked about a second ago, Spencer. He says,
"What's wrong with me? All the lives I took just to fill the hole in my heart, just to fill the void they left. I want to see them again, and I know what I need to do, but I can't. I just can't." Eleanor and Marlene are waiting for me, but I can't bring myself to join them.
I think that part is so good.
Now, this whole thing here, I don't know. It says a few different things to me. First, he's acknowledging that what he's doing is wrong. He's in a moment where his mind is not as crazy for just a brief second.
What's wrong with me? All the lives I took.
And that the reason that he had done all these horrible things is because he felt empty inside after losing his family. And he thought that revenge was the only thing that could bring him any relief. He's acknowledging this in this moment.
Yeah. Just to fill the hole in my heart. Just to fill the void they left.
It's the motivation behind the next line that can be interpreted a couple of different ways. And I'm not 100% sure on what the intentions of the writer was. But when he says,
"I want to see them again, and I know what I need to do, but I can't. I just can't." Eleanor and Marlene are waiting for me, but I can't bring myself to join them.
So to me, it appears like he's saying that he knows he needs to die to see his family again because he thinks they're dead, right?
Yeah.
So that part's easy. But he can't bring himself to either kill himself or even let himself be killed, which then my question would be, why can't he bring himself to die after all that has happened in his mental state? Like, does he feel a moral obligation to continue living for them? Or is this more about staying alive so he continue the revenge he knows is wrong? It's a really interesting monologue.
I think it's the latter. I took it as the only way to join them is to die, as you said. And he cannot, for whatever reason, kill himself. So his only option is what ended up happening in this scene, which was the suicide by cop situation, where he's able to deal the damage that he wants to deal and be taken out in the process.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just wondering why he can't bring himself to do that thing.
He cannot willingly do it to himself. So his only option to get out is
suicide by cop.
What he ends up doing here. Yeah.
But I think that's him being reckless. I think he's gone insane. I think he's so anti-Shinra. His mission is to tear them down as much as he can. And so if he can't do it himself, he's going to go on this path of destruction until he's wiped out and he can wipe out as many Shinra. I think that's what he's been doing all along.
He's like a kamikaze mission.
I mean, he's in the Gold Saucer. What brought him there? He's shooting up a bunch of people.
And maybe just nobody happened to shoot back. And he was like, oh, I guess I keep going.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go until it ends up being that way.
I think that's fair.
We don't know what his backstory is up until this point.
Yeah.
We don't really know how he ended up getting his gun arm.
We don't know a lot about him.
We thought he died when he falls down that ravine or that gorge or whatever.
That huge gorge. Like, how did he survive that gorge fall?
I definitely feel like his statement about all the lives lost.
Yeah.
All the lives I took just to fill the hole in my heart.
I don't think he's talking about Shinra. I think he's talking about the innocent people that got caught in the crossfire.
His reckless path.
Yeah, because he just was after Shinra in a bloodlust, right?
Yeah.
And again, I think at this point, it clicks in his mind. Like he sees the opportunity to have a win-win situation in his mind.
Yeah.
And he goes for it.
And he goes for it happily, giddy almost, right?
Yeah. Kafka-esque.
But Kafka, I don't want to compare him too closely to Kafka because Kafka was evil to his core and was a total psychopath.
Well, yeah.
Dyne was a good person who snapped and didn't have redemption.
But Kafka was a good person to start.
Was he?
That's what's so beautiful about the Kafka character.
Oh, see, I don't remember his backstory, really.
Yeah, so that's the thing. He was tortured and experimented on.
I need to go back and play it.
And that's what ended up turning him into what became Kefka Palazzo.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, and then he had that tragic arc afterwards, right? That kind of nihilism about him.
Oh, that made him crazy. I just don't remember that. That's okay. That makes it more interesting and comparable.
And that's almost what Dyne had here, right? Like this was a traumatic and torturing scenario that turned him psychotic. Not the same, but similar to Kefka.
Yeah, it's like the hint of Kefka, that glimpse.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that monologue that he gives was really interesting to me. However, it can be exactly interpreted.
Yeah.
Would you say the writers were masterful in their writing?
You know, I'm just going to cut that out because it's obnoxious.
Oh, it's so good.
Because
I just want you to compliment the writers. That's all.
We are complimenting them. We're talking about how it's good.
That's what I do through this game. I talk about how much I love the characters. I talk about how much I love the scenes.
We just don't spell it out.
You know, it's obviously good writing in that way. The problem is that they're not good all the time like you think they are. They're not magicians who wave a wand and everything is perfect. And so that's why I have to criticize them, whether you like it or agree or not.
I'm fine with it. You criticize them all you want.
All right.
I don't even know who they are. I'm just saying, like, they're good.
No, I think that the writers, especially with the character moments, I think the writers get the character moments right a lot of times. Sometimes not all the time. My problems are more with big plot decisions than just little writing moments.
Stuff that should be fleshed out before you do any of that stuff.
Yeah, because my favorite part about Final Fantasy, I collect all the figurines. I'm making this podcast about it. My favorite part is the way that the characters are written. Mm-hmm. That is my favorite part about every Final Fantasy. It's the party and the characters and the relationships. That's what drives me to really like these because, as you know, I dislike so many of these endings, but I keep playing and loving these games. Why? It's because of the characters.
It's called Stockholm Syndrome. There's a proper term for it.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah. If you play JRPGs and you enjoy them, you have Stockholm Syndrome. But even at this scene, right, where you get to this crescendo moment, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
We're pivoting now to even more character development and depth of the story.
We are. So Barret is covering Dyne and protected him from the really bad stormtrooper shots. And that's when Barret drops the bomb on Dyne that Marlene is alive.
Eleanor and Marlene are waiting for me, but I can't bring myself to join them.
Marlene, she's alive.
That causes another acting beat, right, for Dyne. That's a moment where he understandably looks quite stunned to hear that. And then Barret pulls a picture of Marlene out of his pocket.
Just turned 4. She's in Midgar.
And Dyne grabs the photo and pushes away from Barret, and he smiles at the photo.
Look at that. She's got her mommy's eyes. Hair, too.
It's like so sad.
Yeah, this was the moment where I looked at it and I was like, you couldn't have led with this, Barret? Like, this is when you do it now?
I think he couldn't have led with it, though, because Dyne was acting crazy right at the beginning. And how do you tell a crazy person something true and have them digest it?
Hell, Marlene, set a place for Barret.
Marlene, she's alive.
Well, it's true. When Dyne has that moment where he's like, what am I doing? It feels like...
Then it was a moment of realization.
I'm finally connecting with the original Dyne.
Right.
And so now Barrett's like, look.
He's in the real world, so now it's his moment. Exactly. So then Barret continues to explain what happened.
After everything went down, I didn't know what to do. Myrna was dead. And I figured you were too. All I had was guilt and regret, and the weight of it was too much. But Marlene gave me the strength to carry on. She nearly died that day. House was about to come down when I heard her crying. And ever since, she's been my reason to get up in the morning.
And I want to go back to that strong theme there. So I totally believe in this theme. I think it's an awesome theme. I love that the writers put this in here because it's really good.
Marlene gave me the strength to carry on.
That's the theme of the value that you have for yourself when you serve somebody else, right? So especially somebody who's relying on you and how it can bring real meaning and real purpose to somebody's life, right? So A perfect example of this, and the literal example of this in this game even, is raising children, right? Mm-hmm. They require incredible sacrifice, but they bring a lot of joy and a lot of purpose beyond just about anything else. And honestly, it's joy and purpose that you don't know about until you experience it. So people who don't have kids, and remember, I didn't have my first kid until I was pretty old. So I was not a mother for a very long time. And I never really quite understood. And some people who don't have kids might even be completely annoyed when somebody's like, you should have kids. It brings you joy and purpose. And it's like, okay, well, my dog brings me joy and purpose. I had dogs and I thought that way. You cannot know until you have children the joy and purpose that they bring into your lives. And that's why your annoying friends who have children talk about it all the time, because it's so true. And there's no way that like, you can know unless you experience it. Like, it's just, the dog is not the same thing. I love my dog. I ran with my dog. I was like, my dogs are like my obsession before I had kids. I had kids. It was crazy how much they got pushed aside. Like,
we still have dogs.
It was not even the same. And I know some people are going to get all pissy about this, and I don't care because you don't know. Sorry. But it goes back. And one thing you can know, and you do know, and we all probably have witnessed in one way or another, is just how fulfilling and purposeful you can feel when you serve somebody else to a strong degree. And that's what's happening here, right? Because Barret found this little baby, and he literally raised this baby from a baby, like carried him on his back, made sure she's taken care of and got food when they had nothing. He was focused on helping her. It kept him out of himself. It kept him out of, he didn't have to think about what was so horrible in his life because he was serving somebody else. It gave him purpose. And that can come from serving, any loved one, I think, which can be really big. And that helped him not be bitter and vengeful and rageful when his own friend had no such motivating driver. And you see how he turned out.
Yeah, well, I think that's such a good parallel, because when you say these are two people who had a choice to make, and one person chose to go one way and the other person went this way, Barret had something different that Dyne didn't have, right? Barret had Marlene. Dyne didn't have anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was the determining factor.
Yeah, and so it's like something to take care of. And I like the fact that Marlene isn't Barret's biological daughter.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be by blood.
So a lot of times when we say having kids will change your life, it doesn't have to be by blood. Me and Jolie have kids together, and it's the most amazing thing that I've ever done in my life. But there's many people who can't have kids, or there's people that Jolie.
maybe I'm biased because I'm miserable physically every day, and it has to be worth it in the end, right?
Right, but I do love this theme that sacrificing your own wants and needs to care for someone who's more vulnerable and needs you, and it actually leads to the happiness you didn't think you were going to have, right? Because you think about how your life could be better and all the trips you could go on and all the you could go out to eat and all that stuff. I haven't spent a night away from the kids.
I don't think ever.
And I've never have.
Oh yeah, you haven't. I have, because I have to go on work trips.
Anyway, I'm Mr. Mom at home and I take care of the kids, and Jolie's the one that's working. But so she goes on work trips, but I haven't spent a night away from the children, which is maybe crazy. Maybe that's TMI to like.
Well, a lot of us had a similar experience because of COVID, right?
That's when our kids were born.
I'm the same. Like, the few times I've been away from them, it's been because I was either on a work trip or at one of these gaming conventions, which is sort of like a work trip for this thing.
It's a good kind of work trip.
But wandering off into random places for time, that ends like pretty quickly after you have children.
It's so true. Your life changes. It takes immense sacrifice.
Right. But my point is, it's like there's all these fun things that you think you're missing out on, but you're not missing out.
Yeah.
It brings fulfillment and joy to your life. And I love that a game like Final Fantasy Rebirth
has a theme like that.
Is delving into these themes where it's like Barret is like, we collect figures and we're nerding and geeking out over his Gatling arm. But deep down inside, he's this loving father whose life was changed because he chose to sacrifice it for someone else, which is amazing.
I completely agree. And I completely agree with myself.
That's a surprise.
No, but I'll tell you. So again, I didn't have kids until I was later. And that's just one form of selfless sacrifice, right? There are other ways that you can sacrifice and get out there. You can go to like homeless shelters. You can work for nonprofit organizations and help other people. Like, there are fulfilling ways to sacrifice that can give you purpose in life. But I'll tell you also, I've done the hobnobbing with celebrities. I've been to the Hollywood parties. I've played short films that I've made at these big red carpet events, and I've been acknowledged as being successful in those ways. And I'll tell you, nothing we see in Lights, from my perspective, brought fulfillment like it does to sacrifice for somebody else. That's personal opinion, but I will preach it till I die because I found it to be so extremely true, having seen both sides so much.
Way to go, Japan, and Barret being such a good dad.
Good job, writers. Good job, Ernest.
Feel bad for you, Dyne.
I agree that definitely is a huge difference here, right? Like I could see where, Dyne had nothing. Literally, everything was taken from him. So his path was much different from Barrett's in that Barret wanted to live, but definitely led a faction of an eco-terrorism organization. So you could make the argument they both went down destructive paths, one better than the other.
Yeah, they both have their destructive issues.
Yes.
Anger management.
They both come with baggage.
Say that again.
So after Barret tells Dyne about Marlene, his first reaction is love for Marlene. You can see it in his face. But then it triggers another reaction, another acting beat, right? Another change in motivation, an emotional change, where suddenly Dyne starts accusing Barret of taking his baby girl away from him.
You took my baby girl from me. You knew she meant the world to me. You knew, and still you took her.
That's not true.
You took everything from me. Everything and everyone.
Dyne, we could go see Marlene right now.
So Barret sees him starting to unravel again, and he's like, wait, we can, he's trying to cut it off. Like, let's solve this issue by going to see Marlene.
And us as the viewers are like, just wait.
Go see Marlene.
You can go see Marlene, please.
Yes, like,
we all feel that way.
I was like, it's too late at this point. I'm sorry, dude.
I felt that way. I'm like, just go see Marlene.
I wanted him to go see Marlene too. I was like, come on, this can all be like resolved. You can start over. It's going to be hard, but you can do it, right?
Hold on, let me pause you right there. Remember, this is a JRPG. So we as the player and the viewer need to suffer. So that outcome was never a possibility.
You got to get over the JRPG suffering. I've played many JRPGs that don't make me suffer, Ernest. Maybe Final Fantasies, but...
Right, like Xenoblade Chronicles ends happy and stuff. Well, so I know that
a Final Fantasy JRPG player, you must suffer.
Yes, there is suffering, but it doesn't mean it has to happen at this very moment.
Sure.
Like there's plenty of suffering coming, right? Like in this moment, we were still, I think the gamer is optimistic potentially that there's hope, even though if you've played the original game, you know how this ends.
But you're not wrong to think that it's going to end tragically, Ernest. I agree.
Right.
Well, I just assume it's going to be a tragedy, and then if it's otherwise, I'm happily surprised.
I think that we assume that too, but we just have that tiny bit of hope, right?
But I guess maybe just my core is just like I want to believe that. I knew he wasn't going to go because I know the story.
No.
I know they're not going to go to Midgar and be like, hey.
But that's how you know the scenes are playing out well, is that even though you know how this is going to end,
I still want it to happen.
Your heart wants the alternative, right? So you're kind of stuck between both.
Meanwhile, Ernest is just this stone cold killer.
Killer? He murders people.
I'm sorry, Old Yeller. You were great. We loved you.
Try it again, sister. No Yeller will bust you wide open.
So Barret tries to calm him down and says, let's go see Marlene. And then Dyne has another emotional beat, and he ends up shedding a tear over the photo. You see the tear fall onto the photo. And then we see kind of a flashback looking video of Marlene, but I don't think it is a flashback. I think it's meant to be like a vision or a thought, like Dyne picturing what Marlene must be like now. He sees Marlene in his mind, and I felt like he was even feeling love for her and maybe even a little bit of gratitude that she was alive for the first time in years, even if it was just for a short moment. But then there's yet another emotional beat, and Dyne says,
"Look at me, Barret. You think I want Marlene to see what her father's become?
Stop.
With all this goddamn blood on my hands, how could I ever hold my daughter again?"
Do you see how every line or
switches.
series of lines out of him is totally different? Like he's bouncing all over the place.
Right. And this right here was like pulling in Shakespeare masterfully in the script.
How so?
The
blood on their hands?
Yeah, from which is the play where is it Hamlet?
Macbeth?
Macbeth, maybe? Yeah, I can't remember. But the whole like psyche thing with blood on the hands that you can't like wash it off. It was great pacing and great drawing in of other references into it. It's almost like you're watching his mental state slowly extinguish along with him.
Yeah, it's like falling apart. He's going back and forth.
It's also coming to a conclusion, you can tell.
Right.
And him saying, you know, how could I be worthy to hold my daughter? This is another tragedy on top of the tragedy that was on top of a tragedy with Dyne, right? So his wife is murdered, right? He thinks his daughter is murdered. His town is burned down. He nearly dies. He loses an arm. And then darkness takes over his mind and his heart too, and turns him into a murderer, basically. He kills innocent people. And then he finds out his daughter is actually alive and that maybe his life with her could have been different. And this was all unnecessary or preventable for the last 4 years. But now he's unworthy in his mind to interact with her. That is a ton, you guys. That's so much to deal with. And it's all very interesting and put in here really well. And this is the moment where Dyne decides to stop fighting because he's thinking about the idea of seeing his wife again. And I'm not sure if that's out of maybe the small bit of peace that he has now that he knows that Marlene is alive and taken care of. It's like, oh, that brings him maybe a sense of peace. I'm not really sure. Or if learning that like what he had done, if that would be like a final nail in his coffin, if like Marlene were to find that out. So now he's even more at peace with leaving this earth.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Or I think it's just a mix of everything, right? So Dyne then sees the troopers approaching behind Barret. So he leaps forward, pushes Barret out of the way, and then he like starts openly shooting at the troopers. And this is the suicide by cop kind of act. And this batch of troopers is apparently way more skilled than the first ones. And they actually hit their target multiple times. And in a blaze of kind of twisted glory, you could almost say. I wouldn't call it glory, but in his mind, it might be closer to that than anything he's had for a very long time. Dyne fires back at the troopers while he's continuously being hit by bullets until all 9 troopers have been taken out. And then he lowers his arm, drops his gun to the ground. And so that's an act of I'm done because the gun is gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he stumbles slowly to Barret. And when he looks at Barret, who I think is still on the ground at this point, he smiles at Barret and then collapses on top of him.
Dyne. Hey.
You carry that guilt. That weight.
Dyne. Dyne.
Baby. I'm home.
And we see a flashback or maybe even a flash forward. It's hard to know.
Yeah, it's like a vision.
A vision.
But it might have been her when she was younger, but his memory of his wife.
Right. And her name was Eleanor, right? And we see her from the back at first, which I think is interesting on the developer's part, very intentional, because we want to know what she looks like because we know what her daughter looks like. Then she turns around, he hugs her, and she does look like Marlene. Because if you look at Dyne and Marlene, you're like, nope, might as well be Barret's kid. You know, like they don't look very similar except for they're the same race, I think, you know. And Dyne's last words are,
I missed you.
And then he dies. And Barret watches him, shakes him, and then just screams out this mournful cry. And the camera does a quick zoom out from above into this wide shot, which really hammers home Barret's realization and aloneness. So whenever you can make the camera move to complement the emotions of a scene without drawing too much attention to itself, kind of like what music does, that's another win. And I gotta say, actually, modern Final Fantasies have finally got this right. They have mastered the camera angles. They know how to play that. Final Fantasy XVI did it masterfully.
Yeah, the cutscene direction and the cinematography is so good.
Cinematography is great. It's really, really good. And this is by far like the most intense and emotional scenes in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, period. Like this is the peak climax of emotions to this point.
I don't think we've had anything in the remake trilogy.
Nothing even close to it, really.
I don't think even remake. I mean, you have impactful moments with Sephiroth and Aerith and stuff.
Remake has some emotional scenes. Like, okay, when the plate fell, there was a really good emotional scene that really showed John Bentley's acting chops as Barret when he thinks Marlene is dead and he's screaming out for her.
Marlene. Marlene! 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 Biggs! Wedge! Jesse! God damn it! God damn you! God damn you all! Marlene! Marlene!
I remember that scene was amazingly powerful because of his performance and the devastation.
When he's like punching the concrete.
But then I was also like, will Tifa tell him that she's alive? Like Tifa and Cloud need to tell him. They're just watching him like scream for Marlene, who he thinks is dead, and they know she's alive. But they wanted to have the scene.
But the person that's bringing the most emotion is Barret.
Right.
Barret, it's always Barret that's bringing...
Barret's emotionally charged.
Yeah, when the plate falls, it's his acting performance that really gets us there.
Yeah.
What's his name? Davis Bentley?
John Eric Bentley, I think.
Yeah. Props to you, dude. So good.
Yeah, it's incredible. And these two scenes, I have it in my notes that they really stood out to me for two things, right? The scene where he goes down in the hailfire of bullets, it reminds me of a movie V for Vendetta.
People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
Where V goes after, like he's standing there and the guy has all the armed guards around him, very much like Shinra troopers and a director standing in the middle, right? Same scenario. And literally the hailfire of bullets come, they run out of ammunition, he pulls out his daggers, kills all of the troops as they're trying to reload, and then chokes the last guy to death. And then collapses because of what happened.
It does have that movie energy, like...
The weight of that scene is amazing, right? And then the next one where Barrett's like, realizes his best friend has died, and the camera pans out and he screams. If any of our fans are Star Trek fans, that is exactly what happens when the Klingons, when one of them dies, especially in battle, the other one will look up into the sky and scream at the top of their lungs. And it's just like a cultural thing they do as part of someone dying in battle. And that scene just encapsulated it so perfectly. And I was like, how do they do this?
I like your V for Vendetta comparison because it has that supernatural feel of Dyne is shooting these troopers and he's getting hit. It's kind of like Fellowship of the Ring when Boromir has 3 arrows in him and he's still fighting, right? Or V for Vendetta, he gets shot all up and he still is fighting. There's something supernatural about Dyne, or it's this added motivation that he just has to go out in a blaze of glory, kind of like what Jolie was saying. And it adds to that cinematic feel of like Dyne is important, he's the special character, and he takes out countless Shinra troopers while being shot multiple times until he finally does meet his end.
And to my point earlier where I said a lot of this stuff seemed kind of inauthentic with his character, the ending scene was not that. It was the exact opposite.
Well, yeah, and I think you kind of got there with us, kind of what we were saying.
Yeah.
It was a little weird at first, and I think we all kind of experienced that. But then towards the end, I think we're all bought in. I did have a question, Jolie. Does he say something kind of mean to Barret as he collapses on him, or is he just dead? I thought he said something like, you need to live with this or something, or was that earlier on that you already mentioned?
Oh, yeah, he says he wants him to live with the guilt.
You carry that guilt, that weight.
Yeah, because this is another tone shift. Like, he sees Eleanor in his mind, but then he also is like, right before he dies, he tells Barret that, I want you to live with this guilt.
I remember that.
I remember being gutted by this moment because...
Yeah, because it wasn't redeemable.
You have these moments where it's like, Eleanor, no, I can't do that. There's so much blood on my hand. But then, then the Shinra troopers come and he throws Barret away and he shoots them and you think he's going to collapse and just have like this, I can finally return and I missed you, Eleanor. But then I think as he's dying, he's like, now you have to live with this. And he like sticks one last stab in Barret being like, you're not getting away from this guilt, man. Which is the last words that he says to him.
I remember him saying that, but I remember thinking to myself, is he saying like, I want you to live with the guilt of me dying, your best friend? Or was it more of like the passing of the baton? Like, hey, I took this as far as I could. You need to internalize this guilt and finish the job.
I think he wants him to be miserable because he was miserable.
Which is so tragic. This is awful. Because I think when he dies, he wants Barret to know that he is not forgiven and he has to live with him dying over him for the rest of his life.
It's almost like if Dyne, in fact, was suffering from psychosis, this is a perfect ending sequence where his last episode of it is flipping back into the psychotic behavior right before the light extinguishes.
It kind of feels that way, and it's really sad.
Oh, super sad, yeah. And heavy.
Yeah, because the way you explained it, Jolie, made it seem like he just dies and he's like, I missed you, Eleanor. And that's like a happy moment, kind of like a sad, tragic, but a pivot towards hope and happiness.
He finds peace.
But I think in the game, what happens, it doesn't pivot towards peace. He blames Barret and he says, I want you to live with us. And then he dies, which is very sad.
No, we're laughing about it.
No,
he dies.
I have to laugh because if I don't laugh, it makes me sad.
Well, because it's tragedy, right?
It's sad. It's terribly sad.
When tragedy happens, humor resonates, and when humor happens, tragedy resonates.
Yeah.
It's just kind of how emotions go down.
And I think that's what it is at the end of the day. Like, he wants Barret to suffer like he did.
Which makes it cool, but it's not this redemption. He's not Darth Vader at the end.
Right, exactly.
He's not redeemed, and he's like, I finally came around to the truth or the light.
It's a true tragedy.
He goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and at the very end, he really ended up just never being fixed. He was broken the whole time.
If he had mental trauma that gave him psychosis, this all makes perfect sense.
It's really fascinating. I actually kind of like what happened because you don't get that happy resolution, and Barret does have to carry it.
It's not a redeemable. See, and I remember
I would make an argument that it's a little bit unfair to claim that the character wasn't redeemed, because if in fact it was a mental illness, you can't put that kind of judgment on them.
Sure.
No.
Right?
We're not putting judgment on him, but his story isn't redeemed in terms of being a happy ending.
Yeah.
That's all we're saying.
And received by the audience, right?
Nobody's judging Dyne. That's the thing that makes Dyne so interesting.
Yeah.
His story arc was just the tragedy.
Yes.
Period.
Right. But he's interesting because he was a good person. So who are we to judge? His acts can be evil acts, and I think we can judge that, right? If you're killing innocent people and causing issues in that regard, you can say, yes, that's evil. Evil is evil, right? But as far as judging his soul, we're not God. The God of the Mako world will have to judge him, or whatever, the live stream, or I don't know.
You mean Aerith?
I don't think she's God.
No, she's not God.
She's tied into it somehow. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah.
Now, before we move on to what happens next, it's worth looking back at original Final Fantasy VII, because while a lot of Rebirth follows a similar track, there are some distinct differences, as you might expect.
I'm excited.
And the sequence order of the events is also very different. So back when we left the original game, right, back in the last discussion even,
right.
At that point, Cloud, Aerith, and Cait Sith, who had joined our party, remember, because he wanted to see how the fortune panned out.
I have to know.
He's like, I need to know how this ends. And he just joins our party. Yeah. So the three of them, they had just been thrown into Corel prison below the Gold Saucer, where Cait Sith says that no one has ever escaped Corel prison except for one person. And then he's cut off before he can actually tell us who that person is. And I don't think they actually tell us ever. So I think it's supposed to be assumed, maybe. Anyway, there are ideas, but maybe I just don't remember it. I don't know. But then at that moment, we see Barret. So we're in Corel prison, and we see Barret, and he's standing over what looks like a dead body, like a dead thug body.
Mm-hmm.
So we run up to Barret, and we start to ask him if he was the one who was responsible for the shooting at the Gold Saucer. But then he cuts us off, and he says, stay back. That's something I got to deal with. Just leave me alone. And then he runs away. Right. So we actually see him at this moment.
Interesting.
And then Cait Sith watches and says that our friend looks dangerous.
That Barret character.
Because we just encountered him standing over a dead body.
Uh-huh.
And when we approach the body, we find out that it's been shot. So it looks like Barret shot this person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we get some time to explore the Corel prison area, which, as you might expect, isn't very large. It also blesses us with lots of random monster and thief encounters as we walk. So as you're exploring, it feels a little bit bigger because you have to spend time killing thieves and monsters along the way, but it's really only 2 or 3 different frames,
Mm-hmm.
And it's not as bustling, it's not as put together as Corel Prison of Rebirth. Just a lot of dirt, broken shacks with a few thug NPCs running around. And there was a really jolly guard at the gate that I was I don't know. He's like, hey, ho, ho, or something. I don't know. Happy thug, I guess. There is a ladder that you can climb down into like a big old pipe.
Oh, cool. Kind of like what we do.
Just like in Rebirth, right? In Rebirth, it's a path to the Beast Battleground arena. But in the original game, there's no arena. I think it's just a dead end. Like I went down it and there was nothing to do down there. And so I just went back up. So they turned it into something in Rebirth unless it becomes more relevant later in the original game. And I just don't remember. Now, this is interesting. So if you follow Barret after you see him over the dead body, you end up in a second screen for Corel Prison where you're greeted by some thug who just laughs at you. And then he starts following you around everywhere you walk. So like everywhere you go and you stop, he stops, and you walk somewhere else, he walks, and then you stop and he just follows you around. And then you run into another guy who points to a line of 3 people and he says that all 3 of them just tell lies. So does this kind of sound familiar?
Yeah, it's like the side quest of the people that are learning how to lie.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, that and the creeper. What was the other one? The
Stalkers.
The stalker, yeah.
The Stalker's discovery. So it's both of these.
Oh, cool.
So the thug who follows you around, he had to have inspired the Stalker's discovery quest in Rebirth. And that's the one where the 3 dudes follow you to like an isolated area and then you just kick their butts and you get Gissel Greens for it.
They give it to you. Sorry.
Yeah, so that was carried over from original, which I didn't remember till I looked back at my footage.
Wow, that's cool.
And then the 3 liars must have inspired the swindling seminar moment where you have to decipher the truth from the line of 5 people, like with most of them telling lies. Although I think in the original game, I think everything that the liars say is a lie and you're just supposed to assume the opposite of their words is true rather than like find one person saying something true.
It's a cool callback, but it also sheds light on the fact that the side quests that they make you do are batshit crazy.
I know, like totally out of the blue.
I mean, you're in a thing called a prison. Like it's not a stretch of the imagination that you'd have 3 liars and a creeper.
Right.
That's obvious.
I'm talking about the Rebirth side quest that they make you do, that there's like, I train these upstarts to be liars and we're going to do a mini game about which one's telling the truth. You accept it because it's fun and stupid, but there's so many times in Rebirth when you do things that are just like, why am I doing
like, why am I
this?
doing
This is so
this?
dumb, but it's fun.
But that's why it's cool to know when it comes from the original game, because the developers were thinking, okay, how can we incorporate this? You know, or how can we change it and make it a little bit more digestible than it was maybe in the original game if it wasn't done as well.
I love every time you explain the original versus the current one because I've never played the original. And
like the hiker?
Yeah. It just makes it so much better. Yeah, the hiker. Oh my gosh. But there's so many moments when I'm just... That's where that's from?
The quest for the liars. I was like, what is this? Like the Corel Prison, like political academy? Like what's going on here? I couldn't figure it out. And then I was like, oh, we're going to get some greens from these people.
Yeah.
But I love how that made it make sense to you, Ernest.
Yeah.
That just made
That's
it
why we're
all
doing
the
it.
more out there for me. I was like, oh, we're going to get vegetables from these people, right?
It's so good. It's so funny.
It's weird how they do it. And random. But again, remember, we already suspended disbelief when like this random group of thugs took down like this heavily armed team.
Yeah, there's a lot of belief suspension throughout this game.
It started there and the rest of it was like, okay, I'm going with it.
Well, that's the thing. We kind of have to put that at the door when we play these games, which is so funny because then we critique the endings and why these things are like so bad or whatever.
Yeah, no, you do have to put it at the door. And when logic starts to get all mishmash, that's when I start to get annoyed and can't suspend disbelief anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of things that you're like, oh, of course, the black robe guys, when they change from soldier, their clothes change too. You know, like just random things that you're just like, whatever. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But
and Solemn Gus made it all worth it. So
I do enjoy Solemn Gus in many ways. But yeah, so here in the original game, the people who lie, they say things like, this place is heaven, or man with a gun on his arm, never heard of him. You want to see the boss? Go southwest and you'll meet him, when it's actually like northeast. And they do know a guy with a gun for an arm.
Gotcha.
That's what they're all about there. And then also in the original Corel prison, we discovered that there's an elevator that operates for people who are picked to be a Chocobo racer. But we don't yet know how to make that happen at this point. And then the order of events actually changes a bit from the original game. So in original 7, it's at this point in Corel Prison where we find Barret, and he's alone in an old house. And he tells us more of his backstory at this point. But but not before Tifa and Red just like run into the house. So remember, this is Cloud, Aerith, and Kate Sith that got thrown into Corel prison.
Yeah.
Tifa and Red have been nowhere to be seen for this whole thing. But then they just, like, we go into this house, we find Barret, and then Tifa and Red run into the house. And all they say is, we saw you and hurried here.
That's awesome.
So there's a lot more belief suspension in the original game, I think, for us than there even is in Rebirth.
We saw you and hurried here.
It's just funny. But when we first find Barret in the house, he actually yells at us and he says, "Didn't I tell you not to come here?" And then he raises his gun arm and he points it at us.
Oh, wow.
And Kate Sith yells to wait and that we just want to talk. But then Barret opens fire at us anyway as we cover our faces in defense. This is
Kate Sith was right to think your friend was dangerous.
This guy looks dangerous. But then after a moment, Barret stops shooting and there's like a hidden thug that falls down behind us.
Oh, he was not shooting at you.
So there was somebody hiding that we couldn't see and he wasn't shooting at us. He was shooting at the thug and he kills the thug, right? So again, the original game is really playing into this tug of war with the audience of like, was he the shooter in the gold saucer or was he not the shooter at the gold saucer? They're going back and forth. They want us to like really wonder that in the original game.
And let's just be honest, had he been the actual shooter, like Dyne not been involved, and it would have been, I think, a very interesting story.
It would have been.
But that's not the story.
But that's not the story. But you're right. It would have been that would have definitely changed the story quite a bit. But in this case, they're like, he can't be the shooter, but he has a gun for an arm. But he can't be, but he's standing over a dead body. But he can't be, but he just started shooting at us. So they're like really trying to play that,
They keep trying to be like, it actually could be Barret.
And then once Barret shoots that thug, he says, didn't want none of you to get involved, which explains why he was running away from us. He was actually concerned for us, right?
Aw, Barret.
And that's the moment when Tifa and Red randomly run into the house. So our whole party is together. And the whole party's together because Barret's going to tell us more of his backstory at this point. So we get to see more flashbacks. So Barret starts telling his backstory by revealing that there's actually another man with a gun for an arm. And he says that 4 years ago, and we go into like the series of flashbacks. So first, we start in the Corel mine where Barret and Dyne are walking home. And this is kind of weird. They're walking home from visiting a Mako reactor being built. That's what they say.
Okay.
So I guess they were out of town seeing how like a different reactor was being built.
Maybe like what was going to happen to them.
But their reactor's already built at this point.
Right.
So I don't know why they would be out there if theirs was already completed. Or maybe there's a translation thing.
This is all assumptions, but maybe that's like, we're going to be working the Mako reactor instead of the coal mines. So they went and did some research. It's all no.
Well, their reactor was done.
I guess you're right. It's dumb. You're right.
But that's what they say. They say it also doesn't make sense that Dyne would be with him because Dyne was against the reactor thing. So did Dyne go? And he doesn't say that Dyne went with him, but Dyne is with him in this scene. Anyway.
It also doesn't make sense that Tifa and Red just showed up. So
right.
We're giving too much credit to the original game.
Touche. Okay, yeah. But it's a little confusing, whatever. It's probably why they changed it in Rebirth, honestly, where Dyne and Barret were away from the town because they went to scope out the reactor that had just exploded, which makes a lot more sense than the original scenario because I still don't know what the original scenario was going for. So Barret and Dyne are walking in the coal mines when the mayor runs toward them and says that Shinra soldiers are attacking their village. So the mayor is the first person that they saw in the original game, just like in Rebirth, only they saw him in the coal mines in this case. And then Dyne and Barret run to a cliffside viewpoint where they can look out and see toward the village. And that's when they see the village burning down, like it's on fire in the distance. And then Barret starts shaking his fists in the air. He's yelling, "What happened?" Then he collapses on the ground. Barret is very emotional in Original 7. Like, he's emotional in Rebirth, but he has a lot of logic and rationale to him still. In Original 7, he was kind of an emotional basket case. Like, he's just very emotional all the time.
Also, it's text only, right? So like,
but it's not text only because his polygon is like freaking out physically.
Well, yeah. But I mean, like, they
convey emotion.
They were much more limited. But I talked, like, it's interesting because when I played Original 7, I remember not liking Barret. I remember thinking he was annoying, emotional, and he swore a lot. And I was just like, this guy.
And he's probably dangerous.
Is annoying. Yeah, he's probably dangerous. Like Kate says. And other people actually in our YouTube comments have commented the same thing. Like, I didn't like him in Original, but I like him in Remake and Rebirth. I feel the exact same way.
Yeah.
I think that they wrote him so well in Remake and Rebirth, and they redid his character so much better. Same with Yuffie. I hated Yuffie. I like her in these games.
Yeah.
Like,
Same with Cloud for that matter. Like, I loved him in Original 7, and thus far I'm unimpressed with him in these remakes.
so wait, that's the opposite of what I just said.
You're so weird.
I like Cloud. I think they wrote him great.
I'm thinking in the final installment is when that's going to flip completely, and we're all going to be like mega Cloud fans.
Well, I am a mega Cloud fan already.
I'm a mega Cloud fan right now.
Yeah.
I'm not yet a mega Cloud fan. I'm a little bit suspicious of him right now.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
You also don't remember the original game. Like, you don't remember.
There's a big twist that you don't know about.
Because we'll talk about things that are major events in the original game. And I know you've played it, Ernest, but you don't recall it.
Over 20 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. But I guess I did play it since then again.
And I don't remember what I ate for lunch 2 days ago. So
that's fair. Okay, that's fair.
It's like 50 First Dates, that movie.
Yeah.
That's me. So there you go.
I'm excited for the twist.
So am I. I can't wait.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting indeed.
Buckle up, Buttercup.
So Barret's having this emotional reaction to seeing the village burn down. And it's Dyne who puts a hand on Barret's shoulder. And he says, hey, Barret, it's not over yet. And he suggests that they hurry back to the village. So here, just like in Rebirth, it's Dyne who is the instigator of trying to save their families rather than losing hope right away. So it's interesting. That's softened a bit in Rebirth, but the same idea is still there where Barret doesn't know what to do in Rebirth. And Dyne's like, well, we got to go find our families.
The village. Marlene and Eleanor might still be there. You ready?
For what?
Still so quick to throw in the towel, ain't you? Come on.
So in here, it's even more like Barret's crazy emotional. Dyne's the calm, rational one.
Which just adds more emphasis on how tragic Dyne's ultimate fate is.
Exactly.
Right?
That's exactly it.
Yes.
Right. Because the better of a person that Dyne is before this all goes down, the bigger the tragedy.
Yeah.
Right. So then Barret and Dyne run back into the coal mines just in time to see the mayor get shot. So this is happening in the coal mines in original. It's like one frame with like a track and a cliff and stuff. So the mayor is actually shot by Shinra troopers who run into the frame, right? And then they turn their guns on Barret and Dyne. And this is kind of funny. Like, Dyne runs and he takes cover from the bullets while... Sorry, you have to see this. If you're listening to this, I don't know how to explain it to you, but Barret, instead of like hiding from the bullets, tries to dodge them by doing this like really funny dance.
Like Keanu in The Matrix kind of thing, or?
No, it's just a polygon. Like he's just running around like a crazy person, and it's hilarious in his polygon form.
That's awesome.
So I don't think it's meant to be funny, but if you look back on it now, it's really funny. He's just like...
That's also like an elephant trying to dodge a bullet, like the size of him, right?
Well,
like,
he can move pretty quick in this scene.
He's an easy target because he's so big.
But those troopers couldn't hit him even when they were dangling from the cliff.
Right.
Well, yeah.
We had to get Scarlet out there. Scarlet's the only one that could take out her gun and shoot those arms.
Yeah, I was like, how is it that Scarlet, Jessica Rabbit's able to shoot him right in the arm?
She's the head of weapons, man.
The rest of them are hitting everything but the target.
It's because they're stormtroopers, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Barret does this like hilarious dance.
That's awesome.
And it's not until Dyne actually yells at Barret to come on that Barret like stops doing this bullet dodging dance and follows Dyne. So again, Dyne is the initiator of taking action to save their families, or at least themselves.
Cool.
Similar to Rebirth, they're trying to hammer that home. So then Dyne and Barret run to this cliffside inside the coal mines, inside the same like one frame, where they're still being shot at by troopers, and Dyne actually tells Barret to stay there, which I think was Dyne's way of telling Barret to protect himself while Dyne decided to go ahead, but Barret tells Dyne to shut up. It doesn't really work because he's like, stay there, and he's in plain view of the troopers who are shooting at him, so if he stayed there, he'd get shot. But I think that was what they were going for.
The intention, yeah.
The intention, right? And while this is happening, a cackling Scarlet appears on the tracks where the troopers are. And she yells at the troopers and she says, You can shoot them all day and never hit them with aim like that. Then she, instead of just taking the gun like she does in Rebirth, in original 7, she actually punches one of the troopers. And the trooper flies off this track and hits the ground like 20 feet below.
Wow.
And just lays there. So I think she like knocked him out or killed him or something like that. And then she laughs again and she says, "Stop playing around and cover me." And then she runs to the far side of the track, like where there's a better view of Barret and Dyne. And then the troopers kind of follow her, little polygon troopers. And then they all start shooting at Barret and Dyne. And it looks like Dyne actually gets hit first, which knocks him off the cliff edge, and Barret catches him. It's kind of hard to see, actually, just like in Rebirth. In Rebirth, you can't tell if he got hit or if something else got hit that made the ground give way, but something happens. He falls off the cliff. And Barret catches him, and then Barret yells to him as they're still being shot at. He says, "Listen to me, you're coming back to the village here?" And Dyne responds, "Yeah, I ain't letting go. Eleanor and Marlene, they're waiting on us." And so it's like this literal cliffhanger scene, but not really because it continues. and then so then it goes to a polygon cutscene that first shows a close-up of Scarlet and the troopers shooting. Okay, except I don't know how to really explain this, except it's framed super awkward. You know how I talked about how awesome Rebirth's cinematography is?
Yeah.
They had not learned the tricks of the trade at this point yet because there's just so much headroom. It's just so much headroom. Like 2/3 of the frame is just sky, and then there are these little heads at the bottom of the frame. And they're apparently shooting at Dyne. I don't know if like they just didn't want to like show the animation of like the guns or like the feet or something, but it's just super weird. Doesn't matter, just weird. But then they're shooting at Barret, and then we see Barret and Dyne's arms being shot at while Dyne hangs off the cliff in polygon form, but it's polygon cutscene. And then we see a close-up of polygon Barret's face as he closes his eyes, and then we see Dyne lose his grip and fall into the deep crevice into darkness, which, by the way, in original game is like a mile long. It's so huge. I don't know how in the world Dyne could ever survive this fall. And that's in the Rebirth version, too. It's pretty big in the Rebirth version.
That's the whole point. Is like Barret was totally right to think that he was dead.
And in any reality, he would have died.
Yeah.
Although there are some skydivers who bounce, as they say, right?
Oh my gosh.
That's what they call it when you survive a skydiving accident. You call it bouncing. Isn't that interesting? I had a skydiver friend who told me that. I was like,
I don't even want to think about that.
I know, when you actually, that's not me just being like crass. That's like the term that they use.
Wow.
But anyway, this is one of those suspend disbelief situations that we go along with when we find out that Dyne survived, right? Because the game doesn't take itself too seriously. And honestly, people survive ridiculous falls in movies all the time. So it's almost cliche.
Yeah.
So that's when the flashback ends. And then Barret finishes telling our party that he couldn't use his arm anymore after that, which made him depressed. And then he says, "But then I threw away my artificial arm and got this gun grafted in."
He had an artificial arm?
Yeah, so that makes for like a series of funny images in my mind, because apparently in the original game, he got an artificial arm and he ends up like, I just picture him like ripping it out and throwing it down the cliff or something and getting a gun grafted arm in order to get revenge.
Like he always had that attachment, and he usually had an arm there, but he's like, I'm just going to put a gun on it now.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And this is particularly interesting too. So in Rebirth, Barret doesn't know that Dyne survived until he sees him standing in the gold saucer elevator after shooting all those people.
It can't be.
But in original 7, Barret knew that Dyne survived.
Oh.
Which didn't make a lot of sense to me, given the incredibly huge distance that Dyne fell.
I like the change.
Good change, right?
Good change.
Yeah, it also like,
why would you be raising Marlene if you knew he was alive?
That's exactly my thing.
Yeah.
It's like, why didn't you try to seek Dyne out earlier since he was carrying his daughter around?
Unless it's like a creepy, like Barret's possessive bad person who's just like, I need to be a father and I lost something, so he's being selfish and keeping it for himself.
It just begs a lot of questions.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he actually points out here in this conversation that when Barret had the gun grafted to his arm, the doctor who did the procedure told him that there was another man who had the same operation.
Okay.
But on the opposite arm. So that's how he found out in Original 7. And like you said, I think it was a really good idea to change it to where Barret didn't find out until he was at the Gold Saucer in Rebirth.
And they said it was on the opposite arm. In the original, they said the opposite arm.
Opposite arm.
Come on, guys. Couldn't have been Barret. Left arm, right arm.
So then Barret says to our party that he wants to find Dyne to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
So that's his objective here.
Gotcha.
Before he can ever rest in peace. Which is why he was going alone, because he didn't want to drag the whole party through that. And then everyone in the party protests as though Barret is like suicidal or something like that. So they're telling him that he still has this mission to save the planet. Remember how I told you that they're like trying to convince him, he's got this mission. This is that moment, right? Gotcha. And then Barret like says a bunch of curse words in front of them, which are just a bunch of symbols. Because remember, in the original game, he's just a really emotional guy who swears a lot.
Yeah. He swears a lot in the game, but we hear it this time.
That's why he got the sailor outfit, by the way.
I don't know. It just seems so like loss of control-y, if that's a descriptor.
Impulsivity.
In Original 7, but it doesn't in Rebirth.
Yeah, if you're just reading it and every text box that Barret shows is just a bunch of expletives, you're going to think one thing about it.
It's impulsiveness, right?
Yeah, he's much more impulsive. That's a perfect word for it. He's much more impulsive in Original 7. So he swears a bunch, as he often did in the original game, but then eventually he does agree to go with Cloud and the party. He like makes an about face, to which Kate Sith says, "Fortune's good, everything is perfect." Japan translation.
Hey, he's there for that to see if the fortune checks out. So.
Yes, he is.
I love that.
But again, all this backstory revealing happens in the original game in some shed in Corel prison before any Chocobo race or Gus guy comes into the picture. So while the story is basically the same, the timing is quite different from Rebirth.
Yeah.
So from there, with a whole party, we go to the Southwest, where we're told we need to pay our respects to someone called Mr. Coates, since we're new to the area. So we walk into this like old truck trailer, and that's where we find a guy in a green zoot suit who tells us that the only way to get back up to the Gold Saucer is by winning a Chocobo race, which he says is super hard to do. And then he just laughs at us and tells us we need to go speak to the boss in order to try a race, although he doesn't specify who the boss is. So this Mr. Coates is Rebirth's Gus, right? Who now has a new name. And apparently, I think they were originally designed as two completely different characters, but then they kind of merged them. So they're not even technically the same person. But yeah, this Mr. Coates guy, the old Gus, he's not even the boss of Corel Prison. Someone else is. And he also doesn't come with his own hit theme song. So bummer for that. And then also in Original 7, some random guy tells us that in order to go up and race a Chocobo, we have to get permission from this boss of Corel Prison. So
who's the boss?
Right? This is what I was thinking as I was rewatching, because I couldn't remember.
Gus is the boss.
Other NPCs keep referring to this boss character as we walk around, but no one says who he is. So our objective is to figure out who the boss is so that we can do the Chocobo race, go up to the Gold Saucer. And if you leave, you can actually leave the prison borders, but if you do, you end up in the desert.
Yeah.
And when I say desert, I mean a repeat of the exact same visual frame over and over and over again if you continue to walk north.
Oh, really?
So it just repeats to the point where you don't even know if you're going somewhere at all, and you wonder, like, is this a glitch? Is this messing with me?
That's cool.
But then eventually the frame changes, so you can't proceed any further. So it finally does change after, I don't know, like 8 frames or something. But then if you go right or something, you end up
right back
where you started. It just kind of messes with you, like you can't really go anywhere.
You're lost in the desert.
Exactly. But then in the desert, you actually run into Dyne, who is standing on a cliffside, and he's firing his gun into the air in like irritation. And you realize that the boss of Corel Prison is Dyne.
Oh,
nice.
That's weird.
Which is a total change from Rebirth. So
he's running things.
Yeah, Dyne in the original is the boss of Corel Prison. He's in charge. And I remember that now.
Interesting.
But at first I was like, oh, I had forgotten all about that.
That's kind of cool in a way. I kind of wish they would have kept that and brought it forward. But then again, Solemn Gus is awesome. So
yeah, you could make an argument that it would go well or be cool either way.
That gives him a reason to be there. Because right now he's just shooting up stuff.
Yeah.
We cross paths at the exact right time for us to meet Dyne. It's a little bit serendipitous in the Rebirth version.
But it also kind of makes sense that, like, if you are semi-psychotic and have a gun for an arm, you probably would be the boss.
Yeah, or at least rash to where you don't have a care in the world and you'll do anything, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, people are going to listen to you.
He kind of fits the MO of someone who would run a crazy joint like Corel Prison, but
I think I like what they did in Rebirth better, where they don't make him the boss, because I think it adds to the tragedy of the story. Like, he didn't have anyone. He had no place to be. He had no home, really.
Because that would kind of give him purpose, even though it's a bad purpose.
Right.
Like, if he's the... Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. So I think it's more powerful in Rebirth.
Yeah, I agree.
But it is interesting, and it still kind of works in the original game. It's just a different choice. So Barret, when we see Dyne in the original game, Barret asks if it's really him, and Dyne recognizes Barret's voice as one he hasn't heard in years. But when Barret steps forward, Dyne shoots at Barret's feet and stops him from walking. And he says, "I can hear her voice. What's that?" It's Eleanor's voice, begging me not to hate your rotten guts. That's why I never hunted you down.
Interesting.
Which is on theme for Rebirth, where Dyne says Eleanor would have wanted, to give Barret the benefit of the doubt.
Benefit of the doubt, yeah.
And then also in the original game, it's worth pointing out that whenever Dyne walks, he walks with a limp, as though he has a dead leg, which is interesting.
Well, I mean, he fell, so he probably broke his leg.
Yeah, but he fell in Rebirth too, and he was fine. You know? So in this, they give him like a limp. So the boss has a gun for an arm and a limp. And then from there, Barret asks Dyne why he wanted to kill a bunch of innocent people.
Right.
And Dyne responds by going off on Shinra for a minute, and then he says the reason why. He says, "'Cause I want to destroy everything. The people in the city itself, the whole world. I got nothing left in this world. Corel, Eleanor, Marlene, ...
Interesting.
That right there is absolutely Kefka Palazzo.
Yeah, like rip it all down, burn it all down.
Yeah. Any person who just doesn't care anymore.
He literally did destroy the world, right? In 6. So like the attitude is there.
Right.
Very Kefka-esque. And also I'll say, like, his dialogue here is much more on the nose in Original 7 than in Rebirth. But Rebirth has the advantage of using acting performances and character animation to communicate subtext better than just the written word, which is almost all we had aside from maybe some small animations, right? In Original 7. So they had to be more forthright with dialogue in the 1990s. It just makes sense.
It was harder back then to do these things for them.
The tools were definitely limited, right? And that's when Barret tells Dyne that Marlene is still alive, how he found her alive when the town was burned, and he suggests that they go see her, to which Dyne responds, "All right, Barret, then I guess you and me gotta fight."
Wow.
Which feels much more out of the blue here in original. And then Dyne tells us why we need to fight, which is pretty dark. He says, "Eleanor's all by herself. I gotta take Marlene to her."
Oh, that's freaky.
Right? So this is the moment where we realize in the original game that Dyne is not in his right mind.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually saying he needs to go kill his own daughter and probably himself.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's pretty dark. And then Barret literally asks him if he's crazy, like flat out asks him. And Dyne says, "Marlene wants to see her mom, don't she?" Proving that he actually is crazy. And that's what initiates a boss fight between Dyne and Barret.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I love these retrospectives just to go back and see.
It's interesting, huh? To see where they started.
Oh, man.
It's much harsher with Dyne's character in the original game than Rebirth, because in the original game, Dyne has gone so crazy with hatred that he wants to kill everyone, including his own daughter. Whereas in Rebirth, we have much more sympathy for Dyne because we see some hints of the man that he used to be, like how he questions the vengeful man he's become. And when he sheds a tear over Marlene's picture and doesn't threaten her life,
right?
Which is probably the right move, right? Not to do that. So props to the writers for these adjustments in Dyne's character. I think they were good changes, honestly, that made for a stronger story.
I mean, it's almost two completely different characters.
Yeah,
really.
It feels that way. Very much so with Dyne. They do feel very different.
This crime boss.
Yeah, he's a crime boss versus kind of pathetic in Rebirth. Pathetic's the wrong word. That's too strong. Like a lost cause. It's just so much more tragic, I think.
But he's like this wandering vagabond who murders Shinra at any chance he gets.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. But like one of them definitely took like the pure dark arc with no redemption whatsoever.
Right.
And the other one tried to do the more modern Square Enix thing of, we have a deeper character that does have redeemable qualities.
Yep.
The chance that he might be redeemed is there.
Right.
That makes it what we've talked about already, is that he doesn't ultimately get there.
Yeah, so whereas before it's very cut and dry, very black and white, like you know what your choice and your decision are as the player. And in the new one, it's like, we're going to give you the ray of hope and then yank it away from you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. And I would have no problems fighting Dyne if he says,
gonna murder Marlene,
well, we need to take care of Marlene. I'm like, you're dead, dude.
You're dead. Right.
So now you agree with my Yeller analysis.
Oh, sure. I'm just saying
now we're going to take Dyne behind the barn and do what needs to be done.
Well, it's more of like, I'm protecting Marlene. I don't think Old Yeller, I guess, like, yeah, if you want to make that analogy, Old Yeller could hurt someone.
Well, yeah, because the dog would have bit the boy and given him rabies. And then, so yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, now it makes more sense, Ernest, but only because the circumstances are completely different.
Completely different character. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I like what they did in Rebirth, right? It's better.
Yeah.
But also it's like, now you see why in original 7 it was written that way, because it was like,
that's dark.
This was a foregone conclusion. Yeah.
It's really interesting. And then the boss fight itself, I will tell you, is much easier in original 7 than it is in Rebirth. In the original game, it's basically just two guys shooting back and forth with their gun arms as the timer hits the point where you're allowed to shoot. And the only thing that really broke up just shoot was I summoned a lot of Chocobo Moogle summons throughout. So it'd be like shoot. Chocobo Moogle summon.
Because you're taking turns, yeah.
Shoot. Yeah.
Oh, now that you bring that up, I don't remember whether or not I had a summon materia equipped to Barret at all in the Rebirth version of this game. Did either of you have a summon materia and use it during the Dyne fight, or?
I don't know if it even lets you, because sometimes your summon meter has to charge before.
I don't remember.
That's so funny, because I fought for a long time, and I don't think I ever got the summon ability.
I don't even remember if I had a materia equipped to him.
You're breaking my brain now, Ernest, because I don't.
Because think about it.
I did have a summon materia equipped, and I don't think I ever used it.
I'm sure I had something equipped to him. I just don't think it ever popped up as an opportunity.
Maybe it doesn't let you.
The battle was so long, you would assume you would have hit the meter, right?
I don't think you can.
No, I just broke the game logic. I'm sorry, everybody.
No. Yeah, I just used the fire in the hole limit break a bunch, which was my most effective move against Dyne, but I don't have any record of any summons at all during that fight, now that you mention it.
I never used a summon.
Normally in the boss fights, I would get a summon, at least one.
Yeah.
Right? So
they must have purposefully made it so that you can't.
Barret just summons Leviathan to like destroy.
He just wipes him out.
Go get him, Ifrit.
So in the original game, there's that boss fight. And so that's part of where Rebirth's boss fight idea came from, obviously. Although it does feel pretty organic in Rebirth, where they don't need to even have that in original to justify it, which I thought was cool. And then after Barret beats Dyne in the original game, they exchange very similar dialogue, at least an idea, as Rebirth, like how Dyne doesn't know how everything went wrong, how he still wants to destroy everything, including himself, and how his hands are too bloodstained to hold Marlene. But then he throws a pendant to Barret, like a necklace thing, and he says to give it to Marlene, that it was his wife, Eleanor's, as a memento. And then Dyne ponders the fact that Marlene is 4 years old, and he tells Barret, "Don't you ever make her cry." Then he limps to the edge of the cliff and purposefully falls backward off the edge of the cliff as Barret screams his name. So
he does commit suicide.
He does commit suicide here, which, if anyone should know that cliffs are not a good way to die, it should be Dyne. Like
he survived the last one.
He could have survived. But I think the idea is this cliff was final, I guess.
Yeah.
Whatever. Maybe it's 2 miles long instead of 1 mile long. Whatever. But honestly, Dyne's story is tragic. And he actually blatantly takes his own life in original 7 as opposed to Rebirth, where he does the death by cop approach, which doesn't quite seem as self-cruel in a way. It just feels different, right? And then after Dyne falls off the cliffside, Barret falls to his knees and says that his hands aren't any cleaner, even though I disagree, and that he shouldn't carry Marlene either. And then he screams into the air and the scene fades away. So that's how the Dyne interaction goes down in original 7.
Interesting.
And then the Chocobo race is actually after that. And I'll go through this really quick. So then the scene actually awkwardly fades back to Mr. Coates, this Gus guy. And when Barret shows Dyne's pendant to Mr. Coates, he flips out asking if we killed Dyne. And then he goes on to explain that only one person can go up the elevator to try to win a Chocobo race. So the party decides that Cloud will go. But then Mr. Coates says he needs a manager to register him for the race.
So 2 people can go up.
Yeah. When who should randomly walk in at that moment and say, "Hi, I happened to hear your story." Like literally that's the dog. But it's a girl in a pink dress.
Nice.
Named Esther, right? She actually spells her name without an H, whereas they add the H in Rebirth, so slightly different spelling. Same character, right? But she conveniently volunteers to be our manager. So we're talking to this guy. He's like, "You could go up, but you need a manager." Then a girl walks in. "Hi, I happen to hear what you were talking about. I'll be your manager." So everything just worked out great.
Of course, that's exactly how it works.
Let's just move the plot. Let's keep going.
Right, moving along.
Doesn't make sense. Just do it anyway.
And then on the way up the elevator to the race, Esther explains how to ride a Chocobo and how you can set it. It actually is kind of confusing, like all of the mini games were in Original 7. She talks about how you can set it to auto or manual mode, as well as control its speed or give it a speed boost. But the faster you run out of stamina. And then we do enter the Jockey Lounge where we meet Jockey Joe. So he is in Original 7 as well.
Interesting.
But Chocobo Billy and Chocobo Sam are not part of the story. And our Chocobo is just a random one that Esther found for us. No
Pico,
the one that we wrangled, you know. And then with no trial race, no simulator, no trial run at all, we're just thrown into the official Chocobo race armed with Esther's confusing instructions. So
Cloud is that good.
And I'll say the Chocobo race itself is pretty colorful in Original 7. It has like all different kinds or colors of birds, but none of them are wearing any gear. So the gear is added in Rebirth. And then you go through like rainbow caves, you pass colorful clams, you go through a flower garden, you randomly enter outer space at one point in the race. And honestly, it looks and it feels a bit chaotic. Like it's not nearly as organized as Rebirth. Whereas Rebirth's Chocobo races, they clearly borrowed a ton from modern Mario Kart games. The original game version of the Chocobo race feels like they were trying to carve out their own path. Like they weren't trying to borrow from the 1992 or 96 versions of Mario Kart, which I think was to their detriment because it just feels really chaotic and it doesn't really even look Mario Kart-esque from those days. It's just its own thing, right? And in the original game, it actually took me 3 tries to win that race just because I was trying to figure out how the heck the controls work, including this whole like manual versus automatic setting that came with its own list of weirdness. Right. I think like I tried the first 2 races on automatic and won it in manual. I don't really remember, but it was.
Yeah. For those of us of a certain vintage, we know that there were manual and automatic vehicles.
Yes.
Yeah.
I never learned to drive the manual kind.
Even though I tried to get her to do it forever.
But at least I know how to drive a car. Like younger kids these days don't even have to learn how to drive a car. I just call an Uber and eventually we'll have self-driving cars. And
I know.
The Waymos.
It's just such a different. We're old and the world is different.
Yeah.
It's a cool future.
Yeah, it's a cool future. And once we win the race in Original 7, we get a letter from Dio who said that he heard about Dyne from Esther. This is all conveniently just like written down.
Esther overheard this story for 2 seconds. And then she's like, I'll tell Dio. and then Dio writes us a letter.
And in this letter, Dio grants Cloud and all of his friends a full pardon and is setting us all free.
Interesting.
And he's giving us a free buggy to ride around in, which is an abrupt change of mind from Dio, given that the last time that we saw him, he threw us down a giant hole into Corel prison. Like there was no deal negotiating. It was just like, you guys shot up the space. Goodbye. And now we get a buggy and a letter and stuff or whatever.
And now you see why I love the Dio character from Rebirth.
I do not see that. Like, what do you mean?
Are you just saying that he's so much better?
So much better.
Oh, he's so much better than the original is what he's saying. Yeah.
I don't dislike Dio in Rebirth. I think Dio is hilarious. It was that one scene that I just didn't know what they were trying to go for in terms of tone, and so it confused me as a kerfuffle there.
I knew this man. He was one of several fugitives we were warned to be on the lookout for.
Yeah. But the character Dio amuses me, definitely. I would say Rebirth Dio is definitely a vast improvement from the original game when it came to story, for sure. Oh, and in the original game, Dio also writes a PS in the letter, and he says, I recently met Sephiroth. I'll bet he's pretty popular with boys your age. Why don't you get his autograph? He was heading toward Gongaga south of the river.
Very nice.
Like he actually met him in
the gold saucer?
Like a few moments ago. Okay. And he was pretty chill.
Well, because Sephiroth is a war hero.
Is this war hero.
Right?
So yeah, get his autograph. But I don't know what it's like in the original game though, because you don't even see Sephiroth in
Remake and
in that portion of the game that we play in Remake. You don't actually see him. When's the first time you see Sephiroth? So maybe it does make sense in the original game.
I think the flashbacks happen really early.
Yeah, don't listen to me because I haven't played the original. That's interesting because I'm thinking, oh, Sephiroth's this murderous person.
Yeah.
But maybe Dio still thinks he's the war hero.
It sounds like Dio still thinks he's the war hero at this point. But it's hilarious because he's like, oh, why don't you get his autograph? He went to Gongaga. And that's our signal of that's where we need to go next in the original game, where this is all done very differently in Rebirth, right? We're following robe guys in Rebirth. That's our motivating factor.
Which is interesting because the end of the chapter, or maybe the beginning of chapter 9, they say, we're going to go to Gongaga because there's another reactor there. And they say,
yes,
following these robe guys haven't really gotten us anywhere. So they take a little bit of a detour.
Yeah, so it just feels very random and convenient in the original game. A lot of the dialogue and like the next steps. But that's how we move on from this stage of the gold saucer. I think we come back to the gold saucer later in the original game, but that's the whole thing. Now, let's go back to Rebirth.
Yeah, Dyne's collapsed on Barret.
Yeah, Dyne has died, but our Chapter 8 journey is not done yet. This is a very big, story-heavy chapter, and there are still a few things that we need to do before we head to the next location. So going back to our party, Barret is mourning the death of Dyne when Yuffie spots some helicopters flying in the distance, and they're carrying like a big machine, and they're kind of heading our way. Elena and Rude are in one of those helicopters, and Elena is finally enjoying a popsicle.
It's not vanilla.
She had thrown kind of a tantrum.
Isn't
I know.
It like blue or something?
I think it's blue.
Yeah.
Which could be vanilla, but whatever. Hopefully it's like blue raspberry or something.
The made-up flavor.
But yeah, something.
Blue number 40 or whatever.
Yeah.
And they hear coordinates over the comm system, and Elena says,
and here I thought that Gus guy was just yanking our chain.
Which sounds like Gus ratted our party out to Shinra, unless you guys interpret that differently.
No, that's what I thought. It's like he's getting his cut wherever he can.
Like he has loyalty to no one.
Yeah.
Well, that or if Rude was sent to persuade him to give up the location, I'm pretty sure Rude's going to get what he wants, right? So
maybe.
I don't know. Rude versus Gus. I bet Gus would try to outsmart him or something like that. But I thought that was interesting because it seemed last we saw Gus that he was kind of on our side.
Now we just got to square things away with Shinra. And with an articulate fellow like me leading the talks, that'll be a cinch.
But this line reminds us, no, he's a crime lord. He's going to do what's best for Gus.
This is how Gus came to power.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then Elena says,
well, have fun down there, boss man.
And they drop the giant machine they were carrying from the sky, and it like lands in the dirt right in front of our party, and it quickly comes to life like a giant, like fast-moving animated robotic frog. And it has the voice of Colonel Mustard, or Director Palmer, I should say, navigating it inside, demanding our respect because he is a director.
I've had it! And now you're going to pay! I'm a director, and you will show me some respect!
This was such a good whole sequence. The fight, but like his antics, it just was also good.
Oh, he was so annoying.
Doesn't Elena like kind of allude to like, we'll have fun down there, but she's like, why are we doing this? Like, okay, we're letting him go off and be crazy.
Yeah.
Is it okay to let the director get involved like this?
Were you going to stop him?
They're literally babysitting him.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the job.
The whole chapter. But then they're letting him play with this
big toy.
Space and aeronautics toys.
With his transformer.
His frog robot or whatever.
This is so funny because if we go into the fight, it's so Palmer. I really like this because the developers know that he's a big fat joke. So if you assess the frog.
It's called the Anuran Suppressor.
Okay.
Is the boss. The thing that makes this fight interesting is that Palmer is a person you're really fighting, and since Palmer is the biggest joke, there are moments where he'll get out of his machine and he'll stand on it and shake his butt at us and say that someone needs a spanking. I think it's actually a move that has a name. Like
it is. It's called Neener Neener.
Ooh, someone needs a spanking.
You're gonna regret that.
Yeah, it's like mooning with his pants on, and it was like so over the top. But I think he does say something though in the beginning, like
I think he says, "I am a director, and you will respect me," or something.
Yeah.
I'll play the line.
I'm a director, and you will show me some respect.
But he's clearly like a little whiny tantrum thrower kind of a guy, right?
He's finally getting what he wants to do because he's been babysat this whole time. And he's like, well, I'm a director and I'm passing out wanted posters.
Why am I in charge of handing out the posters? Don't they know I have a division to run?
So he finally gets his time in the sun. He gets to fight us with his robot. And it's hilarious because if you assess him, it says that when you target Palmer, when he comes out and he does this little neener shakes his bum, you can target him and that'll pressure him. It's so fun because it's all leading up to Palmer being this whiny director.
He's a man-child.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Like that's his caricature here.
He's this whiny man-child and he's eating dessert.
What a scrumptious-looking parfait. And with plenty of butterscotch, I see.
And all these stupid Chocobo cowgirls are fawning over him. And then we finally get to fight him. And even in the battle mechanics, it's doing more storytelling. Because the storytelling is still world building within the battle mechanics on top of all the stuff that we've been seeing so far, which I really like.
It has a battle, like a combat move called Neener.
Yeah, and he gets out and he taunts us, right?
Yes.
So it's really good.
It's all very Palmer.
And if you hit him in that state, then it does more damage.
Yeah, I remember the first time he did it, like he came out of the hatch and did it. I was like, he did not just do that to me.
That's what I thought, Dad. I'm like, what just happened?
Well, it zooms in and it shows you what it's doing, too.
Yeah.
It does like a close-up of it, for sure. Yeah, and this is one of those classic Final Fantasy boss fights where you have the option of hitting like its two legs sometimes in addition to its torso, so you can try to cripple it so that you can take it down faster. I don't know. This boss was really squirrely for me, actually. It was jumping all over the place. This could have just been me, but it felt less patterned than other bosses. Like it wasn't exact orders of things where just things were reversed.
Yeah, because it was being piloted by a man-child.
Right. It makes sense.
It does feel chaotic.
It's all over the place, just like he is. Like it had no like strategy, nothing, right? It was just like, I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to launch bombs and whatever he could possibly like push buttons.
He's chaotic.
Obviously, he didn't know how to operate it correctly either. So yeah, like there was all of that put together into this giant joke of a sequence.
Which goes back to what Spencer's saying about storytelling in a boss fight.
Yeah, I love it.
Like if you think about it, this boss fight 100% different in like every way compared to the one we just had with Dyne, right? Totally different because the characters are totally different and the scenario is totally different. And we're fighting for different things. And they actually incorporate that into the mechanics and the tone and everything else of this fight, which is fascinating.
You feel the absurdity in his character as you're fighting him. And that's so good.
That's a great way to say it.
Yeah.
And I ended up fighting it with Cloud and Aerith and Tifa. And it was weak to thunder because it's a machine and most machines are weak to thunder. So I basically took it down with various like thunder magic and abilities, which then would frustrate Palmer and make him throw little tantrums, which is great storytelling along the way. For me, it wasn't a terribly hard boss, but it did put up a fight and took some time. It actually took me 12 minutes to beat it, but it didn't feel like 12 minutes. It felt much less than that, whereas the Dyne fight felt long. This one didn't feel long. This one just was long, apparently. It did knock out two of my characters at different times, so it wasn't like it was a piece of cake, but it did allow me to like bust out some limit breaks, some synergy abilities. It was more of a classic fight. I could summon Titan, which sounds like none of us could really summon anything for some reason during the Dyne fight. And then eventually it was Aerith's Planet Protection Limit Break. That thing is awesome because it makes all of us temporarily immune to physical damage. And that's basically what this robot frog does, is physical damage a lot of times.
Unless he shoots you with the big Anuran suppressor laser.
Unless he gets you with that stupid ray thing. Yeah. But that's how I ended up taking it down. But I swear to you, like, its HP was at 0 for... You ever fight those bosses?
Yeah, and you think you're done.
Where, like, you think you're done, like, 1,000 years ago, and it's just sitting there, still moving around with 0 HP? That was this boss fight for me, but it was fun.
I had a similar party makeup, except for instead of Tifa, I had Yuffie.
Okay.
And Yuffie's so good because She has the ninjutsu, electric ninjutsu, and she can stay far away. So she's adding all this weakness to it.
She would have been better, probably.
When you assess this enemy, it says if you do synergy abilities, then it will knock it on its back. So you had certain things that you could do. So if you built up abilities and then, you do like 3 abilities on Yuffie and then on Cloud, you can do the synergy abilities. And that was a good way to take it out. But yeah, it wasn't easy. It was chaotic and sporadic, but I even like how you can hear Palmer's voice. He has like a little megaphone, but instead of a megaphone, it's like a voice modulator that makes
projecting it.
But it makes his voice sound like a little whiny frog. Like he's like, "What are you guys doing with this?" I'm like, it's awesome, great.
And I'm glad you brought up the synergy ability thing because this is one of those areas where like I haven't really put much effort or thought into it. Like I know on the grid I've enabled some of the spheres and the things to do it, but like I have not yet been forced to, and maybe it's just because I'm in story mode, to like figure out the synergy abilities and put them to use.
Okay.
Thus far, all I do is like I just play the game like I normally would, and if I happen to see that I have the ability to launch a synergy attack, I will.
Yeah.
But I'm not like actively looking for it.
Oh, I was like, Cloud do an ability, Yuffie do an ability, switch. Like I was reminded of Jolie's character switching, but I'm like, do ability switch, ability switch, ability switch. Okay, I have 3 and 3, synergy now, right? And then I knock it over, and then I did that over and over and over again.
Yeah, remind me since it's been months since I've actually played. I've just watched all my footage. So as you do abilities, like character abilities, not just typical shooting or something like that or slashing.
It can be a spell or an ability.
Oh, a spell too. Then that gives you a notch in the synergy little blue bars. And how many notches are there per character?
There's like 5 or something like that.
And then you have to have them both filled up for 2 characters, and then they can do a synergy ability if you have it.
It depends on the synergy abilities. Some synergy abilities only take 3 notches and 3 notches. Some are 4 and 4.
And you have to earn them all in the folio thing.
Yeah, and you earn a notch every time you expend 1 ATB notch. Because you have 2. Your character has 2, right? So you can fill it up to the 2. But every time you use 1, then that gives you a notch.
Yeah, and the way you fight this character or this robot, you use a lot of abilities and spells naturally anyway, so it does give a lot of synergy opportunities. The thing that I tend to forget about are the synergy shortcuts, or at least that's what I call them.
I never do them.
Where they're on our...
And they're probably so good. Yeah, you hold the right bumper.
Yeah, I'll do them every now and then. I'll be in a fight and I'll be like, oh yeah, I have synergy shortcuts. And I'll do like 10 in a row and then I'll forget for the next like 3 hours.
It's like the only way to throw Tifa up in the air. Like if you're fighting with Cloud, you can do one and you can send Tifa up and then she fights in the air. Because normally she can't do it on her own. Whereas Cloud has the ability to like, you dodge and then you can like teleport up and start fighting in the air.
Yeah, so I just never use, I know there's like a real strategic way to use them. I just haven't, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just too lazy or I don't need it. So I haven't done anything with it, but I'm not maximizing the combat.
Yeah, well, I haven't even been using them on hard mode, which I should be doing maybe to make things easier.
Maybe it would make it better. I don't know.
But there's so much depth to it, but it's not very well explained.
Yeah.
The synergy abilities those are good. And it plays a little cutscene that's nice, but I'm still so bad at those.
And like the best kind of learnings are when you're forced to do something and try it out in order to see how...
I do wish that they would make you use it.
And they do a really good job of getting you to familiarize yourself with different characters. Like that's, how we did the dungeon with Yuffie as the head of our party. And you play as Barret at times. And they solo us with different party members so that we learn how to actually fight with them and Red and all of that. But they don't do a good job of teaching us tactics like the synergy shortcuts and actually executing them.
Right.
Because we get a ton of those tutorials that'll just pop up on the right side of the screen and be like, here is about this thing or learn this thing. And it'll be like 3 paragraphs.
Right.
But, we read through those as fast as possible. And if you don't really try it out, then you don't really internalize it.
At half the time, I can't read them anyway. So
you need to wear your glasses while you play.
I know. I need to wear my glasses. Look, to be fair, in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I've been wearing my glasses a lot more than normal. So yes, but you're right. Like back when I played this chapter, I was not wearing them much at all. And it was like, I don't even know what that's saying. Just get me out of here so I can go back to my combat.
Ernest isn't going to finish this game until it comes out on Switch. And then he's going to be playing it on that tiny screen. And he's going to wish he had more glasses. What does that say?
Well, funny enough, I was telling Jolie when we were playing 16 before we were recording the episodes for that, I played at least half that game, if not more than half of it, on the PlayStation Portal, the little handheld.
Oh, you have the Portal. Yeah.
Oh.
And wasn't wearing my glasses. So yeah, that was an interesting ride. And I learned my lesson with that one. But
yeah, it's also worth pointing out with this fight that none of the stuff surrounding Palmer at the Gold Saucer and like the Turks being there, nor the boss fight are in the original game.
Cool.
So the Palmer narrative was just added to Rebirth, and it's likely to help kind of tie things together better and to give Palmer more screen time outside of the Shinra boardroom so that we can learn just how obnoxious his character really is.
Yeah.
And they really play into that, right? They lean into the idea that he is obnoxious. He's literally shaking his butt at us.
Or to give us a reason why he's even on the board.
I'm still trying to figure out, I'm like, how did this guy get on the board? Like, what did Rufus's dad see in this guy?
We all know people like that in companies we've worked for where you're like, what in the world? Like,
maybe he's more relatable than most.
I had a boss that was, ooh.
Yeah, but Rufus's dad seemed a little bit more discretionary of an individual, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
It's almost like, is this nepotism or what?
Nepotism? Maybe they're related.
Sure.
What's going on here? Because I'm not saying his dad was like an emblem of like greatness or whatever, but he seemed like a more discerning individual than the average, despot.
Yeah.
So I cannot figure out what poor Palmer fits
Who
in.
is this guy?
Yeah, I think it was as simple as when they were writing the game, they wanted tropey caricatures and they made him a tropey caricature.
Right.
And there's no backstory to it.
Yeah. Or it was his childhood best friend that he needed to give a job to.
Maybe. Well, it's like Heidegger has a big role. Scarlet has a huge role.
Yes.
And then it's like Palmer.
Palmer's passing out flyers.
Reeves has a big role later on in the games, So it's just funny that he's there.
So this is Palmer's moment.
Yeah, this is his moment.
It's probably his only moment. I doubt he has much
Probably
in
a good
the
thing.
third installment. But yeah, they might try to let him do something else. So like everybody gets a moment in the third installment. But I would say this is kind of Palmer's time to shine, or the opposite, frankly.
Yeah, which is funny.
And then once we defeat this giant like frog robot thing, then a low flying helicopter appears and we make our escape through a hole in the fence back toward Barret.
Yeah.
And then we go back to Barret and Dyne. And remember, Dyne has just died and he's got the photo of Marlene still in his hand. And the rest of our party is like slowly approaches Barret. Aerith even like kneels next to Dyne and she says a silent prayer, which I think...
She prays over her
Yeah,
Dyne.
she prays, which I think is really sweet and very Aerith.
Which is on point for her character, right?
Mhm.
Which is probably one of the most iconic scenes of her praying. And we get to kind of see it here.
Right.
So it kind of foreshadows what's, in the future, that pivotal scene that we all know about.
Maybe this is something that only I do, but because I know that Final Fantasy, we've talked about this before. There's amazing composers that work on these games, right? From Nobuo all the way to Soken.
They're so good. I love them all.
So good. But the one thing that maybe it's an opportunity cost, if you want to call it that or whatever, I always think about these scenes and like that scene right there where she's praying over him. Like that would have been after this epic fight we had, right? Between Dyne and Barret. That would have been like an epic time to like bring in like a Disturbed's version of prayer to put the scene together. I always think about outside songs, just regular songs that you would listen to on the radio.
Oh, you're talking about like license a song.
Right.
Okay.
That would fit all the scenes in there. Because there's some of them that like, man, there are some bangers out there that would be so powerful, but we don't use them because we use composers who are making amazing music, admittedly. But there's also just like so much other music that could be pulled in. So that scene right there, like after all that happened, right? The heavy moment, the levity we just had fighting Palmer, because that was a joke. It brings you back now. So it took you down, brought you up, and now it's bringing you back down slowly into this like somber moment.
Yeah, but I think the one thing I would never complain about, I think Final Fantasy, the thing they're known for most is their
music,
their compositions and music. So like,
oh yeah,
yeah,
amazing.
But I get what you're saying, but I would never.
That's the one award they got at the Game Awards this year was music.
And I think like that's always a shoe-in. Whenever there's a Final Fantasy game, it's gonna win Best Music.
And it should.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
deserving,
Yeah.
100%.
It's hard to argue that there's, I mean, I'm not trying to claim that, Square Enix owns the, the pinnacle of music composers out there, but it's hard to make a complaint against any Final Fantasy
Right,
music.
right. So I would say like, yeah, that might be cool to bring in an outside song, but they don't need to.
I think it's better without that, honestly. I think if you're going to bring in an outside like pop song or something, the best place is to do that.
They did it in 15 with
They did Stand By Me in 15.
When they're playing into a story or leaving a conclusion of a story, then it kind of makes some sense. Usually, other than that, you just have to be really careful on how you do that because it takes you out of the story. Because we're in a fantasy world and a story where we don't want to hear pop culture music, right? Like
that exists in our world.
Right. Like in Final Fantasy XVI, they have kind of their own way of speaking. They're speaking like Old English, but then they'll drop the F-bomb. And I remember thinking, the F-bomb doesn't seem like it fits in this world. And so it stood out to me as being something detrimental to the world they were building. And I think that like a pop song in most cases, especially one that people are familiar with, would do the same thing.
And that's actually one thing I appreciated about 16 was there's more vocal mixed with the symphonic in there than I remember being in other games.
You mean like a castrati soprano singing like the Shiva theme?
That and also the My Star, what was it?
Oh, well, see, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. They were using a song, but it was an original composition. It was actually Jill's theme. So it's not a common pop song. So it doesn't pull you out of it.
No, not a pop song.
But they were using it at the conclusion of the story. So when a song with vocals works that actually has lyrics that you understand, it's usually at the intro or the outro of a story.
Yeah. But Shiva's theme is another good example of one where like that was solid.
Yeah. Well, they have a ton of choirs in Final Fantasy songs, right? Like Find the Flame has choirs in it. Which is Clive's theme. Joshua's theme, I think, has choirs. Like a lot of them have choirs in it, and that's totally fine because that's just another instrument.
Oh, even Sephiroth.
There's not like lyrics that we understand.
One-Winged Angel.
Sephiroth's One-Winged Angel has choirs. Choirs are used quite frequently.
I would say the one time they might need to get some outside help is when they try to write the pop song.
I know, we're going to get to that.
Like the Aerith sings, I know, we'll talk about it later.
Aerith's, this is probably unpopular, but Aerith's song where she sings a song. I think everybody knows that's not much of a spoiler. She sings a song later in this game.
It's in the trailers.
Yeah. It's probably one of the worst songs in the game compositionally. Like it's just not. Anyway,
that's when they need some outside help, but we'll talk about that later.
Be prepared for that chapter. If you love that song, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna talk about how good it is. The singer was good, but it wasn't Aerith's voice, so it was weird.
It's not Final Fantasy X too good, but
nice.
Yeah.
The whole pop star game.
So back at this scene, we know that Aerith is saying this prayer over Dyne, which I think is really sweet.
We gotta go. They'll be on us any minute.
They're on us now.
But then a multi-wheelied, like, red buggy appears from the distance, and it launches itself. It doesn't just show up. It launches itself off of a rock, tramples a fence, and just stops in front of our party that's, like, all just standing there with jaws on the ground.
Fear not, friends. Your chariot awaits.
Yes.
And Dio jumps out of the buggy and approaches Cloud, removing the tracker bracelet on his wrist.
Yeah, the one that he put on him before he went to Corel prison.
And this is funny, too.
I've been using this to eavesdrop. Can never be too careful. But you were innocent, and I was wrong.
It's very convenient, but I like that touch.
It's very convenient, but not as convenient as like the letter writing with like Esther and stuff. So
it works.
You know, I actually like.
I do like it.
Otherwise, they would have to add a whole bunch of more story points. But whatever, we'll accept it. He eavesdropped through this bracelet.
We'll accept it. I mean, he gave him an awesome buggy, so we'll accept it and we'll move on.
Yeah, and this whole buggy acquisition took place via letter instead of in person from Dio in the original game. And here, Dio gives it to us in person as an apology, he says.
By way of apology,
I gift you this.
And Kate Sith's response, right, to the buggy. Do you remember that?
I don't know. What does he say?
He says something like, isn't that a bit much or a bit extreme or something like that?
Is this not a bit much, sir?
The safety of my every guest is paramount.
And I'm like, I'm looking at that buggy and I'm like, that is just right. That is perfect.
Yeah, and we all know, like, if you've played the original game, I haven't played it, but the people that have played the original game were anticipating that buggy. So it's kind of a fun entrance to the buggy that you're going to get.
It is fun. It's fine and fun and whatever, you know. And remember, we get it for winning a Chocobo race in the original game, and here we get it as an apology, slightly different.
Right.
But, you know, I think it's stronger in Rebirth. While it's still imperfect, it's stronger in Rebirth than it is in the original game.
And it just fits Dio to a T too, right?
Like, it does.
It does fit him.
Of course, he's going to drive that monstrosity around. And the thing that I love most about the buggy is it reminds me of that little Fisher-Price car that like every kid has. It's like the yellow top with the red bottom. You know what I'm talking about?
The yellow top with the red bottom.
Do we have that for the kids?
No, we have every Fisher-Price toy.
I know. I don't know that one.
I mean, I had it as a kid. They still make them to this day. And actually, they're different colors now. But like, this is a meme among kids' toys, right? It's like the one you get in and you use your feet to move it around.
Oh, like the full-size one.
Oh, the one you sit in.
Yes, we have one outside. Yeah, I was imagining a toy.
I thought you meant like a little people toy.
No, the one you sit in.
Yeah, the one that kids sit in. Yeah,
you use your feet like to move it around.
Like the Flintstones.
Like a Flintstone. Yeah, we
like
have one of those.
Exactly. It reminds me of that, but with like Hot Wheels monster truck add on to it. So it's like this is
Why does it remind you of that?
Because when I was a little kid,
similar to that toy, like they're not even the same shape.
Because when I was a little kid, I had that thing and it had the same color schema to it.
It's like reddish pink.
So you're just saying because it's red and yellow, so it's the same?
Yeah. And I was also into like monster trucks when I was a kid. So as a kid, that thing was such an awesome thing to me. And then seeing that thing in 7 and then in 7 Rebirth, like it looks like a monster truck, like a real.
It looks like a toy monster truck.
Yeah, but like something you would see at like Monster Jam in a toy world.
Wait, the Fisher-Price thing?
No.
The Dio's thing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm like, this is so good.
I must be lost because I don't see a correlation at all between these things you're talking about.
I know what toy you're talking about now. They don't look similar to me,
but they took that little Fisher-Price car and made it into a monster truck buggy. Is what I'm saying. And I was like, this is so awesome.
It has toy-like qualities.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Like, it's not like a monster truck that you would see.
My son especially is really into the little Hot Wheel monster trucks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, he would love Dio's buggy.
It does feel like a handheld toy that could have 6 wheels. And
yeah, it does feel like a toy, like the way it's designed. Yeah, I'll give you that. I guess I'm just confused as to the parallels. So.
Yeah, it is over the top like Dio.
There you go. It's over the top like Dio. I can agree with you on that for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, so Dio gets out of this buggy, gives us this buggy as an apology. He approaches Barret, who's still knelt down and like processing the loss of his old friend. And then Dio puts a hand on his shoulder and assures him,
"You will receive a proper burial, I promise you."
Thanks.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
And then the party starts boarding this buggy, right? And then Dio says that he doesn't know what happened in Midgar, but that it doesn't matter.
I don't know what happened in Midgar, but to me it matters not.
Because remember, Dio saw the wanted posters, but after eavesdropping on us for this whole thing, none of that matters. He's like, whatever. And he basically becomes an ally officially with us. And he reaches out to shake Cloud's hand. And the two of them have like a squeeze off.
Well, it's a callback to when everyone first shook Dio's hands. They like crush it, right?
And like shakes them.
But then this is the first time when Cloud...
He pushes back, like he squeezes back, right?
And then Dio with his monster hand is like, oh.
Yeah, Cloud actually does a good job, it seems like.
And actually, I think it's bigger than that because this is a point where, like, especially with Dio, where Cloud, quote unquote, becomes a man. Because that's like when you have a firm handshake, that's a very like masculine thing.
I think becomes a man to Dio.
Dio, correct, yes.
Yeah. And then Tifa gets behind the wheel of the buggy.
Yes.
But then Kate Sith gets in, like, in front of her. And so I guess the buggy is being driven by both of them from here on out.
Well, because he can't reach the pedals.
Yeah, he can steer, but because she's...
Yes.
But even when we go into future scenes, it's like Tifa with Kate Sith on her lap, but she's the one doing everything.
Yeah, she's driving it all.
He's just in front of her, like, not doing anything.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny. I don't know.
The reason it was so funny to me is because Kate's, like, his accent, right? So it's clearly like a European accent.
Scottish.
But I mean, like, I'm just saying Europe in general. And that buggy is, like, so American, it's not even funny, right? So, like, when he makes the comment about isn't that a bit much? It's like, it's what Europeans think when they come over here and they see American.
Oh, and like all the Hummers we're driving.
Like these huge SUVs and huge trucks, and they're over there driving these little like equivalents of that Fisher Price vehicle, right? And it's like, it's so on par. And then it turns into, I know how to drive this thing. And I'm like,
which is funny, because he says, isn't it but much? But then he's the one that's like, no, I'm the one that knows how to drive it, which would make sense because it was always at the saucer.
Right.
Yeah, because we saw it parked there, but I still don't know if that's like, there's multiple of these.
Yeah.
And we just got one of them, or if there's like people drive these buggies around. I don't really know, but.
Who knows, but it's just so good.
The safety of my every guest is paramount.
Yeah, and then comes one of my favorite parts of the chapter.
I know what you're talking about. This rules.
Even the game, I would say. This is one of my favorite parts of the game up until this point. So Cloud sees Barret's gun on the ground, and he picks it up and he approaches Barret. And Barret, who's still in like a little bit of a trance, he kind of stares off into the distance and says the line you talked about earlier. He says,
he said he wanted me to live with the guilt.
Here's the thing though, part of me really wishes for redemption. But while I wish for redemption, because I like happy endings in games or movies and stuff, like, while part of me wish for redemption, I think it actually works really well to leave Dyne's story, this total tragedy, as this like statement for how vengeance and rage can destroy somebody.
Right. Absolutely. It's a marker.
However understandable that rage may be, right? It's also very Final Fantasy of them, but it is interesting that there was no amend making here.
Which makes what Cloud says next so much more impactful.
Yeah,
right.
And before we get to that part, this is as Final Fantasy as it gets. And I distinctly remember there was a comment on one of our videos that we posted where somebody said something to the effect of, y'all keep wanting a happy ending, but that's not what we're going to get here, or something like that, because it's Final Fantasy. Like,
I think you wrote that comment.
It wasn't me that wrote that comment. I will say that comment over and over, but somebody actually wrote it.
Okay.
And I was like, yes, that's absolutely correct.
But we do get a happy ending here because it's super tragic what happens to Dyne. And there isn't that resolution. There isn't that redemption. Barret's still kind of being eaten alive by Dyne's final words, which were, I want you to live with it. But this is the time when Barret's new family, he's finally allowing himself to move on from this moment.
Yes.
Cloud helps him in this moment. And what does Cloud say to him?
Yeah, so what ends up happening is Cloud looks at Barret and Cloud says,
well, we're here for you.
And then he reaches out and he hands Barret the gun. And that's what causes Barret to break his trance, probably in realization of the words that he just heard coming out of the Merc's mouth.
Yeah, the Merc, the one who never...
Like, when have we ever seen Cloud say, we're here for you, We heard something like that on the beach with Aerith.
What I'm trying to say is, worry about the future when it comes. You'll know what to do. And whatever you decide, I'm with you.
But this is the first time Cloud said anything like this to Barret. And Barret actually looks up and he takes the gun from Cloud and he says,
to help take the load off, huh?
I mean it, man.
Yeah, I'm starting to think you might.
It's so good.
Oh, it's the best.
I agree.
It's the best. It's so good.
This is the Final Fantasy moment. This is where you actually feel that you have the team, the party.
The party, totally.
Exactly.
The party's coming together.
It's so simple, this moment, but it's so good because having these words come out of Cloud mean so much. Because think about it, right? Think back to Cloud and Barret's relationship in the first few scenes of Remake.
Yep.
You gonna stand there and pretend you can't hear the planet crying out in pain? I know you can!
You really hear that?
Damn straight I do!
Get help.
Say that again!
Not only have these two guys at this point come this far, but it shows the sincerity of their friendship and how it's growing and how it's real. And it in particularly shows the human side of Cloud because Cloud can see the suffering that Barret's going through. And instead of just walking away from that, he acknowledges it and provides support. And his simple words just basically, they're what pulled Barret out of this mournful trance. Those simple words. And it's not Tifa, it's not Aerith, It's not the giant red buggy that plows down the fence or a hairy bodybuilder saying that he'll take care of the burial of his friends. None of that breaks Barret's trance in this moment. It's just Cloud simply saying in sincerity that he'll be there for Barret. Yeah. And that's awesome.
Because you can imagine those words coming out of Aerith or Tifa, right?
Oh, yeah.
And maybe that he's heard that a lot and he's like, sure.
But they mean so much more coming out of the Merc.
Yeah.
It's almost like he took Dyne's place alongside Barret.
Kind of like that brotherly bond, yeah. There's something about that male bonding. Guys don't like to express their emotions.
But Japan loves to talk about it.
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, when guys get together, we're not talking about our emotions. We're whatever. We're playing sports or we're, shooting people in Call of Duty or whatever, and we're like, yeah, that was cool. But
that's why I love 15.
Oh yeah, sure. When it's like,
because 15 is all about that all the time. It's the brotherhood, I love that.
It's very different because Americans just by and large are different, right? With how they handle, especially American males are different how we handle these kind of things. But yeah, this was that moment, I think, where Cloud stepped up.
Yep.
Yeah.
He kind of, I don't want to say replaced Dyne. That's not the right way to look at it. But
sure,
he stepped in as Barret's new best friend, if you want to call
his
it
comrade.
Yeah, his comrade.
Yeah, he switches from being just a party member like Merc to I'm your friend.
And that's why this moment means so much, is it shows that change.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And now you as the player are invested.
Totally.
Yes.
Because of what happened here. Yeah.
So good. It's so good.
And you said you don't like Cloud? What the heck?
Yeah.
Isn't he good here?
Like I said, he's growing on me.
Okay, there you go. Good.
Okay.
I think that's what the game's want you to. I think he's aloof at first.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I think that's the intent here, the progression, right? Like it's starting to congeal, right?
Yeah.
The group.
Yeah.
And now, again, this is, of course, because Final Fantasy is Square Enix, right? Now is the point where okay, now we are fully invested. Now we start experiencing the loss.
I don't think we experience it yet. I think they're still building this
coming.
up, but
it's coming. Promise.
Oh, we know. We beat the gamer.
Yeah, Ernest, we've actually played the game.
I know.
I'm talking about, I'm looking forward to the third installment. I'm like, we are going to get absolutely gutted in this third installment.
Well, maybe, but remember that if they're staying on the path of original 7, you never know.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah. So from there, after this amazing moment, Cloud walks away, leaving Barret to then reattach his gun and say his last goodbyes to his friend.
Looks like this is goodbye, old buddy.
He then puts his sunglasses back on because I think he could use a break from vulnerability stuff for a bit, right? He's like, okay, he wants to kind of go into his own head for a bit. And then he joins the others in their new red tank buggy.
Yeah.
And at that point, this really cool music track kicks in. And our party sees Rude and a bunch of troopers approaching us on foot. And Dio says,
"Now's your chance. Leave this riffraff to me."
And Rude does some fancy spin move through the hole in the fence.
Yeah, he gets underneath.
Do you remember?
It.
It's like, yeah.
I do remember that.
Time to get the blood pumping. Yeah.
And then Dio and Rude collide,
they grapple with each other,
grabbing each other's hands, and they're pushing on each other or whatever. And it seems like Dio's getting the upper hand because he's pushing Rude down or whatever. And as that's happening, Tifa tells everyone to hang on. They're all in the buggy, and she powers the buggy out of there, only to be followed by Elena in a Shinra helicopter, who pages all units the Avalanche is escaping. And soon the chase is joined by a bunch of troopers on motorcycles. And then from the buggy, Cloud stands and he starts to grab his sword, but then Barret tells him to sit because Barret's got this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And thus begins the Barret buggy shooter minigame.
Yep.
Yeah, but I just want to call out one thing before we get to that. But that scene where Dio and Rude
are facing off.
The beauty of that scene was Rude came into that fight expecting
to dominate
a typical fight.
Yeah.
And what he got was a wrestler who just humbled him right there on the spot because he grabbed both of his fists and just pushed him down.
It just pushes him, yeah.
Because he's so big, physics are going to win every single time, right?
And I mean, it is worth taking a step back and thinking about this. Dio is a hairy bodybuilder in basically boy shorts and a cape.
Yes, exactly.
And Rude is in a full suit.
Right. Rude is a consummate professional, right? He is a Turk.
Oh, it's so absurd.
Yeah. But Dio is a professional fighter. These two, it was just...
It's stupidly fun.
I love it.
You expect Rude to get the one up, right? But it turns out Dio just completely takes him to the ground because Dio is in his element right here, right?
Sure.
Like, the Turks don't want to fight, but when they need to, they do, and they're good at it. Dio's looking for the fight. And Rude just gave him what he wanted right there while the party takes off in the buggy. Like, this was just, again.
Yeah.
I give too much credit to the writers, but this was great.
It's fun.
Dio, yeah.
It makes me like Rude even more because Dio is the gold saucer guy that kind of stays within the gold saucer realm. But Rude has been following us our entire journey. So it's fun to get these moments of Elena complaining about
ice cream in the
desert, and he's like, I'm babysitting Palmer. I have to go up against this giant wrestler. It's like they put Rude in all the funniest situations, and he keeps that somber one note, and I love it.
Always a professional.
And that's what makes it so funny is they put him in these situations to see if he cracks, and he doesn't crack.
All right, I'll go up against this wrestler. I'll go do this.
It was just so funny to watch it though. Like Rude was like angry, and Dio was just like smiling, like he was enjoying the interaction. So yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, and then after that, we get the shooter minigame.
Yep.
Where the goal is to shoot and take out all the enemies chasing us as the buggy drives using one shooter, who is Barret, who is basically just facing backwards on the buggy as the buggy drives. Now, before I go into my thoughts, what did you guys think about this buggy shooter minigame?
It was another rail shooter. I mean, it is like the one in the mine cart. It was the same thing.
It is a rail shooter. What did you think? Ernest, how did you do?
I did okay. I think the thing I did struggle with was it took me a while to adjust to being able to target some of the things.
Yes.
Yeah, the targeting was weird.
Because you aim with your freaking left stick.
Mm-hmm.
It's similar to the Pirates
The Chapter 6, Pirates Rampage.
Pirates Rampage.
Yeah.
Where it's that same shooting mechanic. You're aiming with your left stick, and you can change the speed at which your reticle goes across the screen, but it's still always awkward.
It's super awkward. Like, this was annoying like all the other rail shooters. Like, so here's what's crazy. When you go back and look at rail shooters in the past, like, and I always go back to Panzer Dragoon, but there's plenty of others. The physics and the controls are very precise in those games. You don't have like this weird and wonky like gravity physics, which makes your reticle aiming difficult. But yet in all the ones in this game, it's like they're purposely trying to make it an awful experience to play a rail shooter.
I wouldn't say it's purposeful. I think the reason that the controls are so good in these other rail shooters is because that's the game. That's the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to put all of their developers in making sure that that works, that it feels right. In this game, that is not the game at all, right? In Rebirth, the mini games are little additions, so they don't have the resources at all. They don't have the time at all to make the mini games all be amazing.
I think they have the resources.
Maybe they have the resources. I don't know. Whatever it is, whether it be a lack of expertise, it's not purposeful.
I agree that it's not the core focus of the game.
It's not the core focus, which makes it just the result. I don't think that they're making the controls suck to be purposeful. I think it's giving the developers way too much credit. I think it's just they're not good at those particular kinds of games.
It could be that.
I just don't think that they're first-person shooter developers.
Exactly.
They're not people that are, it's like these are RPG developers. So they're doing all these mini games, which is like we have a wave race mini game, we have a shooting mini game, we have a Rocket League mini game, and it's all these things that they're pulling from other mediums and stuff.
And given how much they're doing and how many different kinds of games there are, it's amazing that they're as good as they are.
Well, but
they're not necessarily good in some cases.
But I think this is when they have too much budget and too many resources and they don't need to do this.
Maybe.
Right? Because I did not like this. It's fine, but you're just literally driving in a circle over and over again as Shinra troops on bicycles are chasing you and you're literally shooting them down. There's a mechanic where you can shift the buggy, which I did not know about until I lost and had to play again.
Yeah.
Right? So with the right stick, you can move
right and left.
There's 3 positions. There's a left position, a middle position, and a right position. And you'll have bomber troopers that are red, and they'll toss like a Molotov cocktail or a grenade. And it'll telegraph where it's going to land. So you can either kill that person first before he throws it, or you can shift the buggy to the left and then it won't hit you. And you have a little health bar that's not attached to like your health bar. So you're trying to just shoot all these Shinra bikes so they're not killing you. Right? And then there's another phase to this.
There's another phase, yeah.
Which is annoying, but
I'm with you on that. I mean, this was not my favorite mini game. It's similar to the minecart mini game from Chapter 7. Mm-hmm. I really struggled to even move the crosshairs well.
It's bad.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like, they don't move very well, right?
Yeah.
And I don't like having to load and reload all the time too. It's like I'm already trying to figure out all these mechanics that you haven't given me a trial run through. Now, I don't have any bullets left. I need to, when has Barret ever had to reload? Like, never. I get that you can introduce it in a minigame, but I don't know. I didn't love it.
And that's the other thing. If you think about it, right, with Barret's character, right? So just take the buggy out of it for a minute in the real shooter. With Barret's character by itself, it auto reloads and the reticle control is fairly precise. So the code base that was used for Barret's character could have literally just been transitioned right over with zero issue. That's what makes me think like they intentionally made the physics bad.
No. But like, are you talking about like fighting with Barret in like a regular combat game? Like a regular there's no...
It's always locked on.
Yeah, it's always locked on. You don't have to move any target at all.
You don't ever have to aim. You never aim.
Yeah. Like it's totally 100% different.
But there's other areas where like your control of the character or your control of things is a lot more precise.
But it's never the same thing where you could just carry it over into a minigame. I don't think any example exists like that.
I feel like they could have. I feel like that's...
Then from what?
I feel I could be wrong here, but I feel like making the reticle control normal and precise would have been easier than what we got here.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I think they're just doing a totally different game because if you take Barret, if you're saying that you take the existing code of what Barret's doing in it, Barret never misses. You can't miss when you're fighting with Barret.
Yeah.
So that way you would just have Barret and you would just hold square and he would shoot everything. Right? Which is like, that would be fine, but that's not the game that they're trying to do.
That would be fun.
I think that they just suck at doing this is what I think.
I agree. I don't think it's on purpose. I think for you to say it's on purpose is like you would give them a trophy for anything they did. Like, come on.
It seems like Occam's razor here, right, is appropriate. So I agree with...
the easiest description is that they sucked at the minigame, Ernest. It's not that they did it on purpose. That is not the Occam's razor answer here, dude.
I agree with Spencer that it's probably just bad implementation.
Yeah, that's what we're both saying.
But something just seems off about it. Like, it doesn't seem that...
It is bad.
To me, it just seems like it can't be that simple. That's what I'm getting at.
But that's Occam Razor.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is as simple as they just didn't get it right. And you know what? It doesn't matter because this isn't the main game. But it's like...
But why annoy us then?
Look, if it's really crappy and annoying, it's not because they wanted it to be crappy and annoying. Like, it's just not.
But see, this is the thing. This is where people complain about Rebirth being bad, is that there's too much bloat for bloat's sake, right? There's so much about this game. There's mini games, and justifiably so. In the original game, Joel even talked about it, that there's a whole Chocobo mini game, and you're doing chest compressions to the person.
Oh, that was the worst.
There's weird mini games throughout this whole thing. There's Fort Condor. There's all this stuff that you do in the original game, and those mini games weren't good either.
Right.
But
it feels like someone had to QA this, and somebody would have been like, guys, the controls are terrible on this. Like, you need to fix this.
Oh, I'm sure they started out worse, and they fine-tuned it and made them a little bit better, a little bit better. And then at a certain point, they had to just tie a ribbon on it or cut it completely, and they tied a ribbon on it, and it just was a really ugly ribbon.
But I think this is an example of having too many resources, too much money poured into it, and it gets lost because when it's not your core product, you lose direction, right? So you have a director, and then you have other people. It's like, I'm in charge of... What probably happened is you had developers just make this separately that weren't part of the core team, and then they make the shooting game. And they're like, okay, that's fine. What we really care about is the combat with Cloud, and like when you're in a party of 3 and you're fighting, that feels awesome, right? They nailed the evolution of the turn-based combat. When you get to these mini games and stuff, it's like, yeah, that's bad. You could have cut it, but I think they just want to throw it all in there. But I don't think they purposely made it bad to make it wonky.
But like, also, I don't think that this minigame was really all that necessary.
It is not necessary.
We already had a whole bunch of minigames in the Gold Saucer. We weren't really craving another one. We just did 2 major boss fights back to back, and now they're throwing us into this is basically a 3rd boss fight, but it's in a minigame form.
Yeah.
It just wasn't necessary. They could have done all the cutscenes almost the same way, maybe changed them slightly, and just had this run through cutscenes to progress the story instead of this minigame.
I mean, they could have just ended the chapter with us taking off in the buggy.
Yes.
Yeah, which is how they ultimately do end the chapter.
But this is an example of them going over the top because they have so much time and resources.
This is where the bloat kind of shows. If people are complaining about bloat, this is where I would argue it kind of is. And it also feels really random.
Yeah, and then it transitioned like an Airwolf rail shooter at some point right before you like finally get away. And I was like, this is...
Yeah, it does feel like that. It takes you out. It's like you're just about to be done. You think you're moving on.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no, you have to escape Shinra.
Oh, you know what?
What?
I wonder if they justified keeping it in because it's supposed to be like Barret's moment.
Sure. It's like, no, I got this because Cloud was going to do it. Yeah.
Right. But I think it's also a relationship points builder. It is. It is a relationship points builder. Yeah. Okay. I know. Right. Okay. So
this dumb relationship meter.
At the end, you get relationship points with Barret depending on how you do in this game. Although it's very unclear how that plays out because I think it's like the percentage that's left in your health meter that determines like your relationship points. I don't know. To be honest, when we were fighting, this minigame, so I actually did all right.
I lost. I had to do it again.
Taking the helicopter, well, that's the thing. I had to do it twice, too. But at first, I was like taking out the helicopter, the motorcycles, and then I reached the checkpoint. They added a checkpoint, which I bet you anything that checkpoint was probably added
later
after the fact when people were like, oh, we probably need a checkpoint here. People are going to get pissed. And there's a reason for that, because then Palmer's frog machine, which apparently isn't completely dead, shows up. And then I don't think he fights fair in this, because he would often, like, you know how you were saying how little targets would appear that were foreshadowing where like a bomb would drop?
Yep.
Palmer would target the entire space, all 3 little blocks in front of your buggy, and you had to know which one he dropped first.
He did them in sequence.
Yeah. But sometimes he drops them weird, and you have to memorize in what order and go to that order. But like you're so busy trying to get the freaking crosshairs to move correctly that like you don't very often, at least I never caught that pattern, and it was super quick. It was like ultra fast. So I never memorized the order which it was dropped or found it. And so I kept getting blown up, which was like so dumb. But the worst part was that flipping cannon.
Yeah, and you run out of ammo. You have to shoot it before it shoots you.
You run out of ammo, yes. And I thought we already destroyed that cannon. So when it just shows up, I was like, what is this thing? And then like when Palmer is about to shoot the cannon, the game gives you a notification. It actually shows you a little pop-up, which probably was added after the fact when people are pissed again, right?
Yeah.
The notification says to hit the cannon. And then it gives you 10 seconds to hit it, but you have to hit it like a lot of times to blow it up, which...
While dodging his attacks.
While dodging and everything. And 10 seconds sounds like a lot of time to do it, but it's really hard because you're being jerked left and right, and that crosshairs thing doesn't work very well.
It's so bad.
And you're also reloading. And if you get hit by the cannon, it wipes out like a quarter of your HP at least, maybe even a third. So
right, and if you haven't been dodging perfectly in the beginning,
then you have very little HP.
You have very little HP and you end up dying.
So Palmer killed me on my first try of this game, which was annoying, you know, because you already feel chaotic and like hectic because you're like, wait, I'm trying to grasp what's going on here.
But also because it's Palmer.
Yeah, Palmer is annoying too. But honestly, Palmer was like a gracious angel compared to just the whole mechanics and frustration of this game. So then on my second try, at least it allowed me to start at the checkpoint, which again, I think was added later, probably. And the checkpoint is right when Palmer jumps out and starts shooting at you. So this time I was still unable to take out that dumb cannon, but because I had almost full health at this point, I could handle the hit. And then I got my final hit on Palmer right when he was about to hit me with a second cannon hit.
Well, I agree. The thing I would say about this is another example. Broken record, Spencer, again, on the combat. They throw you into some new mechanics that you have to figure out on the fly, and they don't give you enough information in order to complete the fight without dying. I mean, people probably figure it out and not die in this situation, but it's just frustrating because you're like, okay, wait, what? Oh, I have to dodge in this sequence. It's like they want you to die and they put that checkpoint in so you can go back, but that never feels good. Give me all the information I need first, and then let me try and do it. And if my skills aren't good enough, then that's on me.
Yeah.
If I lost because I feel like it was my fault, then I feel okay. But if I feel like it's the game's fault, then it ticks me off.
You feel cheated. You feel robbed. Yeah.
So I'll say in story mode, right? Because I play story mode. I didn't die, but I almost did. I definitely cut it really close.
Is it different in story mode?
It's probably just easier less health to kill. And
maybe does the target like lock on automatically?
No, it doesn't. You still have to control it. And now I'm not saying that the targeting is not easier.
No, you might just be better at it.
It's probably the same targeting.
It's probably the same, but I think what it would be is like, less amount of damage is done to you over longer periods of time. It gives you more time to react. And
it's hard. Did you get hit by the cannon? Do you remember?
You know what? I might have got hit by the cannon one time and then learned my lesson.
But you probably had enough health where story mode probably doesn't hurt you as much.
But what I will say is this is like, I think to sum this entire thing up, the minigame was, this is one of those things that probably sounded great in theory, but the implementation was just not good.
Yes.
I agree with that. I really do. And
direction, focus.
Because the idea sounds fun, right? And if you're going to do a bunch of mini games throughout Rebirth because you're trying to do the same thing that they did in original where they had a bunch of random mini games, then like this sounds like maybe a good option. I could see that.
I mean, look at it this way. Like somebody like me who is like, I loved monster trucks. I loved 90s era and 80s era rail shooters. I loved Airwolf. Okay. So if you put all these things together, this should have been a gift to someone like me. And I did like the idea. It was amazing, but the implementation just wasn't there.
Yes.
For this thing.
That's how I felt about the opening musical number at the Gold Saucer.
Oh, I love that one.
I liked the idea, but the implementation.
But if they had just given me the good controls instead of the wonky ones, I probably would have given this a 10 out of 10.
Sure. Like if you controlled well and they gave you the information you needed.
If the game didn't suck.
That'd be great. But this is not their specialty and it's blatantly obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's more frustrating because like, it's kind of similar to the rail shooter minecart minigame, except it's way more frustrating because
there's stakes.
In the minecart game, the boxes and crates weren't shooting back at you and blowing you up with cannons. So it was like the stakes were raised and it made it annoying.
Yeah, that was more like an arcade type thing where you're trying to score points. This was different.
And you said that this has relationship meter stuff?
Yes, there's a relationship.
Okay, so tell me about that.
So apparently, after this is all done, then Barret, he looks relieved to be finished, and he sits down on the buggy, and he asks Cloud how he did, and then Cloud makes a comment.
Oh.
And for me, he said,
I've seen worse.
Which apparently is not a good response, but there's worse ones.
That's like you almost died. Okay.
Yeah, something like that. And then Barret, in my case, Barret told him to shut up.
Shut up.
And then we're told that our relationship with Barret has changed, even though we have no idea how.
If that's good or bad. Usually that means it goes up.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you can get negative points.
I don't think either. I think you get some points with Barret no matter how you do on this game. But I even looked on Reddit and no one could agree on how that game played into relationship points. Like everybody had totally different.
Well, that's Reddit too.
Sure.
Yeah. But usually like with Reddit, you'll get like a consensus of people who have figured it out, you know?
Yeah. Someone can be like, this is what happened.
But in this case, it was like everybody had totally different responses. Nobody knew. It sounds like
so unclear, so bad, Square.
That is not good.
I don't like this.
It goes back into our complaints about the relationship meter not being clear and not being disclosed, you know, and transparent, right? But apparently, like if you got above 75% health, if you had that left at the end of the game, then you get a good reaction and the most points from Cloud. But again, nobody really knows.
Square is just suffering from a case of you're doing too much.
They are doing too much.
That's the bottom line here, right? Like
maybe so.
I get it. And I'm not saying like this was, you know, any kind of negative or incompetent thing. I think this is one of those things where they knew the gravity of remaking 7 and they wanted to put all their hearts and souls into it.
Yeah.
But they just did too much.
It's a lot.
Well, there's this overwhelming sentiment online that remake is better than Rebirth. And that we'll talk more about this as we finish the game.
Yeah. I think from a story perspective, it is.
But like, think about this chapter specifically. We have these great moments with Dyne and a lot of these focused, directed moments, story beats that happen. But then also we're all over the place doing all these mini games. And then you think you're done. And then they just throwing in more stuff like this mini game with Barret. So Rebirth it's too big for its own good. I know that in the original game, it does become open world after Midgar, and Midgar's kind of like its own encapsulated story. But I think this is where Rebirth falters, is that they try to take on too much that they don't need to do. It's not even that it's like, there's open world games that we've played and people love them. But when they become too big or too bloated just to have stuff to do, that doesn't necessarily mean that it makes the overall product better. And I think this is kind of what's happening to Rebirth. We're starting to see little glimpses of it.
Like, I'm not saying that I won't play open world games or that they're bad, but I just don't really care about that.
And there's a lot of people like you.
I'm not saying to make it Final Fantasy 13 linear either.
Sure.
The hallway.
But there's got to be a middle ground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, and it's hard for me because I agree with both in the sense that, like, I never want the game to end. I love doing all the checklist extra stuff.
Yeah, so for you, it's fun.
But when you do all of that stuff, it does take away from the power of the story.
And the pacing.
And the pacing. And so you do lose things in that regard, right? So it's almost like...
But allow them to be optional, Joe. Like, so if someone like you, like if you want to go explore all of Final Fantasy VII's world, which is cool.
They've done that to an extent, right?
Yeah, they like in chapter 2 and chapter 4.
Because you played the game streamlined story only first playthrough.
Sure. And I think that's cool that they let you do that. But I'm talking about these story...
But then there's these mini games.
These story bits where it's like, you can't avoid these things. And it's like, this does not need to be here.
Yeah.
Square.
Yeah, this mini game should have been a game in the saucer.
Sure.
Right?
Or something. It's like in Remake, you have that mini game, the G-Bike minigame that we get to replay, and that's part of Remake story. And that's fine because it's like, that's happening. This is like, we've already fought Palmer. We've already fought Dyne. And then they're like...
Yeah, why is the frog robot shooting at me again? Like, what?
They're still doing it. It's just like, it's too much time and money.
Yeah.
Also to like the storytelling perspective and just like the pacing and stuff, like you just kind of brought it to a very satisfying close, right?
Yes.
With that scene with Cloud and Barret.
Yes.
And then you piss everyone off.
But then you close out the chapter with this.
Yeah, and that's like what you remember. You're totally right, Ernest.
Why did you do this?
Yes. Yeah, it's true. Up until this point, like there have been some mini games. I'm like, whatever. It could hit, miss, whatever. This is the first one that I think actively irritated me, where I was like, why, Square, please.
Who's next?
So anyway, we get through it. We all survived it.
Yeah.
Yay for us. And when we do finally finish this mini game, then Palmer yells at us and calls us twerps, I think.
You little twerps! I'm not done yet! No!
And then I think he accidentally shoots off a bunch of missiles into the air that end up hitting Rude and Elena's helicopter.
Yeah. Because you have to shoot the helicopter too. That's part of it. Yeah, that's earlier on.
Yeah, but like he's the one who
but he's
blows
the
up
one that blows
the
up.
copter. Yeah.
Because he doesn't know how to operate that machinery.
Right. He's a bumbling idiot, right?
He hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the helicopter's in free fall.
So the helicopter's hit, and then...
I love this. It's so dumb, but it's actually, this is what I like.
There's a part here that angered me greatly in like the last sequences here, but I'll call it out when we get
Okay, please do.
Yeah.
So the helicopter is hit and Elena's in it, and she just, without any parachute or anything, she just free jumps out of the helicopter, like totally up in the air. And because apparently people on this planet can like, they're all dragoons. They're all immune to fall damage.
Well, she's a turret.
Like, nobody dies from fall damage in Rebirth. So she's just falling.
Neither did Dion, by the way, in 16. Just pointing that out.
Nice.
Okay.
Dion's alive.
And then we cut back to the ground where Tifa's driving the buggy and trying to avoid missiles that are flying at her and stuff. And then Elena, like...
This is the part that pissed me off right here.
From out of the sky.
Spider-Man jumps, like lands.
Yes, superhero.
Yeah, superhero lands on the hood of the buggy, like perfectly.
Yeah.
Even though the buggy's been like going back and forth like crazy. And then she just yells at us to pull over.
Pull this thing over right now.
And yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. So Tifa cranks the wheel to the side to lose her.
Are you drunk? Hang on tight.
And she launches the buggy off of a rock that then like throws it into this sideways flip and throws Elena, like ejects her onto the ground where she's nearly run over when the buggy actually lands.
Yeah,
and so
like turn back around.
And that's like the final act, like, oh, she's defeated. And Elena kind of falls to her knees and sighs, and you can tell she's not going to pursue us.
Yeah, this was the part that made me mad because in that sequence of CG or whatever it is, Tifa is driving the buggy and Elena's like right there in front, and Tifa has the ability to run her over.
Oh Oh, you're mad that Tifa didn't run her over?
I would have squashed her like a bug in that buggy. But she like turned it at like the last second to go around her. And I was like, why did you do that?
But this is a running theme. They have like this love-hate relationship with the Turks.
Yeah.
Because like they never kill each other. It's this rivalry in games.
It's like a business relationship, like a competitor's business.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. I would have run her over with that buggy, squashed her. The last thing.
That's
But
so
that's
funny.
not Tifa. Like,
No.
Tifa wouldn't kill anyone if she could avoid it.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I would have hit her so hard with that buggy. The last thing through her mind would have been her rear end as I hit her with that buggy. She like
Nice.
turns and goes around her.
Yeah.
And I remember watching this and I'm thinking, like, what are you doing?
Yep.
This is their chance to take her out.
Like, run her over. What's wrong with you? Oh,
Yes.
that's so funny. I will say, though, like, this minigame had a lot of issues, but there was one thing that was really good about this minigame, and that was the music.
Oh, I didn't ever.
Do you remember the music? Okay.
I was so frustrated. So yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, so the music track is called Prison Break,
Okay.
and it's just awesome. You guys, it's so much better than the minigame itself. Just show me a picture and play that instead of this minigame.
Or just play a cutscene like Elena's jumping
Anything,
down from
yeah.
a helicopter, have Barret shoot a bunch of people and Palmer and let them escape. We don't need to play that.
Yeah, they could use the same music, right? But it's like this really high energy. It's got these interesting rhythmic kind of melodies and this really driven tempo. But then now and then, it goes into this really soft, concerned piano. So it alternates
Interesting.
between like high energy driven rhythms and this soft piano. That's really beautiful, actually. And I don't know.
It's the simultaneous masculinity and femininity of the buggy. Like I'm telling you, that buggy is just
That's gotta be it.
that's the buggy's theme song right there.
You guys, it's so good. I would put it in the top 10 tracks of the whole game.
Better than Grasptropod?
Yeah, I would
Better?
say Prison Break is better than the Grasptropod music.
Oh.
The Grasptropod boss music, as far as boss music
Okay.
goes,
Yeah.
that is so dang hard to say.
Grasptropod.
The Grasptropod music is good.
Yeah.
The Prison Break music is even better. It's so good.
Oh, you do like the Prison Break. This is the stuff that you listen to.
Yeah.
I remember you. You listen to it when you're not playing the game.
Yeah, I listen to all the Final Fantasy songs.
You specifically pointed out Prison Break to me now that I'm remembering.
So
Yeah.
good.
Yep.
Yes, I'm a nerd, but it's really awesome.
That's hilarious.
Everybody go listen to Prison Break.
All right.
And it's also worth noting that this entire run-in with the Turks and Palmer, again, along with this chase scene, is all brand new to Rebirth.
Yeah.
So none of it happened in the original game.
Too much time and money.
Yeah. So they're not putting it in for that reason. You're just so it gives you even more room to question why, But okay, so then at this point, back at the buggy, Barret looks relieved to be done, and he sits down. And I told you all of this, how the relationship points go up with Barret and Cloud, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
And then in a final character moment, while riding in the buggy, Barret removes his sunglasses again and says,
"Some dead you are."
Staring off into the distance as Cloud watches him.
Yeah.
And then he continues,
"Long past time my little girl knew the truth."
and then the buggy drives away in the dust, and we cut back to Dyne's body laying on the ground, photos still in his hand, until the screen fades to black. To which I say, like, is Dio gonna get the body later? Like, it's not a big deal. Just
You had to make sure the Shinra Trooper is moved.
why is his body there still?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny, but it's that's the end of the tragedy of Dyne, the character. And it sounds like Barret is now going to tell Marlene next time he sees her about her dad, which at the age of 4 might be a little traumatic. I don't know. Huh.
Yeah. I think 4 is a little bit too young for that, but
I would think so too. The times it works is when they raise them that way. Like, I have friends who have adopted children where the biological mother is still in the picture, and they'll raise them as just they have two moms. They have their biological mom and they have the mom that's raising them. Mm-hmm. And those kids seem to do pretty well from what I've seen, even though I don't know that I would do that myself, but I've never been in that position, so maybe I would.
But let them know from the very beginning.
Yeah. From the very beginning. But 4, that's a little rough.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even tell my 4-year-old that, like, his toy broke because I stepped on it. Like, it's...
Marlene's been through a lot more than that.
Nobody's coming back ever again.
But I did want to say, in case anybody was wondering, which probably no one was, if you're wondering where my favorite physics were for Chapter 8, because I haven't talked about them.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't a specific location for a lot of great physics in Chapter 8. There were just like a lot of random little physics scattered throughout the chapter. Like
they had blown up chocobos in the
big. I was going to say the big chocobos, and actually the chocobos are really fun because like I hit one of them inside the chocobo racing room.
Oh, okay.
And knocked it up onto the wall, and it got stuck there.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So,
in the gold saucer, yeah.
I mean, that was kind of fun. And there was also like a cart right when we arrived at the gold saucer back in like the storage area.
Mm-hmm.
And I kicked that around for a bit and then it glitched. Have you ever had like a physics moment glitch?
Yeah.
So the cart like got stuck in the floor. So that was a highlight as well. But that's because it was like not supposed to happen that way. I don't know. Otherwise, there were just a lot of random things to kick here or there. And even like the boxes that are stacked up in the storage rooms of the saucer were surprisingly like hard to kick around. Did you try to do this?
Yeah, they're not like the other ones.
No, I wanted them to be just like the boxes in the Shinra building, and Ernest's favorite part of Remake.
Yeah, where they just explode.
Yeah, where they like blow up and there's a ton of them.
Yeah, I did notice that you couldn't knock them all down. But then I don't remember a physics moment here at the end of the chapter.
No, there really wasn't one. I'm just saying, like, if I had...
Oh, you're bringing... Okay. I'm like, I don't remember there being one.
No.
Jelly's bringing up her favorite physics moment. I was like,
making, yeah.
Did the buggy run into something? Okay.
What's wrong with you people?
The favorite physics for Ernest would have been running over Elena if that had happened, but it didn't happen. Yeah, I guess if I had to pinpoint like what my favorite physics moment was in Chapter 8, it'd be the cart getting stuck in the ground as a glitch. Like that just made me laugh. But, okay. So before our chapter officially ends, we do have to watch a few cutscenes from different places, okay? So the first one is back at the Shinra building.
Mm-hmm.
Ernest, Shinra building? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. My favorite building in the whole game.
So we go to the Shinra building, and the scene takes place in the urban planning office. And we hear a man humming, and we can see a limp Kate Sith, it looks like a doll, like a plushie or something, on the countertop, which starts to hint that something that people know about if they played the original game or other games like Dirge of Cerberus. But why would you play Dirge of Cerberus? But I don't think that's actually revealed in Rebirth yet, so I'm not going to give it away.
It's heavy-handed, but yes.
It's heavy-handed, but like when we talked...
Yeah, some people don't know.
At the first half of Chapter 8, Ernest seemed oblivious to it, and he's played the original game, so he doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Do you remember anything about Kate Sith?
From the original game?
Or just...
Well, not really much. I just remember liking him as a character.
So then let me ask you this then. So for this particular scene, we just see like a stuffed animal of Kate Sith sitting on the countertop at the Shinra building.
Like a cat. Like the cat.
Oh, yeah.
He's sitting there.
What did you think about that since you don't remember the original game?
I didn't think of anything, but I had a note where it says Kate Sith says something like, "What's wrong with you people?"
Yeah, no,
we're not there
talking.
yet.
It's a flashback to the Shinra. So Kate Sith is in the buggy with everyone else, and then there's.
Are you talking about with Reeve?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it goes over to Reeve. There's a cat.
When we see the urban planning office, which is Reeve's office, there's a Kate Sith sitting on the countertop in that room.
Yeah. So
did that make you think of anything?
It did make me think of something because I remember I have a note here saying that, Reeve was changing Avalanche's identity in the computer. And the question mark, why there's a mole inside of Shinra.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because the Kate Sith thing was there. It was like, is that a plant by him or is he a plant by them or what's going on?
Okay. So it made you wonder.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how the scene actually plays out. And I just wanted to ask you that because I'm wondering what other people playing this for the first time
are thinking.
Right? So in this scene, we see Reeve, who's, again, the only normal person on Rufus's steering committee. And he's sitting at his computer and he's changing, to Ernest, what you're saying. He's changing the images of Cloud, Tifa, and Barret on the Shinra wanted poster, like that's on his computer, he's changing their faces so they look like completely different people. And then he uploads a new file. So he's like basically photoshopping them so that the next posters to be printed will not look like the actual Tifa, Cloud, and Barret, right?
But he's like on the C-suite of the Shinra board, right?
Yes.
So he has access to all this stuff.
He has all the access, and he also has a Kate Sith plushie.
He doesn't seem like he's doing it begrudgingly. He's humming happily, like, I'm changing.
Yeah, so he's happy about doing this.
I'm helping out Cloud and Tifa and Barret.
So then his assistant, even, this woman, she walks in and she says,
"If you don't mind my saying, you're in an awfully good mood."
Well, it's been productive.
And then Sung appears behind her and taps on the wall so she sees him, and then she just leaves. And it's Sung that tells Reeve,
"Don't have too much fun."
Sung then smirks at Reeve and leaves Reeve looking untrusting. So this is one of the first, I would say, pretty concrete reveals that Reeve doesn't want Cloud to be caught for who knows what reason, unless there's some other weird reason behind changing the wanted poster faces, right?
Yeah.
Again, I know more because I've played the original game and I think they're going on the same path. But as far as I can read into how somebody else would interpret this, I would say that we've been suspicious that Reeve has secretly been maybe a good guy or the mole, like you said, Ernest, for a while now. Because remember, he argued against the idea of dropping the Sector 7 plate.
I was just about to say that.
During Remake.
Please, Mr. President, I am asking you to reconsider. No, begging. The Sector 7 Undercity is home to more than 50,000...
Director Twisty.
At least let us issue a warning, sir.
But this is like the first scene where it really starts to be confirmed because we see him actively doing something that will help protect Cloud's party, right? But then it's also interesting because having Sung show up and tell him not to have too much fun makes me think that Sung, which means maybe even Rufus and others, are suspicious of Reeve's real motivations. So while Reeve may be potentially our undercover good guy at Shinra headquarters, even he is being watched.
Or are in on it themselves.
Wait, what?
So Sung might be in on the entire thing, right? Because remember we talked about Sung earlier and we were trying to figure out what are his motivations?
I think that's actually something interesting too, because in Original 7, Sung is much more black and white as a character. Like he does have some affinity toward Aerith. You can kind of tell, like maybe as a sister or something. But he also like openly slaps Aerith across the face in Original 7.
I remember that, yeah.
In Rebirth and Remake, it seems like Sung could be redeemable, could have good qualities about him. So it could be that Sung is aware of what Reeve is doing.
I mean, why wouldn't he be?
But nobody else is, just Sung is.
The Turks are literally babysitting another one of the directors, and they know exactly what Palmer's up to.
Yeah.
So maybe the Turks come in and they're like, we know what's going on with you.
Yeah, it's one of the things I appreciate a lot about this Remake and Rebirth series is there's so many different levels of things here. And like, it could be as simple as Reeve is a good guy, right? And he's trying to do the right thing and he's trying to hide the party from any more trouble because he wants to protect them. But you also could look at it as Rufus knows that he needs that party to get rid of Sephiroth, to get him out of his way. And so he instructed Reeve to clear the way.
Sure.
From our perspective to let the story progress, but really to force that ending that he thinks needs to happen. There's multiple different ways you could interpret it here. And so like, the way these little cutscenes come in here and there makes you question more, like what is actually going on.
I agree with that.
So what do you think is going on though, Ernest?
Oh, I honestly think that Rufus is paranoid of Sephiroth and is trying to figure out any way he can to get rid of him.
But what do you think is going on with Reeve?
I think that Reeve has his own agenda, but I think he's instructed Reeve to clear the way to let the party get to Sephiroth.
So you think that Reeve is changing the pictures because Rufus told him to?
Maybe not because Rufus told him to, but because Rufus has asked him to clear the way to let the party get to Sephiroth. Either that or Reeve has his own completely different agenda that has nothing to do with this, right?
I want to know what you think.
It's hard to say because I feel like this Rufus, as they're portraying him, is incredibly calculating and conniving. And so he could be playing 3D chess here within his own organization. He has asked about loyalty before, right? So I honestly think this is more of forcing the story to progress. Like, doesn't want to slow them down anymore. Doesn't want to. Remember, he tried to make a deal with them at one point.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay. So your thought, well, you don't know for certain, but you lean more toward this is orchestrated by Rufus. This isn't out of Reeve's own.
The reason we're asking you is because we know what happens and we're interested to know someone that.
Yeah. Like, I want to know how you're thinking. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I feel like this is one of those things where their interests align.
Okay. So you think Reeve and Rufus aligned interests, moving toward the same goals and cause.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Cool.
So then there's another scene that also involves Rufus that happens after this short scene with Reeve. So we're still in the Shinra building, but this time we're in the president's office. And there's like a bored-looking Rufus sitting there, and Rufus has summoned Sung.
What is the status of the Ancient?
We still have eyes on her.
Is she looking for the Promised Land?
We don't believe so.
I see.
Is she a higher priority than the materia?
So apparently the Turks are on a mission for some materia that we learn about later.
I think they're talking about the materia from the weapons.
The weapons, yeah.
Because they talk about that earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the Charlotte was going after.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Gi stuff, but you're right. It's probably the materia from the weapons.
Well, Scarlet says we don't need that, but Hojo wants it, right? Scarlet's like, we can develop the materia.
Rufus wants both.
Yeah, Rufus says, let's do all of it.
Right.
We'll all get what we want once that materia is ours.
This is ridiculous. Why waste time monster hunting when we're on the brink of creating the materia ourselves?
I'm aware of your efforts, but it would behoove us to obtain naturally occurring specimens as well.
And so Sung's like, is this a higher priority than getting the weapon materia?
Like, which is the higher priority? This is a conversation all of us have had with our boss, right? Like, what are my priorities? What aligns? So Sung is checking in.
And that's when you discover that they actually don't know what they're doing. But okay.
Yeah, sure.
And Rufus responds,
is she a higher priority than the materia?
Not her so much as her birthright.
So again, he's alluding to this promised land. So Rufus's mission authentically seems to be finding this promised land. Like, he wants that for Shinra. And he even spells it out.
It's a dream of mine to see it with my own eyes.
And then Sung agrees to increase surveillance on Aerith and leaves. So we learn that the Turks are going to be watching her a little bit closer, probably moving on.
Right. In the chance that she ever does return. They want that Neo-Midgar thing to become a reality.
Yeah. They need the promised land to do it.
And think about the juxtaposition between that and the previous scene, right? So like, you just had him change all of their images in this database, right? So basically what has happened is
Reeve did, yeah.
You've blinded the world to them, but yet Sung and the Turks are going to increase surveillance on her, which means the party. Because she's with them, right? So like,
but that's assuming that Rufus is the one who wanted the change in the posters, right? So if Rufus didn't want that and then Reeve is the one who's doing it on his own accord, then that is actually not the case.
Well, I mean, the net result is the same, though, because the Turks and whatever, their surveillance is going to increase and they're going to be following the party no matter what. All that change in the database did was blind them to the rest of the world, not the Turks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the scene. So Rufus stands and walks toward the window when who should appear in his office but a laughing Glenn Lodbrok.
Good old Glenn.
Good old Glenn.
I don't like Glenn.
In a swirl of purple smoke.
Our favorite emissary.
And he's mocking Rufus for the cuteness of Rufus. He calls it cuteness, I guess.
It's a dream of mine. How cute.
And he appears in a puff of magic. So we know he's not just like a normal human. It's pretty blatant. We suspected before, but now it's like there's more evidence of that, right? And then Rufus asks a question many of us are actually curious about.
Who are you? Really?
Oh, come on. You know me. And I know you, Mr. President. You and your fears.
Spooky.
He then condescendingly calls Rufus a child.
Still just a child, aren't you?
Specifically, he calls him a pig-headed, pathetic...
A pig-headed, pathetic, daddy-hating child. And under that brattish exterior, loneliness.
And Rufus responds that he doesn't deny it.
Yeah, I like that moment. Whereas Rufus he's talking to his board member saying, I need loyalty.
Yeah.
But when he's having these conversations with the ethereal Glenn Lodbrok, right, that just shows up.
Magic Glenn.
He admits to his faults and he's kind of more real with this specter.
Because I think he knows that this Glenn knows things about Rufus that the board doesn't know, right?
So, where he has to put on a front.
Yeah, he doesn't deny it though here. Because that confirms a lot, especially that he hates his dad, right? And that he's lonely.
I don't deny it.
I had somebody write a comment, I can't remember, on a video about like why Rufus hates Sephiroth. We were asking the question, why Rufus hates Sephiroth? And somebody wrote, well, duh, it's because Sephiroth killed his dad. And my response was, but do we know that he actually loved his dad? Because I don't think there's any evidence that he loved his dad. And here it proves he hates his dad and that he's lonely, which is also really interesting. And I mean, I don't know why he's lonely. He's got that ugly butt dog. Ugh.
Someone in the comments loves that dog.
I know. I didn't even know what to say. I was like,
I think it's more of he hates Sephiroth because Sephiroth is a threat to his power.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's all it is at the end of the day. Like,
for sure. But this person was arguing that he just hates Sephiroth because Sephiroth killed his dad.
No. Like,
to which I didn't think was strong at all, you know?
Yeah. Most children of most wealthy men like that, they like are at the pinnacle of power. They often sacrifice their family life to get there. And so the children are disconnected from it entirely.
That's a good point.
Not all the time, most of the time.
That happens often.
So it makes sense that Rufus could care less. And that's why when Sephiroth killed his dad, like it was probably a love-hate thing. Like, well, on the one hand, he killed my dad. That sucks. But on the other hand, I now control the company.
But if he hates his dad, he should be totally fine with his dad being killed.
Yeah, I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares at all.
Yeah.
I don't think he cares at all. And he even said stuff about him after he died, like, well, you know, he was
rash. He was old.
Yeah, almost insinuating that he was like mentally incompetent at his age or whatever.
Like it was time for me to be the leader.
Yeah, it was time, and Shinra needed a new authoritative figure like him, right, Rufus, to kind of take them into the next era or whatever.
Great though he was, my father was old. And in his dotage, he became rash.
But yeah, this scene with Glenn does bring out a lot of stuff. Like, you know, Rufus is interested in this promised land. Rufus knows that is tied to Aerith. Rufus has told Sung to increase the surveillance on her specifically. Rufus hates Sephiroth.
Well, Rufus hates his dad.
His dad.
He doesn't say he hates Sephiroth in this scene.
But I think he knows he's a threat to his power.
For sure.
And wants him gone. And I suspect that Rufus also knows that the only people who can probably take out Sephiroth are Aerith and the party.
Yeah, and I think they've made that clear throughout the game. In Chapter 4, they're like, you need to take out Sephiroth.
So we go free. And you get?
Sephiroth, dead.
That's why I suspect that even if it's not intentionally, he is clearing the way to force that outcome. And then whether it's because he thinks they can take Sephiroth out and then he can then subsequently take them out. I feel like that's what his goal is here. I don't know how it's going to transpire or how this is going to work out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then Rufus actually asks why he would deny saying that he hates his dad. He's lonely, that whole statement.
I don't deny it. Why would I? It's brought me all this.
Now that's the spirit I'm looking for.
And by the way, I couldn't help but notice, and maybe this is a filmmaker in me, there are a lot of ultra close-up shots in this conversation, like so many, like ultra close-up shots, like back and forth between Rufus and Glenn. It's almost like jarring a little bit. They work because they're trying to communicate like personal intensity, but it was like so much that I consciously noticed how often we were looking at their pores, which it's impressive they have pores in video games, honestly. But then Glenn ends the conversation by saying,
we really need more people like you to give the world a shot in the arm.
And then he disappears. And I don't know what the shot in the arm necessarily means, like if that's like an injection shot, a Hojo Lab reference, or like if he was shot in the arm by Rufus with a gun in the past. I don't really know, but
I think shot in the arm is like a idiom or something that's like saying to wake you up, get some adrenaline, like we need to get things moving.
Right. I think that's all he's saying. I never know if they're trying to like put some subtext into it, but I think you're right. I think it's just the idiom.
Well, Glenn is ridiculous.
Yeah, right. Right, which is a bummer because I actually really liked Glenn before this game a lot. Now I'm just confused by him.
Well, you're like one of the few people that have played Ever Crisis and know that Glenn is a decent person.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
to the vast majority of us who are just playing Rebirth, we see Glenn
as just like a MacGuffin.
It's so Nomura and dumb. This guy in a robe that just appears out of nowhere and it makes no sense. I'm okay with like setting up mysteries, but you got to answer these questions.
You got to answer the questions.
This is just another question that they have to answer that didn't even need to be there, I feel like. So maybe Glenn will play an important role. But up to this point, I just think...
But they need to answer the questions.
It's creating dynamic moments with Rufus, and it's giving us a little bit more insight into what Rufus' mental state is like, which I like.
Yes.
He could have had these conversations with someone that we know, rather than just some ethereal specter who we think is Glenn.
I agree with you. And I always say, like, ambiguity is the enemy of storytelling. I stand by that. Mm-hmm. When I say ambiguity, I don't mean mystery.
Yeah, mysteries.
I mean confusion is what I mean. Right. So it's like, and that's what they're kind of toying with here. Like they've started with mystery, but now because time is going on and we're almost to the third act, it's starting to turn into confusion, which I think is not helpful to the story at this point. And to your point, and I say it in almost every discussion, if you have played Ever Crisis, as I have, and actually enjoyed it, Glenn is a really cool hero character in Ever Crisis. And it makes it all the more confusing to see him in this state and wonder what the heck is going on, right? Because
it makes you more confused.
More confused.
Even though you know who he is.
It's not making it better. And supposedly these like extra mobile games with lore in them are supposed to clear things up or help you understand things, but it's doing the opposite. Mm-hmm. It's actually kind of making me irritated that I don't know what's happening because this is a character I care about.
Also, I'm never going to play those things.
Yeah, I won't either.
A lot of people won't.
Don't care what's in a mobile game. I'm not going to play.
Yep.
Right. And so there's a problem.
But if they answer questions outside of this main game,
then that's bad too.
Screw you, Square.
No required reading.
You answer it here. You answer it for me. I don't need to read a stupid Ultimania book. I don't need to. Okay, I'm being a little harsh. Those books are cool.
I do like those.
But I don't want to do required reading. I don't want to like go off and have to read some comic or watch some movie.
Right.
You need to answer the questions in this game, in this trilogy. If you do not, you failed.
Right.
Period.
Yeah.
If you stretch the term gamer to include all forms of gaming, mobile at this point is bigger than everything else. I understand that.
But the competition is ridiculously higher too. So,
but it's not the core product.
It's right.
But it's not the core product, and I'm never going to play a mobile game.
The core product is the PlayStation games.
Right.
Yes.
If you want to make like side story games on mobile or other platforms that, you know, have to do with some side story stuff,
you can flesh it out.
That's fine.
But it can't answer questions.
But it should not be required to understand what's happening here. And
exactly.
And frankly, it's doing the opposite, like I said, because I'm playing Ever Crisis and then I play this game and I'm like, these do not match.
That's weird to me.
Nobody's answering questions. Like, it's super nice.
If you want to do your little Candy Crush version of Final Fantasy, like knock yourself out, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm never going to play that. So if you're putting plot points, and it's even worse if the reason you're putting the plot points in these other games is to get people
incentivized
to go play those.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's not that, but if it is,
ooh, that'd be bad.
That's disgusting, honestly.
But that's what happened in Kingsglaive.
Yes.
If you didn't watch Kingsglaive in 15, you have no idea what happens to the city of Insomnia.
Right. And I don't know if that was intentional or lack of resources in the main game. I mean, I still don't understand. Because, Kingsglaive...
It's fleshing it out, which is cool, but you're left wondering what even happened, why you can't go...
Right.
That whole beginning.
So there's an article that was just written, I think it was published in Bloomberg, and it was talking about how the reason that the AAA games, of which this is, obviously... The reason they're suffering so much today across the industry, not even speaking about Final Fantasy, is terrible mismanagement of these games and of these franchises. And
I could see it.
He gives plenty of examples. And as someone who has lived and worked in corporate America and literally watched terrible mismanagement wreck companies left and right, like, he's correct.
Well, you've worked for the government, which is even worse.
Which is even worse. So, like, I've watched it happen so many times. He's absolutely correct. Now, I'm not saying that, like, everybody at, Square Enix is terribly mismanaging these franchises. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is it makes perfect sense that, for example, the reason that Kingsglaive may have not been included in the original 15 was because of mismanagement of the project, and it was intended to be in there but couldn't, so they had to kick it off. But it also makes sense that terrible mismanagement is saying, put these story points in our mobile game so we can get people to go get these mobile games.
So we can sell.
Like, these are all terribly bad decisions that incompetent managers fall for the short-term product and profit fallacy over and over. And I'm not saying that's why this has happened, but if it is,
it could be.
There really needs to be an introspection moment at all of these gaming companies, Square Enix included, and that needs to stop.
And then to be clear, they have not done this yet. There are these mobile games, but like Jolie is saying, Ever Crisis is not, they're not putting in story beats that are necessary, but if they do, or if they do not answer the questions in the main game, then it's a problem.
That becomes a problem, yeah.
The problem is, though, I finally beat that boss I couldn't beat for the longest time because I made my party stronger.
In Ever Crisis, she's talking about.
And there is a lot of Sephiroth background story in the Ever Crisis.
So maybe they do it a little bit. That is kind of.
That is actually kind of essential to understand, to know Sephiroth.
Never mind. Bad Square. Bad.
Yeah. So.
Don't do that.
I don't know. I think they need to put that stuff in the third installment, even though they probably should have started it earlier and had it here in Rebirth somewhere. So I don't know. It makes me lose a little bit of confidence that they're going to ace it in the end because of all this like seemingly required reading.
They're going to answer every question. It's going to be the greatest
answer every
game
question
ever made.
This game's going to exceed all expectations. We have to say it every time.
They were cocky with Rebirth and they did not win Game of the Year. And I think I think their hubris is a little bit
yeah, and Nomura's got to calm down. Like, get some rational thinking. I'm sorry.
I like Square Enix. I think this is a love letter. Like, they're putting in so much, but I think they lost the plot a little bit in Rebirth.
Which I do love, the passion.
And then in multiple people's defense, I'll also say that Square Enix is not a monolith. Like, no company is, right?
Unless it's Monolith Soft, which is the people who make Xenoblade Chronicles.
Stupid.
Yeah, there's all these different moving parts. Everyone has competing priorities and ambitions. And so it literally could just be that the equivalent of Rufus Shinra inside of there is causing all kinds of problems.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
And I always like to defend the developers, the writers.
No, you don't. You never do that.
I do, because it's not often the frontline grunts who are putting their heart and soul that are causing the problems.
It's not.
Yeah, they're the passionate ones.
That's any company.
It's the managers, is what you're saying.
Yeah. It's the people in power at the top who are making these kinds of decisions that are detrimental to the game, honestly.
And that's probably what's happening in all of these gaming companies, to be honest with you. But like you said, this is a love letter. I can tell from playing it that your animators, your storytellers,
they love the material.
Developers, they are putting everything they have into this thing.
And they're doing an awesome job. The individual elements on their own are really amazing.
Yeah.
The character design, the animations, a lot of the voice acting, not all of it in this game, but the scenes, the mechanics for combat, like the things that the grunts, as you call them, are doing, the frontline people are awesome, and the work is amazing.
Yeah, they're doing amazing work, right? So
it's the big call kind of big picture stuff that's questionable.
Yeah.
Sometimes the parts are greater than the whole. Like, it doesn't always come together.
Yeah.
That's what I worry about.
But it's not because of a lack of passion.
Right.
It's not creative business unit number 3 or whatever this is that's causing the problem.
I think it's number 1.
It's business development units number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that are causing the problems here, right?
The creative is not yet.
Across the industry. This is not even like a...
Yeah, this is a whole big problem.
I wish you could say this was just one company. It's all of them.
But Ernest, the same thing happens in the film industry as well, which is why I'm so critical on writing choices, because I know firsthand experience, and it sounds like you know this too, that a lot of bad, big story, like big picture story decisions can be made at levels where the people who would make it better don't have any control, and it should be criticized.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, just look at DC versus Marvel Universe, right? Like, DC can't do anything to save themselves.
I don't know. There's a new Superman that's coming out that looks kind of good.
But that's a reboot because they failed the previous time. They keep failing.
They flopped like the first one.
Yeah, and they're probably going to screw this one up too, like they have the last 10 of them. It's like every now and then DC will drop a golden egg, like Heath Ledger's Joker.
I'm hoping it's this because I love Superman.
Well, I love Superman. He's one of my favorites too, but
he's lame.
Spencer doesn't like him.
I have zero confidence in anything DC does at this point.
Yeah.
And until I see it, then I'll say, okay, they actually did good on this one, because they've made themselves that bad of reputation. Whereas, what is his name? Is it Feinberg, the guy that's over the Marvel Universe?
Oh, you're talking to Kevin Feige.
Feige.
Yeah.
That guy just kills it.
Well, because he has a plan.
I mean,
don't get me off on like, that's why Star Wars sucked, because they didn't have a plan.
Oh, 100%.
I saved you.
Those 3 last sequels should have all had scripts fleshed out before they went into production with episode.
Yeah, they just did whatever they wanted.
My point is like, even at that layer, you have people who clearly know what they're doing.
Yes, and Kevin Feige does.
But they're like the 10%, and the other 90 have zero clue what they're doing.
Yeah.
And DC has hired all of them. That's all. I'm going to close with
DC, and they're all at DC.
They tried to catch up, and they didn't want to do the legwork. Yeah.
And again, I think it's worth mentioning, like, I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan. I want them to succeed.
Yeah,
we all want them to succeed.
Yeah, but like I have problems with where the Kingdom Hearts series went. I don't like it. I think it went off the rails and Nomura made some decisions I just don't agree with. I don't want that to happen here because I care so much about the characters. I care about the games. I care about all of that, right? None of us want them to fail. We want them to succeed, which is why we're passionate about it and which is why we're asking these questions, is because we're really hoping they can deliver. And if they don't, well, you know where to hear about it.
And if they don't, it's okay too.
No, it is not. No, it is not okay if they don't. They have so much money and resources. Just get it dang right.
Let me quantify that statement. It's okay from the perspective of if the modern AAA JRPG industry just implodes on itself, because it seems like that's the route they're taking. I will be okay with it because I've seen what can happen when the indie game industry steps up.
Yeah.
And they can salvage this. So I want SE to succeed. I want Final Fantasy, all of that. But if it doesn't, I know what's coming behind it, and it's maybe even better.
That's okay. That's fair for you to have that opinion.
A lot of people do, by the way.
And I think that indie game studios have really good ideas and execute really well. And they're the ones who would probably save things in the story realm, you know? But I'm not going to pretend that I would be happy with just a bunch of 16-bit indie games and not have these really big, like really high budget cutscene kind of games myself. Because like, I mean, yeah, 16-bit is nostalgia and you can tell awesome stories with nostalgia. But if you can tell awesome stories with awesome graphics, I want that.
Oh, 100%.
And that's what they're saying they can do. And so I want to see it.
I agree with you 100% on that sentiment. And I would love that. But here's the thing, like, the AAA industry in general, the last at least 5 years, maybe even 10 years, graphics have been a crutch for that industry, right? And there's an arms race happening there, and they're using it as a crutch.
Okay.
Right.
Where the indie game industry doesn't have that crutch.
I get you. It's the same thing in Hollywood. Like the studios are using the big budgets as a crutch and the indie studios are telling better stories now.
What I want is for Square Enix to look at the indie game industry, learn the lessons, but then take their behemoth size and funding and put the graphics around that.
Okay, yeah, I'm totally down for that.
Yeah, they need to learn the lessons that indie is bringing back. So yes, I agree that the gaming industry is still in a good place because we have independent developers that are making games like Sea of Stars. But I agree with Jolie. I want the big spectacle. I want the big blockbuster games.
Oh, I think we all want it. But we want them to stop using it as a crutch.
Yeah, they need to learn the lessons that other people are showing them up. Like when Balatro is nominated for Game of the Year with Final Fantasy.
Is that the DLC?
No, Balatro's the poker game that has...
Oh, yeah.
It was made by a single developer, and he's going up against Rebirth. The single developer who's a bad coder, he did everything in if-else statements and made this amazing game, right?
That's crazy.
But yeah, people are obsessed with it. And then you have a game like Rebirth that's just got so much time and so much money. I get what Ernest is saying, but I also want the big spectacle. I want that stuff, but I want them to focus it and direct it better rather than it just being...
Totally.
Yeah, the industry needs to humble itself.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe so.
But it's like they won't accept it, right? It's like their hubris just cannot accept that they are not infallible.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
Well, they're going to accept it if the third installment does worse than Rebirth, you know?
Oh, much like Solemn Gus, they're going to get wrecked if they don't deliver on that third installment.
Show respect or get wrecked.
I could tell you right now, because there will be people who literally walk from the franchise if they screw it up.
I'm going to say, I know we're going long, but I want to say this. So I think Square Enix is learning something that's very valuable, and it's kind of painful for them because they were very excited to go to the Game Awards and go into the awards season because this game was huge. They did this open world. They did so many things, but it turned out that people didn't receive Rebirth as well as they received Remake.
Yeah.
So many people have problems with this game and a lot of the choices that they made. We love it. We're talking about it. But the only award it took home at the Game Awards, and I know that the Game Awards isn't the only end-all be-all award, but it's the most widely viewed award show in the gaming industry. And they won Best Music, which is something that Final Fantasy just always gets, no matter what.
Final Fantasy.
But all the time and effort that they put into this game did not win Best Narrative, did not win Best RPG, did not win Game of the Year. And if they don't learn the lessons that we're talking about right now, then they're kind of doomed to fail in the future too. So I'm really hoping that they have already kind of had a humbling experience now and that they can incorporate that into the third installment, because it drives me crazy when they say, oh, we're going to answer all your questions. It just seems like marketing speech, and that it's not going to be that effective.
Yeah.
I hope that they're learning that what they did was, it's good, but they need to focus it and direct it better.
And let's give a little bit of credit to Business Development Unit number 1, who decided to make this truly multi-platform going forward.
Yes.
That's huge.
I think this is part of them learning that they're like, we need to open this up to everybody.
That's a lesson learned.
That's a huge step in the right direction.
Right.
So I will give them credit that hopefully they've learned their lesson with that.
Yeah, here's hoping. So then back to Rufus and Glenn.
Sorry.
No, it's good conversation. These are good things to discuss. So I appreciate what you guys are bringing to the table here. But with this Glenn-Rufus conversation, Glenn actually ends the conversation by saying, we really need more people like you to give the world a shot in the arm. So we said that, right? Then he disappears. And once he's gone, Rufus asks to the empty room,
but what do you truly want?
And then the screen fades to black.
Is he asking Glenn that, or is he asking about himself?
I think he's asking it to Glenn after he disappeared. Like, what are your motivations?
Like, what's your motives?
Why do you keep coming here and talking to me, kind of a thing? That's what I think.
Who are you really? Yeah.
Yeah. But again, it goes back to like Glenn Lodbrok. Like the purple magic dust matches Sephiroth's, right? So it seems pretty clear that Glenn is some like patsy of Sephiroth or some related dark force at this point. Or might even be Sephiroth in disguise, trying to move political chess pieces in his favor by like appearing to be Glenn to Rufus, since Glenn and Rufus apparently have history. Supposedly Rufus killed Glenn, even though that part of First Soldier from Ever Crisis has not been revealed yet, so I'm even more confused.
He says something like that in the game, like, you killed me. Like, doesn't he say something?
Yeah, well, there's a flashback scene. I don't know where the flashback scene came from.
Has that happened yet? I don't know.
Yeah, so when Glenn first appears to Rufus over in Junon
in Chapter 4, yeah.
Rufus says,
I thought you were dead.
Then you thought right.
And there's a flashback of Rufus shooting
That's right.
Glenn and him falling over. And I don't know if that flashback looked like it may have come from another game, like maybe the First Soldier, like battle game kind of thing before it was discontinued.
That was like a battle royale game. I don't know.
Yeah, but in Ever Crisis, the Glenn story is called First Soldier.
Yeah.
So it's the same story from if there was a story in that game, you know? So there's just a lot of questions here. We've already hashed them out. Whatever. Let's move on to the next scene.
I wanted to put one more thing in there. So 2 things stood out to me. A shot in the arm, right? It typically refers to somebody getting a vaccine. And that's typically something that drives your immune system into overdrive to prepare you for something you're about to deal with later.
I think the idiom is more of an adrenaline shot, though.
I mean, it could be an adrenaline shot, but I almost feel like, again, because we're dealing with the whole concept of like the Mako reactors and the planet being drained, so an immune response to being attacked fits the theme here. That's just one of my thoughts.
Sure.
That's one thing. And then the other thing is Rufus's statement, yes, but what do you want? You pointed out like, oh, the purple glitter magic stuff. It absolutely could be Sephiroth in disguise. But the thing is, I also think about the fact that Sephiroth is also drawing his ability and his power from something else. So it could be that even higher level thing, sending Glenn as an emissary, right? As part of a larger orchestration that's happening. So it could be even something beyond Sephiroth that's going on here. We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a lot of questions that I hope they answer.
We'll see.
So let's add more ambiguity in here because that's that's the right thing.
Because that's not the enemy of storytelling at all. We're all excited about it. Yep. There's also one last cutscene to watch in this chapter, and it's back with Zack and his dimension or universe or whatever. Someone recently said in our comments that it's actually a purgatory, which kind of works and is kind of cool until there's more than one. And then it doesn't really work anymore. And then other people, we have a lot of really interesting comments. A lot of people have a lot of questions, about it. But it's so funny how you can have 50 comments on the same video on this subject of if this is a multiverse, and all of them are 100% different theories.
Yeah. Like a lot of people are talking about the live stream.
They think it's live stream, which if it's live stream.
Those are Feige's 50 sock puppet accounts. He's already getting his ideas for the next
who?
Marvel thing.
Oh, Feige. Kevin Feige.
Yes, because he's commenting on our channel. Yes, that's it.
It could happen. Just saying.
No.
Whatever it is, it needs to be crystal clear in Game 3.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Crystal clear.
Crystal Chronicles.
Crystal Chronicles.
Nice.
Okay, so when we fade into this series of cutscenes, we see Zack, and he's walking under the torn sky with the beautiful music that accompanies his dimension or universe or whatever the heck it is. And he's holding the Avalanche wanted poster in his hand. And he's folded it so that it shows only Big's picture so that he can use it to ask around to see if people recognize Biggs.
Because he had just told Marlene that he was going to go
find him. Yeah. So we take control of Zack and we start walking around asking people. And okay, this is dumb, but I'm going to mention it anyway.
No,
and
fine.
this is me being like a prude. So
what?
Yeah, I know. You're like,
is it
what?
The kindergarten?
Kind of. The orphanage?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, if you walk by the orphanage, there's a woman who seems to be an employee there, and she's explaining to us as we walk by that Ms. Folia is a dancer at the Honeybee Inn who no longer tries to hide that she's a dancer at the Honeybee Inn. Because if you remember, if you did all the side quests in Remake, you'll likely recall running into this woman outside the Honeybee Inn.
She volunteered at the orphanage.
Find out, that she's an orphanage instructor. In fact, we talked to her at the orphanage, in her regular clothes. She's an orphanage instructor by day and a dancer by night.
I've wanted to be a dancer ever since I was a little girl. I come here at night to live the dream. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell the children, okay?
Which is all fine and good. But then here at Rebirth, at this moment, during this random Zack scene with the beautiful music, we see her standing, this Miss Folia dancer girl, standing and supervising the children while she's wearing her Honeybee Inn dancer costume. To which I say, don't wear that skanky costume to work at a children's orphanage, you weirdo. Okay, I couldn't.
But this is also the kind of splintered timeline, right?
Right.
So, it's like when you talk to her as Cloud and Aerith, she's not. She wears a normal outfit. But they do reference that.
This makes it seem like it's all.
Like they're all connected.
Continuous from the last.
Which is maybe a good thing, but.
I don't know. But because,
I'm just saying, people in this splintered faction could be different than when we just saw them.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what they're going for. Okay. I think they're trying to be she's now her true self, right?
Okay.
And I just couldn't decipher if the devs were trying to be funny and just, throw a call back to Remake, which is fine and good. Mm-hmm. But if it's supposed to be this punctuation mark for some moral stand about liberation, then it's stupid. Why are you putting it here?
I think Spencer's onto the better. I think it's more of they're trying to illustrate how different or how.
No, because this happens in our timeline. This is all true for our timeline.
No, yes, it does.
She just never wore the costume to the orphanage because we never went back to the orphanage. But the whole story that you hear from the colleague who's just telling us this story, it's all true to our timeline. There's nothing that makes it seem out of place from our timeline, which is why I was like, well, why is it even here?
Sure. But I'm just saying, there's a rift in the sky in this version.
Yeah,
there's not a rift in the sky when you're with Cloud and Aerith, right? This is Zack's version of events.
I mean, maybe they're going for that. I didn't think they were. I think they were I actually don't know. That's why it bothered me, because I didn't know. And when I don't know what the intent is,
I
don't know what to get on board with. It's stupid. It's not a big deal. No one cares on this earth but me about that scene. But I just wanted to throw it out there. Okay, back to Zack, right? Uh-huh. So Zack walks around, and as he's asking people if they recognize the man in the picture, nobody does.
Hey there. You seen anyone who looks like this? Afraid not.
But you do pick up on a lot of random NPC conversations about how the world is ending, right? So there's a couple who is sad that they'll never get to meet the baby that the woman is pregnant with. So they decide to name the baby now, which is really sad.
I just wish we could have seen their face.
Hey, let's give them a name. We may not know what's gonna happen, but I want to call them by their name at least.
I like that. We'll give them a name, and we'll be a family.
There's a lot of kind of
like
interesting
grim kind of stuff.
Grim is the right word.
By the way, we need a baby name. soon,
I know, we don't have a name and our baby's about to be born.
It's crazy. Okay.
Any suggestions, YouTube?
Yeah, I gotta send them out there.
Zack?
People are like, Cloud, Zack, Sephiroth. No.
It is a boy.
Okay, and then there's another man who says they should just rob everyone and get really drunk.
Hell with it. Let's just do what we want. Start by robbing folks and stocking up on gil.
Quit it. You're not fooling anyone.
Shut up. Once we're loaded, we can drown ourselves in booze.
You're scared.
Of course I am. Don't act like you're not.
And then there's an elderly woman who's like apologizing to children that they didn't get to live a life as long as hers.
I've lived a long and full life. So if my time on this planet comes to an end, I won't have any regrets.
Feels like I'm the only one.
But you all have only experienced a fraction of what our world has to offer. I'm so sorry, little ones.
So it's all very like sad and ominous, and it all points to the fact that the people in whatever this is, space, think that the world is ending. And then at one point, the ground starts to rumble, and we see an explosion in the background that Zack decides to check out. So we run toward it while overhearing people assuming that it was caused by avalanche. So people don't like avalanche in Sector 5 in this dimension or whatever. They think they're responsible for everything, so they're buying Shinra's lies.
Well, because you're walking towards, you ask a bunch of people looking for Zack, and they all say no, like you've been saying.
Right.
And you walk, and then the explosion comes from, I think that's coming from the church.
Did they say the church?
I think so, because it's off in that direction.
No way.
I think they say that.
Oh, I'm going to look into that. If it's the church, that's a big deal for us.
That was the church, right?
Because Zack looks up, and that's the pathway that we've normally taken to where Aerith.
I didn't know where the explosion was. Maybe that's what they were going for.
You can see the fire in the sky, and it's towards that, But I could be wrong.
Oh, I'm going to look into that.
Yeah.
And then eventually we see what looks like Biggs to be standing up ahead. And so Zack jogs toward him. And then the scene ends.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it for this scene. So it's basically Zack looking for Biggs and us realizing that the people in this world think the world is ending, right?
Yeah, it never like explicitly says, you've talked about this before, because the flowers are dead.
Yeah.
We know there's like this weird lighting. We can see the big rift or tear in the sky, but no one mentions why they think the world is ending. It's just that the world is slowly dying.
Right.
Maybe it's trying to do a callback to the Mako is sucking up all the life from the planet, and there's just no more life left, and the planet is slowly dying. But there is definitely something that's blatantly in the sky, but they don't mention it. It just is like a foregone conclusion that the world is ending, and everyone's accepted that fate. But Zack is just kind of like, he just came back and he saved Cloud and Aerith, and he's like, he doesn't seem to be like,
he doesn't seem to be super alarmed.
Why does everyone think like the world is ending?
He's trying to save Cloud and Aerith, but like, why would it matter if they're all going to die anyway? And I don't think we can answer these questions until we find out what the heck is going on for reals with Zack.
Yeah.
Right. And anybody who says that they understand it 100%, you don't. Like, none of us do. And some people are probably onto the right theories about where they're going to go. But even then, they probably still have questions, I think. So hopefully we get all of those answers in the third installment.
This is one of my favorite things of the Flash. I don't know what to call it, because if it's a splintered faction of the same timeline, whatever dimension, I'm just going to call it Zack's reality right now.
Okay.
Right? Because Zack's alive now. So in Zack's reality, this is happening. It's one of the best because it's not really asking new questions other than the world is ending, right? But it's just world building here. You hear people talking, and it's really cool, the NPCs stuff. So it's not
adding a lot of confusion.
It's not confusing us more. It's just kind of getting us to feel what it's like to be in this alternate reality, that's Zack's reality.
Yeah, I agree with you, because we already know the Biggs survived in this timeline or whatever.
Yeah, that's confusing.
The explosion is something new, but they should answer that.
It doesn't answer any questions, but it also doesn't ask more.
Make us more confused.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then from there, we fade to the buggy driving our party through the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And that, my friends, is the end of chapter 8.
Woo, we did it!
Woohoo!
Woo! What is that? How many hours?
Too many. And I don't know what to say, honestly, other than I actually really enjoyed this chapter.
Yeah, I did too.
Especially the character moments with Barret and with Dyne and even Cloud. Like that one little moment with Barret and Cloud made this chapter awesome for me. I mean, I hate how the relationship system is totally obscure. And there's a lot of kind of bizarre stuff in this chapter, but there's a lot of really, really good stuff in it too. And I like I like every chapter, honestly. You know, even chapter 6, the beach episode.
Yeah, but this was one of the best ones so far.
Yeah, because the story meant something. Like it wasn't just shallow storytelling, which I really appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like this chapter a lot. And I think this is the chapter where it finally congeals and it comes together and you're bodying, you're now invested. And now they're going to begin the gradual torture of you through the rest of the game until it gets to the end.
Or they're going to make it really fun for the rest of the game until the very end. And then they're going to torture us with a terrible ending like they've done before too.
Yeah.
Or that.
This is when the party feels the most united it's been.
Right.
Since the beginning, right? And I think Barret, got to give a shout out to
John Eric Bentley.
John Eric Bentley. So good, man. Great performances.
Bravo.
And
agree.
I loved it. And shout out to Dyne's voice actor too. You won us over, but it was a great chapter. I have a distinct memory of playing this game. And this is when I remember sitting back and being like, wow, that was intense. This is good. I'm invested. So I'm excited to where the party's going forward, but I enjoyed chapter 8. And I kind of look forward to more story-focused chapters.
Moments.
Rather than just, I like exploring the world and going off and doing Chadley side quests, but this one felt more directed, and I like that.
Well, that's going to do it for this episode of the Final Fantasy Files. We can be found anywhere you get your podcast. You know the shtick. You can see the video version on either Spotify or YouTube. You can also follow us on our dedicated YouTube channel, Final Fantasy Files, aptly named, right? And you can lend your support by leaving a like, a comment for the algorithm. You can also be a great support by telling others about it. Like if you have karma on Reddit or wherever you talk to people about this game, let them know that we exist. They can watch it and decide if we're their cup of tea or not, but we would just love to have some help getting the word out there.
And don't forget to review us where you get your podcasts, like Apple Podcasts or any of the other podcatchers. Don't forget we're also on Spotify, audio and video version, so you can give us ratings there. I know Spotify is now making an effort to kind of compete with YouTube and Google Podcasts, so we would definitely appreciate it there. And you can find us on most, if not all, of the socials on this point. I think Spencer just got our X account set up.
Yeah.
We have 2 followers.
And they're both us.
Yeah.
It was literally like yesterday.
Yeah. We've already crossed 100 followers on Blue Sky. We also have Instagram, Threads, Facebook, as well as Jolie said, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're grateful to all of our community. So thanks for being there, guys. Woohoo! And with that, walk tall, my friends.
And may the flames of the Phoenix burn the tonberries that haunt you in your nightmares.
And remember that the only reason Tifa would ever end up with Cloud is that Aerith is the one that got away. Hashtag Clareth for life.
Is that your sign off now? Like that paragraph?